So when the demand is inelastic for a particular good, that means we should step in the market and we should do it ourselves, right? As a regulatory agency, because it will lead to more efficient outcomes. Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. Then if you specifically just leave it to the market, there are certain scenarios where leaving it to the market leads to less efficient outcomes. That's what I'm saying.
I get where you're going, but I disagree. I think trying to set prices on everything is going to have a negative effect. Companies are going to probably lay more people off, hire less people. Economically, it doesn't make sense to me. In a free market, you don't cap prices on everything.
Wait, you don't have a free market if you have a border.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, so that's a regulatory agency that limits the free flow of labor, the free flow of people, which is a part of the market. People moving around towards different areas is a part of how the market works. So what you're doing is you're restricting the market from operating freely.
You're
also Nordic countries in Europe that have the models like I'm referencing, they have freer economies according to the Economic Freedom Index than the United States, but go off.
Yes, and there are entire countries in Europe that the native population is literally the minority now because of their immigration policies.
Who cares? You're like the people who are like, oh, I don't want immigration because I want white people to be a majority of America. You're fucking
Absolutely
weird.
Didn't say that. But having somebody cross...
It's like the same shit. You're like the native population. Okay, what is the native population of the United States? Tell me. Is it,
what do you want?
Is it people that look like me?
No.
Oh, okay. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much.
The United States is not a country like Sweden or Amsterdam with much smaller populations. The United States is obviously a different animal, but having people cross through 7, 8 countries and then come here to claim asylum, I don't think.
Wait, so why aren't you complaining about the United States? The fact that a majority of the people in this country are not native.
That's not the argument I made. I was talking about European countries.
Well, but it's the same thing here in the United States. It's called colonialization, like the fact that there was, like Europe colonized the Americas, and majority of the people here are not native to the American continent.
I mean, what land? What land wasn't colonized at some point?
No, that's just the point I'm making, right?
But you're also agreeing that it was bad. It sounds like.
I think, yeah, obviously it's bad. What? You don't think it's bad to fucking colonize people and genocide?
So if it was bad then, why is it not bad now?
Colonization is bad now. When did I argue colonization is not bad? And also, do you need to blow your nose?
So is it? I'm actually sick.
I apologize, man.
Sorry,
bro.
Is it not sort of a form of colonization? I mean, it's not the same thing, but having millions of people flood into a country from a different
letting
culture,
people immigrate to the country is not colonization.
letting people or letting millions.
Bro said immigration is colonizing. What? Dude? If I am, wait, I have a question. When I moved from Iowa to California, did I colonize California?
Of course not.
Okay, so what the fuck are you saying, bro?
If you took,
dude,
if you took 60% of the population of a Middle Eastern country and swapped them with 60% of the population in Amsterdam or some other smaller European country, what happens?
Wait, say that one more time.
If you take 60% of the population of some Middle Eastern country with a different culture and you swap them with a European country like Amsterdam or one of those countries, that is actually probably close to statistically correct at this point.
Well, I don't know what you're saying. Wait, are you saying Amsterdam's a country, by the way?
I mean, just any area, bro.
Dude, it's so, I can't, dang. Okay, bro, did you leave? Did you leave, bro? Are you running away? No, dude, thank you for the confetti, I appreciate it. Yo, if you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now. If you're MAGA, type it in the comments. Alright, I think we need another MAGA up here. If you're MAGA, type it in the comments right now. And tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Dude, I'm sorry, dude. Saying Amsterdam as a country is really funny. That is. It's just like Americans' geography is always really bad. Like, I'm not saying my geography is great, but it's just like We probably sound so crazy to like people from other countries. All right. Type mag in the comment section if you want to be brought up. I'm inviting people and people were not joining up. All right, all right. Only send a guest request. You will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Because he has the best words. His words are so good. He's got the bestest words.
So good. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Words like you've never seen before. They're so good. You've never seen words like this. I can promise you that. So bigly, so great. All right. Let's get this next person up here. The best, the very best. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
Probably.
Are you, why so?
I mean, neither one of our options are great, right? So might as well, take the lesser of two evils, right?
How is Trump the lesser of two evils?
I don't know. He isn't a racist. He doesn't pander to demographics.
Dude, oh my God, dude, the first thing you say is Trump is not a racist.
He's not.
Like Kamala Harris is, one, and two, yes, he fucking is, dude. Dude, he literally got sued for housing discrimination laws, like a lawsuit. He specifically wouldn't, like, his business wouldn't rent to black people, right? They literally sent test subjects, people who were black, people who were white. They told the black families that there were not openings, and white families at the same time there were openings. They literally had to send out advertisements in the newspaper because to show that they were renting to black people because of that discrimination. Okay, to mention that he says that Kamala Harris turned black, that she wasn't black before. He literally said that he expanded the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was not born right in the United States, which are birth certificates of him born in the United States.
All right. So, how long ago was that study done?
Study?
The study that you just mentioned about the housing discrimination.
That you mean the lawsuit?
Yeah.
That was in the it was like a few decades ago.
A few decades ago, right? So people can't change in a few decades?
Wait, so you think that past racism is totally okay? You think just not renting to black people in the past is okay because he said I'm sorry?
What people do in their past is what people do in their past, right? I'm talking about.
He hasn't said he's sorry. My bad. He hasn't said he's sorry.
Okay, so did Joe Biden ever apologize for being against desegregation? Did Joe Biden ever apologize?
Actually, that's not what he supported. But like, I agree. Biden did racist.
You want to talk about the truth? You want to talk about the truth?
Duncan, listen. I want you to listen. I want you to listen. I do.
You want me to listen? Fuck you, motherfucker.
You're so mad.
Yeah, Duncan, you're mad too, motherfucker. You were the first person to say fuck in this conversation.
I'm not mad. You just said it directly to me because you got angry. Okay, so chill. I'm actually gonna be
because
like.
You don't shut the fuck up and listen to people.
Oh, you're so mad. Do you need a baby bottle? You need a baby bottle.
Okay. Say what you're gonna say.
You need a baby bottle. Okay, so yeah, so I do think that Biden has a racist history. I'm not disputing that, but like this is not what he supported. He actually wanted to like integrate communities so that like the integrated communities would lead to integrated school systems instead of just busing people from segregated communities to integrated school systems. So I think you could do both, which is what
Joe Biden said, and I quote. Joe Biden said, and I quote, "I don't want my children to grow up in a racial jungle."
Yeah, so like, yeah, he was specifically saying that in reference to, which again, I don't think is a good thing to say, by the way. It's just like he was saying that in reference to like he doesn't want segregated communities, right?
That's not what that means.
Into integrated school systems, and instead he wants the communities to be integrated.
Okay,
that's what he was arguing. If you actually look at the whole quote,
keep sucking on that blue Kool-Aid, brother.
I'm not. I literally said Biden has a racist history. What?
Okay.
Okay, so now again, Biden's not running. Also, you're voting for Trump, who has a racist history, over Kamala Harris, who does not. But not only is his history of racism there, but he also continues his racism today, saying that Kamala Harris turned black and denying the fact that she's black.
It's not the fact that she's turned black; it's that she is now pandering more to.
Pandering? She's acknowledged that she's black throughout her whole life. She went to a historically black college and university. Howard University wasn't a typically understood to be black sorority. Like, I don't understand how she's denied that, right? There are quotes of her back when she was elected for attorney general. Okay, well, you just got flagged for harassment and bullying because he got really mad. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, how old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so? Olivia, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. And Karma, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
I think voting for a hooker would be dumb.
Des, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Why do you think that she's a hooker? What does that even mean?
Dude, come on now. You know she was a hooker.
Abby, thank you for the $10. Kevin, thank you for the $1. Chriselle, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Chriselle in the comment section? Thank you so much. But no, you're just like engaging in misogyny right now. Not only is it
Hell,
bad, is it not
misogyny.
bad to do that, but like that's clearly not true.
It is true.
Do you have any evidence?
Yeah, there's pictures of her walking down the street in lingerie, waiting to get picked up.
So can you show me this picture?
On
I've
TikTok,
actually,
allowed to be taken down?
Lawson, I've seen pictures of you doing the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yes. I literally, so like I know that you're just projecting right now, but like
I'm not. There's
I've
literally
literally
pictures.
seen pictures of you doing this, like on Twitter.
It turned you on, didn't it?
No, I was just acknowledging reality.
Yeah,
Like
you
everyone
liked
saw
it.
it was trending on Twitter and everything.
I know, you blew it up for me.
Lawson was a hooker in the past. That's what it said.
Yeah, you blew the post up for me. Do you not remember that?
So again, what I'm demonstrating to you is you don't have evidence. Like you just left. Okay. So you just don't have evidence. So like that's clearly a ridiculous thing to say, right? Thank you for the Lucy. Thank you so much. The point goes right over his head, right over his head, so very big, but his brain so very small, very small, big gaps, very large. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, Leslie, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Leslie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Are you voting for Trump?
Well, not anymore. I'm a non-Trump Republican.
Based. Someone said you're so passionate today. Did you get paid more today? I got denied from going to the DNC, so they increased my pay because they denied me going to the DNC. You know, it's a whole part of a psyop campaign, so people don't think I'm paid by the DNC, right? Even though they told Harry and Chris to go, you know.
Yo,
What's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
And why is that?
Just videos he's made about the prices. It's cost the average family $24,000, and inflation's been pretty big on my family. And I'm just hoping maybe the prices can go down. And I also like the peace policies he had when he was in office, going over to Russia.
Malcolm, to be totally honest with you, prices for most things in the economy are not going to just go down. That's just not going to happen. That's not how our economy works. We're going to have to increase wages to compensate for the increase in prices. The inflation was global, though. So the inflation happened in Africa, in Asia, in South America, in Europe, everywhere around the world. Right? We were on the same trend as everyone else. It wasn't caused by the policy here in the United States.
Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure. Do you think Kamala will like, in terms of inflation, who do you think would be better, like Trump or Kamala?
So I do think that as it relates to inflation, Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump because Donald Trump wants to institute tariffs, which cause inflationary pressure.
Okay, gotcha. And then for like, let's say, for world peace, I mean, I really don't want to be drafted. As I said, I'm 18. Who do you think would be?
You're not going to get drafted either way, I promise you. As it relates to the draft that you just heard about recently, the draft is already mandated, right? You were mandated to apply. What they wanted to do is make the process automated. So it wasn't like a new process to like, you're mandated to like sign up. I already had to do that when I was in high school, like when I turned 18.
Okay. I got you. And how old are you now?
I'm 22 now.
Okay, I got you. And you're voting for Kamala, right?
Kamala Harris, yeah.
Oh, nice. All right, man. Well, it was nice talking to you.
Appreciate it.
That's
All
it.
right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. You tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Share that live as well, everyone. All right, let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Like, I can't lie. Like, the same thing with inflation.
Okay, so
Like,
inflation is
last guy
global. It
said,
didn't
yeah.
just happen in the United States. Why do you think specifically that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden caused inflation?
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, the gas is just crazy expensive.
Okay, I understand gas is expensive, but we actually produce more oil in the United States now than any point in American history, and we had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which serves as a substitute towards gasoline. So that increase in like the price is due to the global oil supply available to the United States going down. Right,
So,
because we're not
like-
getting stuff from Russia because the Russia-Ukraine situation, which would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden office. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. And Trump brokered a deal with OPEC for them to cut their oil production, which was extended.
Okay. I get you. But, like, what's, like, Kamala's, like, I guess, like, plan to, like, combat inflation and everything?
Yeah, so like there's no way that we can cause deflation, like prices are just going to go down with the overall economy without causing a massive recession. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to try to increase wages and increase affordability. So they want to give $25,000 subsidies for first home buyers to be able to get access to new homes. So that's going to spur the building of new homes. Christopher, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, which will help with housing shortages. She's also going to cap pharmaceutical drugs across the board, like she did specifically with the Inflation Reduction Act, in terms of like insulin and plenty of other pharmaceutical drugs that they capped, where people were paying thousands of dollars a month for these. Now they're paying like $35 a month. And then she also wants to, target people for price gouging as it relates to grocery stores, things like that. Yeah, would you vote for someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Say that again?
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't think I would.
No, Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Look up Trump liable essay. All right, I appreciate you coming up, James. Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Y'all do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Keep sharing the live. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Christopher, again, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Christopher. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is this me?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely. Why
so?
wouldn't you? Well, I don't like giving away money to people that haven't earned it. That's number one. I mean, this can be a long conversation if you really want it to be.
Okay, do you think the country should help disabled people?
Yeah, there is a limited degree for people who legitimately cannot support themselves. Absolutely.
Okay, so do you support universal health care for people who specifically have access to cancer?
I'm sorry, to have access
or not have access to cancer, for them to get access to cancer treatment? Sorry.
I mean, they should have access to it, but I shouldn't have to pay for it.
Oh, okay. So what you're not understanding there is that people don't have access to a lot of these things because it would put them into hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt.
Absolutely, because they don't have jobs.
Oh, okay. So people just need jobs to pay for the hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt that they get from their cancer treatment that they didn't ask for?
Yeah. You need to be able
so
to
need
pay.
to pull themselves up from their bootstraps and pay for the hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical treatment?
Well,
that's
if
insane.
you want to go back to
Obviously
Obamacare and why Obamacare
there
has
still
caused,
is the ACA in place. You know that, right? Not only is the ACA still in place, but it is the case that Trump wants to repeal it and has no plan to replace it. If you just want to take people off of their health care, are you saying we should take people off of Medicaid?
They never should have been forced onto it by Obama in the first place.
So actually, they're not forced onto it right now because the Supreme Court went against that determination, which actually that particular part of the ACA was put in by Republicans.
Well, it was also Trump that got rid of the fee. So the whole idea of the Obamacare anymore.
It was not Trump. It was not Trump at all. It was the
Yep, it
it was the
wasn't.
Supreme Court.
His tax plan.
No, his
Well, I
tax
mean,
plan. His tax
I
plan.
think it happened before you were 18, so you might want to go back and look at that again.
That has nothing to do with
But I
anything.
mean,
Back then I was a Trump supporter, right, Mark?
I'm sure.
I was.
So, how about the
it's
wall
funny
now?
that you say that.
Can we go over to the wall? It's like, hey, we can't let these people come in. Or how about voter registration?
How much new of the wall has Trump built?
Of the wall that's out there, he built 100% of the wall.
No,
that
he
is out
didn't.
there.
That's a lie.
No?
So he built new wall 3.7%.
Over who? Who built it first?
So again, no, he built 3.7% in refurbished around 400 miles, which is around
Who built the 400 miles? When were the 400 miles built?
So that was fenced that they refurbished and wall that they refurbished. So that was not built by him. New wall that was built was like 3.7%. So he
Really?
got a little bit more than pi.
That's not bad.
That is terrible. Dude,
Well, I
you
mean-
gave him another 4 years, he's not even to get 10%.
I don't know about that. I do know that it's a great.
He added more into the debt by trillions of dollars than he
Well, he
added
did do that
percentage
because
points
of
of the
COVID.
wall.
He did do that because of COVID. The wall
More
had
money in
nothing to
terms
do with
no,
COVID.
even non-COVID related spending, more non-COVID related debt spending by trillions of dollars than percentage points of the wall.
I don't.
Literally,
I'd like you
4.8
to
trillion
show that fact.
non-COVID related debt spending, and
I
he
would
only
like you
added
to-
3.7% to the wall.
I would like to see. You make other people fact check.
Yeah,
I'd like to
look
see
up
this
up
fact.
Trump and Biden, the national debt. It's specifically from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
You know what you really need to do is you need to have like a screen behind you and somebody typing in this stuff. Because then you could flash it up and be like, "Hey, look at this! I'm not lying."
Or you can literally just look up Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, Trump and Biden, the national debt, and you'll literally see it.
Well, I know that if
He wants
did
me to
it-
have some production set up where I have a monitor behind me that shows him all of the research right in front of him, zooms up everything.
Well,
I have
wouldn't
to
that
have
be
some
great?
crazy. I'm on an iPad, right?
Yeah, what I know is that whenever
Dude,
what I
I'm
know is
literally
that
just in my room.
whenever Trump says or whenever a Trump supporter says something, he'll be like, "Show me the facts." But you say something and don't have to show anything.
I
So-
just gave you a title and how to find
You
it.
gave me a title.
Wait, Mark.
Great.
I don't ask people to
Stop.
show me. I ask people to tell me a title.
Well, let's go back to a different part of the conversation where we're back on with the wall. And how about voting, requiring IDs? You don't need an ID to vote. Anybody can just go up. The ballot harvesting that is
How do you
going on
get
by
a ballot, Mark?
Democrats.
Mark,
How do you get a ballot?
How do you get a ballot?
I know in 2020 it was sent to every single person in the country.
No.
No?
No.
Why did
no.
I get 3
Not
sent to my
not
address?
everyone in the country got a ballot. No.
Why did I get 3 sent to my address?
Really? Because I know multiple people that didn't get a ballot. Okay. You
Well,
understand that? You
maybe not-
understand
okay,
that
I'm
before
sorry,
you have to
not
get
everyone.
registered, before you have to go through the process, right? You don't just immediately get a ballot. You
So
literally just
why are you
lied.
not
Like,
registering? Why are you not registering?
I
Why are
was
you
registered.
getting-
I voted. In
Not
2020.
you. I'm sorry. Not you.
And I'm going to get lots of other people to register. Look up vote.org.
In
Check you're
general.
registered. Let's go, everyone. Vote. Kamala Harris. We're going to make sure.
Okay.
I'm going to have multiple lives before the election to get people out to vote. Where we're going to
So-
get thousands of people to vote in respective states.
Or harvest ballots is just fine.
You think we're
Now,
harvesting
here's
the
thing
only person
here's
that
thing
wait
I wanna
the
ask you.
largest election fraud that was committed in 2020 or attempted election fraud was from Donald Trump. He's trying to send fake electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, and trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. That was the largest attempted election interference in the election. I hope you know that.
It's what came first, the chicken or the egg?
He lied. He literally had. We have recordings of him.
Didn't lie.
Yes,
There
he
are
did.
recordings of people dropping stacks of ballots into those mailboxes. They walked up with
What did all the court?
handfuls.
Mark.
Handfuls of them.
Mark, what did all the court cases say?
Oh, yeah, the court cases. All of them were in the minority-run districts. I'm
Really,
in Michigan.
17
I know
of
I
which,
can really only talk for
17 of the
Michigan.
court cases had Trump-appointed judges. None of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the
17 out
election.
out of how many?
Out of over 60.
So less than a third. Okay.
Wait, but I'm not. Wait, that's Trump-appointed judges. So
Yeah.
that's not to mention all the Republican-appointed judges. I'm just mentioning the Trump-appointed judges.
17
But
of
he lost
60
all
said.
60.
So the other 47 or 43 agreed with him?
I never said that every single
No.
one agreed with him. What I'm saying is that I'm only accounting the Trump-appointed judges as it relates to the 17.
Okay. Well, I do have to ask this, get to this point here. How do you feel about the Democratic National Convention, which is going on probably in about 3 hours here, whatever it is, right? And we have walls being put around the building. We have
Walls?
driver's
Walls
license required.
Wow, so the future vice
Fencing.
president was all over the building?
Fencing is being
Oh,
put
okay.
up around the area. 2, you need, guess what? A driver's license to get in. You don't even need a driver's license to vote, but you can't walk into the Democratic.
Sir, how do you register without a... Can you tell me how you register without a driver's license?
Well, I don't know. Where'd all the ballots come from?
Tell me, how do you do that?
You don't need to show your license. Oh, hold on. Let me finish. You're very good at pulling it off.
Really,
Also,
really?
they
Do
have
you remember
brought
registering,
in-
Mark? Mark,
they
how
have
long
brought in-
has it been since you registered?
Shit. I don't even remember. It might have been 16 or 18 when I went off to college. Because I don't
Yeah,
think I had
so-
I just had to change my address when I moved cities. I didn't have when you do the
Yeah,
address.
I had to show my
12, 18.
license. I had to show my license.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. It's not like
And I live in
it's anymore,
California,
right?
too.
Okay, so you have fences built around the Democratic Convention, right? There's one.
Think
You
we can-
have to show an ID to get in, but you don't need one to vote. You don't have to prove who you are. I'm this guy on that list. You don't need anything anymore. Oh, look, there he is. He hasn't voted yet. And then 3, they brought in thousands of police officers to go around the convention as well. What happened to defund the police? We don't need them.
You guys are so funny.
We don't
So,
need. What do we
actually,
need police for?
when people say defund the police, that doesn't mean they want no police. That means they want to look at what we're doing in terms of spending money for the police, seeing where we can reallocate that money to best suit reducing the likelihood of crime. Of course, they're still going to be okay with police officers. Of course, they're still going to be okay with fencing around particular types of events. That doesn't mean that we need to put a wall at the border, because that does not actually help the issue. Appreciate the relaxed. thank you so much.
Absolutely, 100%.
No, it doesn't.
A
No, it doesn't.
completed wall would. You know, the Democrats wanted the wall in the late 80s, early 90s.
I don't care what you got a civic and election integrity thing, but I don't care what Democrats wanted back then. I don't give a shit. Did you know Republicans in the past were liberal at their time? So be liberal. Like, geez. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Are you driving?
I am driving.
You gotta come on when you're not driving, y'all. Come on when you're not driving. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 750,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What up, brother? I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Just because I think I'm a business owner, so just retrospectively, while he was in office, I was well off a lot better. Actually,
Melissa, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Melissa. So,
Oh.
business owner under his office. So, what did you benefit from in terms of being a business owner?
So when I would pay my employees, so basically, right now, like let's say I'm paying an employee $15.50, I end up paying
You have
about
17 in your bio.
$17.50.
Bro, what do you fucking mean? You're 17, bro. What do you mean, bro? Jesus Christ, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because he had the economy going good. And then also, too, with a couple questions with you. You sit here and say, are you going to sit here and vote for somebody who is a convicted felon or who was slated with the women. You know damn well that's a hearse of a court case. The law states, like, when you convict some or when you're trying somebody and he has all those counts, you go one by one and you do that.
Wait, who is the victim in the sexual abuse case?
You know who. Stop playing your games.
Can you tell me who the name was?
Just, when you sit here and you do your
What's the
ballots
name
and
of the
stuff,
victim in the sexual abuse case?
I'm not going there. Well, you know that. You should know that. You're the one who's sitting here.
I do know that. I'm just asking if you
Now,
know.
then, you know what? Is it okay for you to have? Is it okay for you to have somebody being elected who sat there and did blowjobs to get fucking put into office? Yeah.
You actually are so
Kamala
funny.
is
Do you have
nothing
any
but a
evidence of
whore.
that? George, you did
Yes,
blowjobs to get
yes,
on this car.
yes,
Wait,
yes.
hold up, George. Did you do blowjobs in order to get into your job?
Yeah.
You must
one
have.
job
You
I
must
did.
have done that. You did blowjobs to get into your job. In order for you to get up to the position you are, you had to do blowjobs. Who'd you blow, Mark?
she was
Who'd you
29
blow, George?
dating-
George,
she was
who did you
29
blow?
dating- she
Blow.
was
Who did you
29
blow,
dating a
George?
60-something-year-old guy.
Trump must have too. For Trump to run for president, who did he have to blow? Tell me.
And then what about?
Tell me, who
Clinton
did
sitting
Trump
there
blow
in
to
the
be
Oval
president?
Office? Clinton
Tell me,
sitting there in
George,
the
who did
Oval
Trump
Office
blow to be
using
president?
governmental money to pay to.
Hey,
pay
George,
Lewinsky
answer the
off.
question. Who did Trump blow to get to presidency?
And you know what? I give credit to
Appreciate
Trump.
couch data.
because
Thank you so much.
He was a private.
I give credit to Trump. It was very good for him. He did a great job. Very great. He was doing it
Citizen. He wasn't.
bigly.
He
He was winning bigly.
He wasn't using governmental money like Clinton did.
He spent $140 million of taxpayer money on golf trips. Jesus Christ, $35 million a year.
Show the proof.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
look
just
up,
like he
look up.
went to golf trips. Yeah, like
Yeah.
they said he went to golf when they just had the assassination, and oh yeah, he went to golf, but he didn't. They use old footage.
I'm just referencing the fact that he bigly spent taxpayer money on golf trips. Very bigly. The biggest you've ever,
He did not.
more golf trips than you've ever seen. You've never seen golf trips like this. I promise you, more than the PGA Tour, more than that. And Obama spends so much that he spent less than Trump in 8 years.
What
He
about
spent so much.
Bush was always on the golf course, and when the
He got removed for community guidelines. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. That guy's winning bigly. Tremendous, very tremendous. We're doing very tremendous in the polls right now. We're losing by 5 to 7%. Tremendous, very tremendous. Very good. Yo, Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. You
This is
voting
my
Trump?
first question. I am voting for Trump. I just want to know, like, what state are you in?
California.
Okay, so you already know the poverty that's going on in California, right? Or do you not know? Or do you just you live in the high class where you have like come from money, your family comes from money, you're wealthy and stuff.
I know about poverty.
Oh, you do? So you
There's
don't
poverty in every place in the United States.
Okay, but I'm saying, are you coming from poverty? Have you ever?
No, I
experienced
didn't
poverty?
come from poverty.
Have you ever was on the verge of being homeless or anything
No.
such as that?
No.
Okay, well, you don't know about poverty, and I'm just saying this because
And that's why I think no one should have to know. No
one
person
should
in this
have to
country.
know about poverty, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
this is
No
what I'm
person, no
saying.
child in this country should have to go living in
Yeah.
poverty. That's what Kamala Harris argues. Now,
No,
where's Donald
she's-
Trump advocating for the social services
really not
necessary
arguing
to
about
ensure
that because-
that people are not in poverty?
Do you know what's going on in the state of Colorado?
What?
She didn't let in 40K immigrants in Colorado that's already causing criminal gangs and all of this stuff that's going on. And I just feel like it's unsafe for a kid, you know what I'm saying, to live there while all of this is going on. They're literally putting people at
So did you know that
gunpoint.
undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants commit violent crimes at a lower rate than natural-born U.S. citizens? Did you
Okay,
know that?
but I'm talking about the case that's going on right now in Colorado. I'm not talking about what you're talking about. I'm talking about
Yeah, I don't see how that's the federal government, though.
Because she
And
just
I know
let in
plenty of
immigrants. What are
people
you
in
talking
Colorado.
about?
Wait, I know multiple people in Colorado that are not saying that this problem exists. One of my
Like
good
I
friends,
said-
one of my
like
best
I
friends,
said, you're
Dean, lives in
Caucasian.
Colorado.
You're Caucasian. You never experienced poverty, so you wouldn't have known. You know what I'm saying? You never experienced homelessness.
That's
so you
not
wouldn't
because-
know. Kamala Harris has never experienced poverty either. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, wait, no one should. Okay, again,
Her
Lynn.
families came from very wealthy,
Lynn, has
wealthy
Donald
people.
Trump experienced poverty?
He's been around people that have experienced poverty. Has she?
Yes.
No,
Okay.
she
so
hasn't.
to
No,
say,
she
wait.
hasn't.
To say that Donald Trump has been around people who've experienced poverty, but she hasn't, I think is actually fucking insane. To be totally
Well,
honest.
what I'm saying is, has she ever supported a black college and gave money to black colleges for people that can pay?
Yes.
tuition?
They gave
She
16.
hasn't. Where is it?
Listen,
'Cause-
Lynn, listen. The Biden Harris administration gave $16 billion to historically black colleges and universities. She went to Howard University, a historically black college and university herself. You understand? Donald Trump sent $255 million a year. They sent literally 16 times more than Donald Trump.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, she's not supporting anybody that's in poverty if she's talking about.
That's a lie. She wants to increase the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's
And
life,
I don't
and to
care if y'all in the
$3,600 for each year
comments
after
talk about
that.
she went to a black college. Her family
Lynn, can you
literally
please listen to me?
enslaved black people. What
Lynn,
y'all
can you
talking
please
about?
can you please listen to me
Yeah,
for a
yeah,
second,
I'm listening
please?
to you, but I'm talking to the people in the comments.
I will
too,
mute you
as
if you
I
don't
can.
listen, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so sorry, you literally like made me forget. What was I
I'm
just
sorry.
saying?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What was I just saying?
You can't remember what you were just saying?
No,
I mean,
because
I
you
couldn't
just
hear
you
you
just
'cause
you
I
just
was
like
talking. I was commenting on somebody that was replying
you're just
to me.
yapping. Yeah, you're just yapping
I was
about people.
yapping?
Yeah, please be quiet. Can I remember now? Can I tell you? Hey, Lynn, can I please tell you now because I remember?
Go ahead.
Okay?
Go ahead.
So the $6,000 child tax credit, specifically for the first year of a child's life, and $3,600 for each year after that. When implemented in 2021, the child tax credit of $3,600 per year specifically decreased child poverty by 50%. So they are actively advocating for policies that would decrease child poverty. Now, what is Donald Trump's plan to increase access to childcare, to increase quality of life for children, and to decrease poverty?
You just asked me what to increase poverty, but poverty is going on right now. I've been trying to tell you this whole time when I just told you what is going on in these three major cities, New York and Colorado and in Las Vegas.
What's going on in Colorado? That's what I came up here to ask you.
Listening. You're not listening to obviously what I'm saying when I just told y'all that she's bringing in 40K immigrants and they're causing gang-related violence that's going on.
Wait, so Lynn,
What you talking about?
Dean lives in Colorado.
Yeah, I've lived
You're
across
embarrassing
Colorado.
because you're gonna be
I've
living
not
in
just lived
poverty.
in Colorado. I've been like moving around Colorado for the last 2 years. So you're saying that there's like like a spur and undocumented immigrants
It's not
incoming to Colorado. Where
undocumented.
at?
You can literally go and look this article up. It's literally on Fox 21, literally on the Colorado.
Wait, where are they at?
What do you mean where are they at? They're in Denver. What are you
Denver?
talking about?
Where in Denver? Aurora, right?
Aurora. There you go. Since you already know, it sounds like you already know since you said
so you're saying
Aurora.
like all the undocumented migrants are going to Aurora? That's false.
That's not false. You can look it up.
I've been going to Aurora once a month. Like for,
look up the article. This article going on right now.
He literally goes there.
Dude, I live like 30 minutes away from Aurora. Like,
And
and
do you
I've been
not see
going there
what's
since I
on
was
in the
like
news?
12
Do you
years
not
old.
watch the news?
I don't know. What do you mean, watch the news?
What do you mean? You're not watching the Colorado news or what? 'Cause
Fox
obviously you're not
told her.
seeing what's going on.
Wait,
The mayor of Colorado is
wait,
talking about he
Lynn,
wants to
Trump said Fox is not
transport them
credible.
back because they're causing all this stuff that's going on, like the criminal rate is going up.
No, wait, undocumented migrants commit crimes at a lower rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. You're literally lying.
And violent
Sarah,
crime
thank you
rates
for the $5. Rael, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rael. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rael. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $30. And Debbie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Trump should have used some money on better dentures. Yo. And then just a Wisconsin voter, Rael said, just a Wisconsin voter, and voter, proud of you and can't wait to vote for Harris Walls this November. Let's go with my entire family. Let's go. That's based. That's so based. Now, Lynn, you can unmute your microphone. But Fox 21 was very funny. She did say Fox, chat.
It was
violent crime rates have been declining in Aurora.
For you.
Violent crime rates have been declining in Aurora for the last 4 years.
Would you like me to pull up the article? Yes or no?
Yes. What's the
Okay.
title? I won't be able to hear you when you swipe out of the app. Just letting you know. You have to see me in order for me to be able to hear you.
All right. Well, it sounds like she got off the Colorado thing. I'll go ahead and drop it. Let me know if you want to coast at any point.
I
today.
did not get off the call. You're trying to hurry up and get me off before I pull up the article. Stop it. So let me pull up the article and give me about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I couldn't hear what you said over here. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it. Let me know if you want to coast at any point.
Yeah, let me know.
All right. Bet. See ya.
All right, I'll see you, bro. All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right, do give it a second, though, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up, y'all. There's like barely any MAGAs. I'll try to add someone from the guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you, Matt? Oh, they left. Lynn, did you find it? You came back. She came back, but can't hear her.
Can y'all hear me now or what?
I hear you now, yeah.
Okay, I said I found it.
Okay. Oh, and Teddy, are you MAGA? Teddy? Hello? Teddy? Yeah, but we're gonna get it going. Everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live. What was the reason? Sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. What? 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 You know what I mean? It's just like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I don't know what I did. I really wonder what I was doing. They make it seem like I'm doing some crazy shit. I'm just debating people, bro. Yeah, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Jeez, bro. Jeez. Gosh, dude. Can we watch the DNC together? No, I'm gonna be with my girlfriend tonight. But I do hope the DNC goes well. I might tweet during it. So if you want to check it out, go to my Twitter. You can go to the bottom of my link tree and you can see it in my see my Twitter there. It's Parker Get a Job if you want to look it up. Well, I'll probably be tweeting there. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Aren't you at the DNC? I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I never got invited to the DNC, so I'm so DNC paid. I'm paid by the Illuminati, the DNC. You know, they're the ones that fund me, but I didn't even get invited. Honestly, I'm kind of hurt. They didn't invite me to the DNC. Dude, it's crazy. Paid by the DNC, but they can't even invite me. Like, what is this shit, dude? What happened? I got banned for gender exploitation or what the sexual violence and gender. What? I don't even know what the fuck. Let me check. Also, everyone who's been asking me to set up a PayPal, I will be doing that. I need to incorporate. I'm so lazy, chat. I'm so lazy. Let me check. Let's see. Whoa, it's so far. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's banned until the 26th, everyone. Like, what the hell? All right, we're gonna get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting. Yeah, sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. Like, what? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Because you're a bitch. Because you're a bitch, nigga. Because you and Dean suck dick, you dumbass bitch. Because I'm voting for motherfucking George Johnson, the consolation, the economy said blacks aren't allowed, whites aren't allowed. I'm cooking over 5,000 pigs in cages so small they can't even breathe. There was a flying saucer that hit the satellite in New Mexico. You look just like it. Look at that wrinkly neck on Kamala. You're a fucking bitch. Yeah, I'm a clown murder mommy. You ain't no murderer, bitch. I'll fucking slaughter you. I'll decapitate your head, bitch. Off with your head. I'll stone you, bitch. Fuck you, you dumb.
What? Dude. Yeah, Chase, thank you for the $5 for the DNC adjacent payment. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. She was nice. You know, I've never felt more loved by a person in my life. A great patriot. You know, what's up, how old are you?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah. Let me just take my AirPods out real quick. It's being a little bit weird.
For sure. Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
Mainly because the Biden administration didn't really handle the border crisis well over the last 3 years.
So why did Trump try to restrict the border bill?
Well, do you know which part of Congress the bill got denied in?
So yeah, that was in the. I think it was in the House when it got denied. I have to check that.
It got denied in the Senate.
Yeah, I that's what I thought I was mixing it before, but yeah, the border bill was denied in the Senate.
So, do you know who is majority in the Senate, Democrat or Republican?
The point of the reason why it failed, and he actually takes credit for it. Yeah, it did pass in the House. He takes credit for it, and it is the case that he said that if the border bill fails, blame it on me. He got people who are Republicans to not vote for it.
Oh yeah, I know.
And also, you want to know who wrote the bill? A Republican.
Yeah, but if Democrat is majority seats in the Senate, then all they would need to do is vote. All of them need to vote for it, and then it would pass. Correct?
So again, the you have to get over 60, by the way, and specifically the Trump wanted them to not vote for Republicans who specifically relied on him to be able to get this passed.
Yeah.
So that they don't have enough of a majority, given that Trump got people not to vote for it, in order for it to get passed. So Trump even brags about this and says, "Blame it on me."
Yeah, I do believe that he played a part in other Republicans not voting for it, but I don't think he played a part in the Democrats not voting for it, because there were Democrat senators who didn't vote for it as well for specific reasons.
Okay, so, but like again, the reason why it didn't pass was mostly due to Trump's influence. Even people like Lindsey Graham have said this, Mitch McConnell have said this, like plenty of the individuals on the right have said this.
But why do you think the Democrats senators didn't vote for it?
I don't know why those individual Democrats didn't. That wasn't at like the support of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. They were trying to get it passed.
Well, I could give you some quotes of the Democratic senators for the reasons that they did vote against it.
Okay.
One was by Senator Padilla, who said it failed to address the root causes of migration or to establish more lawful pathways.
Okay.
And then another one, Senator Sinema said that it was to point the finger back at the other party, yet another cynical political game, which is also the reason why I think
kind of dumb.
Well, it was a Democratic senator who said that.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
So, and I think that is the main reason that Trump and the other, not saying Trump's a senator, the Republican senators voted against it as well, because it seems like with 6 million border crossings throughout 2021 through 23, since not acting through that time, and they're acting 3.5 years later.
Is this like a response to what I'm saying?
Sorry, what was your point?
Yeah, like I'm asking specifically, like, do you understand that he is the one that influenced people to not vote for this, and that's the reason why it didn't pass?
Yeah, because it was a political.
Not because of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, or Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Well, he didn't. He influenced it because it was a political ploy. Even a Democratic senator agreed with that.
So you're just saying that like it was a political ploy, that they didn't actually care about the border. So if it was just a political ploy, why vote against it? Because like clearly there were things, because it was written by a Republican, that clearly addressed the border. Even the Border Patrol supported it.
The thing is, it didn't start off as strictly a border bill. Like, it included other things besides the border.
So then why didn't Trump oppose those when they were put up and passed?
Well, he did. He
didn't
influenced. No, I mean,
he didn't influence Congress to not support that.
What do you mean? I thought you just said he influenced the.
He did
Republican
influence
senators.
Congress to not vote for the Ukraine, Taiwan, and what's it called, spending, Israel spending. He supported the Israel spending.
I mean, if that's true, then I'm not really sure. I'm not educated on that part, but if he was to try and influence the Senate on every single topic he disagreed on, that would be pretty insane. But going back to the original point, I do think it was a political ploy, and that is the reason why I think he was against it. And it did. And going off your point, sorry to not answer your point, it did include aid to Palestine, like $10 billion to Palestine, and then $60 billion to Ukraine. So I think he also was a reason, just not only ploy-wise, for the reason he influenced the senators to vote against it, but I believe he could get a better bill across that doesn't include those things he disagrees with. So it was two things, because he thinks it's a political ploy and because he could propose a bill not including the 10 billion aid to Palestine and 60 billion to Ukraine.
So he doesn't want paid aid, like humanitarian aid, to go to people who need it, and he doesn't want the Ukraine. So again, that doesn't mean that he shouldn't vote for the bill, because again, wasn't there another solo border bill?
Yeah, that's what G is leaving out. He's conflating both attempts. So they had a omnibus package which had the funding plus the border bill that failed 50 to 43, and then they had a solo that failed 49 to 50, and it's on that second one where Sinema, who's not a Democrat, by the way, she left the party like 3 years ago.
She's independent now.
Yeah, she's independent, but she was progressive, and then like over the last 10 years has like gone more to the right, like since she's been in office. So she effectively just was an independent for a while now. She's more in like the Manchin type camp, but
sorry to cut you off. Where'd you see Sinema was no longer Republican? Because I have sources.
No.
I mean,
Sinema's
sorry,
no
no
longer
longer
a
Democrat.
No, dude, she left the party like 2 or 3 years ago.
I have sources that conflict with that statement.
Colleen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. What source?
Anyway, sorry to cut you off. You could continue.
What source?
MissouriIndependent.com.
Wait, what? What source?
MissouriIndependent.com.
No, just type in Kirsten Sinema leaves Democratic Party, and you'll get the exact headline. She left, and in fact, she was running in Arizona before she dropped out as an independent, which is one of the reasons why the Democratic Party was heavily trying to primary her, because of the fact that they were afraid that they would lose Arizona, because Ruben Gallo was.
Yep, I have from Reuters right here. Kristen Sinema leaves Democratic Party, adding to Senate drama to tight Senate margin.
Yeah, so there you go.
So she's Republican now?
No, she's independent.
Independent, when you said that. It's
Okay,
also from
sorry.
NPR. Arizona Senator Kristen Sinema leaves the Democratic Party. 2022.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just curious.
Yeah, so, but I'm just saying the reason why she voted against it was because she said it was a political ploy. Now, she said that about the second attempt. And the reason why she said that, and the reason why James Langford even voted against it, was because of the fact that they knew that it would fail. Right? Everybody knew that it would fail. Like no one believed in the world that this bill would pass, which is why she voted against it, which is why Langford voted against it, because he knew that it was just a ploy, quote unquote, to get Republicans on the record to be against the bill. That was the whole point of the bill. And that's politics, right? I mean, They do that all the time. They know the bill's going to fail, but they want to get the Republicans on the record. They do that, for example, with contraception and abortion. Hey, thank you for the sub. I don't know who said that, but thank you very much. That's that they do it all the time to get people on the record, so that then they can run in campaigns saying, "Look, he voted against the bill for Roe v. Wade or something." Right? I mean, that's very common. But the Republicans by majority, voted against the very first bill. All the Democrats, as far as I can remember, I think maybe Manchin, but I think all the Democrats voted for the bill that was with the omnibus package.
So, okay, that's good points. Do you believe that the bipartisan bill, was a ploy? Just curious.
The second one, I wouldn't use the word ploy. I would say tactic. It was a Democratic tactic to get Republicans on the record so that they could use it in their campaign, because that's politics. I mean, the Republicans do it all the time too. This is not anything new.
So why do you believe it took so long to address?
Well, for one, Congress is the one who ultimately makes the policy. They've had 4 years to enter the bill, so your real criticism is on Congress, not on the president. But the president has always had struggles with authority, both in the Constitution and via statute, about what their authority is to enforce the various things that are needed, right? Which is why Joe Biden has always said, "I don't have the constitutional authority to do what you want me to do. Give me a bill so that I can have the authority, so that I can go forward and do what you want me to do." That's one of the reasons why, for example, Donald Trump's policies, as bad as they were so often targeted in court, because one of their main arguments was he doesn't have the statutory authority to do this.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, going off. I know there's a little side note. I am voting for Trump. That does not mean I think he's morally a good guy. I
Would
don't
you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually
Oh
assaulting
yeah,
a woman?
I know he's a piece of shit. And like I am a pro-choice, so I'm not
Would you
saying
vote
that
for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Wait, I wanna answer his point first because I don't want to ignore him. But you're saying Biden, I know he can't do everything by himself because Congress does pass the bills. But do you know, the two, what makes up Congress? Two things, right? Senate and the House of Representatives.
Yep.
So who is the president of the Senate? Who runs the Senate?
Well, okay, the vice president is the president of the Senate.
Kamala Harris, correct. So she does.
President of the Senate. Okay.
Problem is, though, I think you're getting this a little mixed up. President of the Senate is a ceremonial role, not a legislative role. She cannot introduce bills.
Correct, but she has the highest power.
She has tie-breaking vote.
In tie-break, yeah, correct. Sorry, Parker.
Yeah, and she did the most tie-breaking votes out of any vice
that's a
president
constitutional role, but she cannot introduce bills. So other than breaking tiebreakers, her role is purely ceremonial.
But you can't say it's purely ceremonial because she does have a tiebreaker role. But I know what you mean.
Sure, but I think your point, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think your point was that she's president of the Senate, therefore she has some kind of influence over the Senate, or she should be able to mark up bills or be able to put bills through committee or something, and that's simply not true. As as Article 2 lays out, the vice president's role is largely ceremonial, outside of the fact that she will break any tie votes.
No, my point wasn't that she has influence. My point was that it's like a common misbelief that Congress is dominated by Republicans, and the Senate, obviously, is majority seating for Democrats. So I know a lot of people like to say Democrats struggle to get bills passed because it's a misbelief that Republicans make up majority seating, but that's not true. That was my point.
I don't think that's the argument. I think the argument is that Democrats can't pass anything because of the filibuster. That's the argument. I've heard no one, let alone Parker or I, say that Republicans control the Senate or the House. I mean, their House majority is only one, and their Senate majority, and they're in the minority in the Senate. And I fully admit that the Democrats have the power, but the filibuster greatly limits their ability to pass any meaningful legislation. Now, I'm not saying that we should get rid of the filibuster. I'm not saying that because I think it does act as kind of like a stopgap stopgap to like very radical things, because if you get rid of it, then they could pass like a national abortion ban without 60 votes or something, right? And so I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm just saying that a filibuster acts as a stopgap for most legislation, and it needs to be heavily reformed back to it was in the 1960s and 70s, where you actually had to stand up and give a speech, and you couldn't go to the bathroom, and you couldn't stop speaking or sit down, all that kind of stuff. Nowadays you could just say I want to hold the floor, and then it's dead. That's a gross mutation of the filibuster.
Yeah, it's a stupid concept. I don't agree with it either.
So I wouldn't argue anything about that. I would say that Democrats try to pass meaningful policy. It's just that the Senate is where it goes to die because of the filibuster, not because of the Republicans. Having a majority. I don't think people think that at all. People know who runs the Congress.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying. No, I agree with the filibuster thing. It's kind of stupid. But do you have like a comment on my original point on why it took so long to address the border crisis? If it went from, I think, around 1.8 or 1.6 million 2021, 2.2 million 2022, and then another high 1 millions in 2023.
Well, I would say that your critique and my critique is on Congress, not on the president. I think Biden did what he could have done. He got rid of the policies that he thought were bad, right? Yeah, he thought were a negative. But Congress has the ultimate authority to introduce legislation to fix the bill, and both Democrats and Republicans have dropped the ball. But they have not introduced legislation. The Republicans, when they put forward a bill, it's so far to the right that the Democrats can't vote for it. And when the Democrats vote for a bill, then the Republicans don't vote for it, and it goes back and forth. And then whoever is president is then hand-tied by laws that were written in the 1980s. So Joe Biden was kind of, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
So what makes you think anything would be different if it's not like there's a giant difference in Republicans and Democrats seating in Congress? So your point, basically, I don't want to assume, correct me if I'm wrong, is there's pretty much an ongoing stalemate to address the border. That's why no bills were brought up. Is that what you're saying? And why would that change if Kamala, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, Kamala was brought into office?
Why would it change under her? I mean,
we're not even necessarily saying it would change, right? We're just saying that he's being hypocritical.
That, and she will not reintroduce the bad negative policies that Donald Trump had. So all of the negative immigration policies that Trump introduced or kept, Joe Biden got rid of, and Kamala Harris would not reintroduce those policies. Hopefully, she would try to come to some sort of agreement in the Congress, and they would be able to pass some kind of border bill. But
how would she do so?
Through legislative negotiation, through committee work, through just trying to work with Congress. Trump is known, by the way, for not working with Congress. He did not work with Congress at all. So that's kind of known.
So if you're saying she in the future will, I'm not sure the exact wordage you used, but you were saying she could negotiate with Congress. Why couldn't she do that the last 3 years when the border
she hasn't
was horrible?
Done that.
She did actually. By the way, she did actually.
So if it didn't work then, why would it work now?
No, she did. It took them so long to get a border bill precisely because people disagree so much on this issue. It took them so long to get to this one bill that Senate. And by the way, the vice president is not the one really going out and doing this stuff anyway. So the vice president's role is very limited, and I think people forget that.
I thought you guys just said she was the one negotiating.
No. I said she helped influence the bill, right? She obviously helped influence the bill, but the one that you're talking about was just a product of the Senate. And so,
No, I'm not referring to a specific one. because you guys mentioned that she was going to negotiate, and she has been the last 3 years. I'm not sure if that was Parker or you that said that.
That was me. I said she was trying to get the Congress to do something, and the Congress just didn't do something.
So what makes you think she will be able to change that and accomplish that this time coming around?
She's a better negotiator than Donald Trump is.
No, that's fine if you think that. That's whatever. But I'm saying if she wasn't able to do it now, what makes you think she will be able to do it?
He's saying she will be able to do more than Trump.
Because, by the way, because we have Donald Trump's 4 years as an example. How did he negotiate with Congress? How did he work with Congress to get bills passed? He didn't. He hated doing it, right? You can go back to look at news stories that were being reported all the time. Whenever he was trying to work on policy, he never went to Congress. He never talked to Congress. He would send aides, and the aides would give conflicting information. It's one of the reasons why major policy proposals that he had failed so often, because he couldn't rile up the support. So he just didn't like doing it.
So why do you think she's better? Like, what makes her a better?
No. I'm saying that she has a greater potential because I think she is a better negotiator than Donald Trump is on this political matter.
This is not real.
No, I'm asking.
Oh my God.
That's not real.
The Trump Twitter tweeted a picture of Kamala.
Yeah, with
in front of a Soviet flag.
Yeah. AI picture, yeah. Bro is like fully leaning into like AI stuff, like it's scary. Like.
No, I'm asking. So you're saying she has the potential to be a better negotiator?
Yes. Okay. Yes. How about?
Wait. No. My question is, what evidence or is making you draw that conclusion?
Because she's part of the Biden administration, and the Biden administration has had more legislative successes through negotiation than Donald Trump did.
And no, I'm talking about Kamala.
She's part of the administration.
Yeah.
So what has she done, like in terms of negotiating?
Jesus Christ!
He was heavily influential on the infrastructure bill, the broadband access expansion. That was her idea. The
Anthony, thank you for the $15 from the DNC night one, and I didn't even get invited to the DNC. Thank you so much.
The $35 insulin cap, that was also her idea to make that national. So she has had many ideas that she has put through the administration, right? I mean, she has worked.
You're saying like she came up with those ideas and proposed those bills?
Yes, she came up with those ideas. She's the one who said, hey, we should propose this as a national policy. We should propose these things for these other things. And Biden's like, yeah, that's a good idea. And then he worked with the secretaries and worked with his aides to get through Congress to get a pass, blah, blah, blah. And
okay, so if she had the capability of proposing those ideas, then why was she incapable in 2022 or 2023 of proposing a border bill?
Okay.
Because before you just
Biden and them had border policies, right? That they wanted the Congress to pass. The Congress did not want to pass anything. They waited.
Okay.
The Congress waited 2 or 3 years before they introduced the bill. Okay, and then they voted against it. Joe Biden's like, hey, I'll do what I can, but if you give me a bill, then I will, do what I can, right? But they didn't do it, so Joe Biden has to rely on what
You're
law
not answering my question.
Well, okay, because one, she's not the universal god of the Congress. She doesn't solve every major conflict, right? We have people whose job it is to work on the border, and that's not her primary subject line. Her subject line when it comes to the border was to go to go to 3 Central American countries, try to get people to invest in those, and she succeeded on that.
You're kind of distracting away from my point. My question was, if she proposed those 3, if she brought to light and proposed the idea of passing those bills before that you mentioned, why didn't she bring to light propose the idea of passing that bill over the last 3 years.
Okay. I didn't say that she proposed the bills. I said she
did.
proposed policy ideas that were later incorporated into the bills. Those bills would have been passed regardless of Harris. She said, hey, wouldn't it be a good idea if we added these things to the bills? And they agreed. So she made the bills better.
So she didn't propose the bill like you said earlier.
No, I never said she proposed the bill. I said she proposed the policy.
Okay, same thing.
No, it's not. A policy is incorporated within the bill. For example, the $35 insulin cap is a policy within a bill.
Before, you never mentioned the term policy. You used the word bill, number one. You said she brought to light the idea of the bill. And
Okay.
negotiated it with
Then I
Congress.
will apologize for my language, and I'll say that what she meant, or what I meant to say, was policy, not bill. Bill is the overall thing. Policy are the things within the bills.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, Parker, there you go.
All right. Gee, appreciate you coming on.
Cool. Thanks for having me up.
All right. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Alrighty. Where is Dean? I think Dean got off for tonight. I got banned, which is very unfortunate. I hate TikTok sometimes. I love being forced to like a third account and then getting banned from that third account and being forced to my second account. That's fun. That is love that.
Yeah,
Love that.
fun times.
For what? We got banned for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence for a week.
Yeah, when I think Parker.
Yep. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, probably more in like a defensive. Yeah, in like a defensive vote, though I don't particularly love him.
Okay. So, like, why specifically?
Against price controls, generally just her economic policy as well.
You're okay. So, are you against Trump trying to do a $35 cap on insulin?
Yeah, I would be against that as well.
You'd be against that. So, so you don't see it to be beneficial to cap the costs of insulin when when the demand of that particular type of pharmaceutical drug is inelastic?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So you understand that
This
leads
is-
to
this is-
high prices, right? Because of the
No,
inelastic.
not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
It has in the United States.
Well, yeah, but why is that? You're just assuming it's because there's no price cap, right? Not because of overregulation
I'm saying it's because of the inelastic demand. Mainly.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true, right? We've seen other inelastic goods with low prices competed down to assume that it's because it's an inelastic good is just not true.
Yeah, so like there's a lack of competition and inelastic that leads to prices being high. Doesn't that?
Correct. So why is there a lack of competition?
So there's a lack of competition because of how large pharmaceutical companies are. Right?
And why are they so large? Surely not because they lobby
Because of the
the
market.
government, right?
Because
Right,
of the
not
market.
because they lobby
Obviously,
the
there could be
government and make it
influences from
impossible.
government,
Not because of the
but
FDA,
it's mainly
right?
because of the
It can't-
market.
No. Well, it's not because of the FDA, is it?
Well, what would you say the FDA's influence is?
The fact, well, for you look at the lobbying numbers, man. I mean, it's
Tell me,
billions of dollars
lobbying doesn't
lobbied by
tell you
big
that there's.
pharma.
Tell me what's the influence specifically. Tell me what specifically influenced the market.
Have you looked at trial drugs, dude? Look at any pharmaceutical company. Look at how they function. You have to go through all these different things instead of letting the market mechanisms do their job. It's based on what the government allows
Name
or
one thing
disallows,
that you're
right? So
referencing that you would like to cut back on.
any trial drug on the planet, and literally pick anyone, pick any single one.
You're saying you just need to allow all trial drugs and that fixes the problem?
No, no. Well, that doesn't fix the problem, but essentially
you
you need to
wanna allow
deregulate.
all trial
you need to
drugs.
no. This is just not at all what I said, right? What I said is you need to
asking-
deregulate the economy. So
So what do you want to deregulate?
The entire market for pharmaceuticals, right?
Oh, so everything. So no regulations.
Ideally, yeah, but I mean, in this case,
Okay,
it's just
so if they create a particular type of drug and they use it that is likely to hurt someone, right? Is that
Yeah,
fine?
then they will go out of business instantly, right? This isn't. I mean.
Oh, so but it's not
this
illegal.
isn't rocket
So like
science here.
them causing a person to die due to a particular type of drug, that's not their fault. Is that what you're saying?
No, it is
They'll
their
just
fault.
go out of business.
So they'll fail. Correct. This is how markets function.
They'll
right?
just
if-
they'll just go out of
well,
business.
no, God, no.
So what about the
because-
people who would be affected
Well-
by it that wouldn't have the information because there's asymmetric information?
That has absolutely no merit in the conversation to say like.
Yeah,
well,
it does.
lack
There's
of,
asymmetric information, so
no.
some people are not going to have access to the information that they have
That it's killing
particularly
someone?
done.
Wait,
The
wait.
particular things they're using are more likely to hurt them.
Okay, Parker, would you
Then
then be
another
against
thing.
public roads? Would you then be against public roads? 50,000 people killed every year on the highways. Would you say that we should privatize the roads? Then?
I think I prefer like free public transportation to like our current type.
No, that's not what I asked.
cars.
I'm saying, are they then immoral because there's deaths on the road and it's publicly funded? So would you then be against that?
So there's I'm not just what are you saying?
You're saying it's unethical to deregulate the market because it could potentially lead to deaths, which I've already explained it won't because they would just get competed out by someone who won't kill their people.
No, what I'm saying is that it's easily preventable. Right, so it's easily preventable death. So if there's easily preventable death, I would love to get rid of it.
Okay, cool. So the entire market then, yes or no? Or the entire public infrastructure market? Would you be okay with
it? It's not easily preventable, but like
Yeah, it is.
I
Whoa.
would prefer like things like making it so that
whoa.
Wait, hold up, can I finish? Making it so that
sorry,
people
go
can
first.
have free public transportation because there is a lower likelihood of people dying. Or like again in the future we have
Wait. I'm sorry, I gotta stop you there.
vehicles that have a lower likelihood of getting into car accidents.
You need to justify that claim. You just said that there's a lower likelihood of death because they're public. Could you justify that?
You don't think free public transportation leads to a lower likelihood of death?
I think that there would be.
Have you seen like, what they have in Denmark?
No. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm saying like if you had privatized roads compared to public roads, yes or no, would there be more deaths on a public road versus a private one?
Would there be more deaths on a public road comparative to a private? I don't know. I'd have to look at the data.
There wouldn't. Whoa! Why would you have to look at the data? You couldn't deduce this. You don't think?
No, it's empirical.
No, not necessarily.
It is.
Right?
It's totally empirical.
No, it's not. It's
saying
not.
you can deduce it is dumb.
You could absolutely deduce this.
It is empirical.
How would it be empirical? It's not empirical.
Knowing the
you could
likelihood of
absolutely
it
deduce
happening,
this.
how do you deduce it?
Simply because the same way you would deduce that there would be less deaths if it was a privatized healthcare system, right?
Wait, no. Privatized healthcare systems actually don't lead to less deaths.
That's not true.
Can you give me one single country around the world that has a fully privatized?
No,
Can you give me one
no
country
amount
around the
of
world that has a
induction.
fully?
No amount of induction I really care about.
Can I ask you? No. So give me one place around the world, right, that has that has a fully privatized healthcare system that has.
I can't
no
give you
deaths,
one because there isn't one.
has less deaths.
I can't give you one because there isn't one.
Okay. So has there ever been one?
No, I mean
So
U.S.
how do you
former
know?
U.S. was close. Well,
So how do
former
you
US
know
was
that
close,
it's going
but
to lead
not
to that
anymore.
effect?
Because if you have a private market, especially when as it pertains to healthcare specifically, I'd argue.
If it's never happened before, how do you know?
Well, the U.S. used to be supremely unregulated, and we had a healthcare crisis back then of it being too cheap, right? So this isn't like it's.
Okay, so I think that's a ridiculous thing to say. You understand back
Wait,
then?
why is that ridiculous?
You understand the advances in healthcare we've made in the past?
shout out to capitalism, by the way. Yeah.
Century.
Yeah, shout to
I'm not
capitalism.
disputing certain markets are good. I'm not disputing capitalism is good within certain respects. Obviously, regulations are necessary, though. Saying that there should be
Thank
no
God we have
regulations
R&D.
is ridiculous. Right now,
No,
there's
that's
not
not
a
true.
single place that you can. There's not a single place you can point to, right, that actually led to good outcomes, given that they had absolutely no regulation. Literally, not a single
Deregulating the
point.
economy leads to more competition. This is an
No, it
inherently
doesn't.
good
That's
thing
an
for prices.
assumption that you have that is not backed up empirically.
No, it is true though, right?
Give
Because
me a
if you
source.
have,
Give me a
if you
single
have-
source. Give me
Oh
one
my
study that
goodness.
says that.
I could pull one up right now. I don't have one on hand.
Oh, okay. So
Parker.
if you want the most
No,
economically,
because you're just
if you want the
because
most
this is the problem.
If you want the most economically free system, why don't you prefer the Nordic models that have a freer market according to the Economic Freedom Index than we do here in the United States?
Okay. All right, dude. I'm just gonna be honest. If you keep saying like, well, you have to give me a source here when I've just said we can deduce it.
Do you prefer the Nordic model to what we have here in the United States? Because according to the Economic Freedom Index, they have a freer economy. You can unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. No, and also.
Yeah, so you don't care about freer economy.
All right, dude, no. because this is just a
what?
Complete nonsense.
Robert, thank you so much for the Leon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. You don't want freer markets.
No.
You're just virtue signaling.
No, oh my goodness, dude. You're just saying stuff. Come on, man.
I'm not just saying stuff. You're literally just virtue signaling.
How am I virtue? Okay, no. First off, to say that their markets.
You don't say having freer markets is preferable.
No, their markets aren't freer. So this is like the same thing when people talk about Sweden. In Sweden, from like the mid to late 1800s up into like the about 1960, they were a very free economy, and then they transitioned into a more social-based economy. And of course, it went to crap. So when they transitioned more, back
you
to
say it
free
went to
economy,
crap. That's actually hilarious, dude. Okay, so if you look at the rankings, if you look at the rankings of the Economic Freedom Index, it is the case that that Sweden ranks way more economically free than the United States.
Yeah, because they you don't make finish my point, but when they transitioned back to more economic freedom, then they started seeing more prosperity. So they were fourth, I believe.
Wait. So right now they have broader social safety nets than we have here in the United States.
Yeah, this doesn't directly correlate to economic freedom, though.
Norway, Sweden, Denmark, New Zealand, right? All those places. Have more economic freedom than the United States.
Based on what?
Based on the Economic Freedom Index.
Okay, which is what?
Which is an index that qualifies how free an economy is based on property rights.
What do you mean by free property rights? Okay,
based on property rights, governmental integrity, judicial effectiveness, tax burden, governmental spending, things like that.
Okay, so in what would make them more or less free than another economy? Like, could you give me an example pertaining to specifically property rights, like you just stated?
So, like, again, that would totally be dependent upon their particular their particular qualifications. You'd have to look at the Heritage Foundation. I'm not going to explain the entirety of the index.
Okay,
right?
Parker, that's my problem. You're like, well, look, they're more economically free, and then when I say, well, what makes them more economically free? Well, you're like,
I'm saying that
they're more free.
I'm saying it's no. What I'm saying is it's predicated off of the Economic Freedom Index. So, which aspect of the Economic Freedom Index do you dispute? Because this is from the Heritage Foundation. These people are on the right, even.
Yeah, okay? I don't really care.
I'm not even referencing people that are ideologically similar to me.
I don't really care, right? That doesn't mean anything to me. So my point is that if you deregulate the economy, yes or no, will there be more competition if you deregulate an economy?
That is not a qualified statement you can make. No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
So if there's a lower barrier to entry, you think that there will be less competition?
I think that it is the case that if there is regulation to a greater degree in certain extents, it can allow for more competition because the prior market that existed without the regulation, right, led to worse off conditions in terms of...
Give me one example of that, please, ever. Give me one.
Monopolies. Right, how monopolies form in terms of vertical and horizontal integration. Quite literally, we require regulations to increase the level of competition in those particular industries because it is the case that allowing that to happen leads to monopolization of markets.
Could you prove that there's a single natural monopoly ever?
Do you know what antitrust laws are?
Yeah, I do. Could you prove that there's one? Could you prove that there's one natural monopoly ever where there wasn't government interference?
So when you say that there's can you name me one system ever that's had a completely natural economy?
Yeah, Iceland in the years about 800 to 1200. Acadia had
800 to 1200. You're using that as capitalism.
Well, you can also use like the Wild West United States.
You understand the quality of life at that time was horrendous, right?
Well, it wasn't. No, this isn't.
What was the quality of life in 800 to 1200?
This is completely irrelevant to what I've just stated.
Wait, James,
right?
what was the quality of life in 800 to 1200? If you're looking at that as something,
they were more prosperous than other countries, and the reason that they failed was because
they were not more prosperous than us. Not even close.
Well, the U.S. didn't exist in 800, did they, Parker?
No, I'm saying
so relative,
to now.
Right? No. So relative is how you compare it, right? You don't compare. This is not how you compare countries, right? Like, we're not going to compare current day U.S. to like Rome. That's silly.
No, the point that I would make is that, again, the systems that exist today, right, we have so many different things that exist that you can't even compare that. The point that I'm making as it relates to this is that you can point to multiple monopolies that existed prior that literally, because of things like vertical and horizontal integration, led to monopolization.
Where the government interfered, right? So like,
no, they took control over the government. That's a free market. So when you don't understand that a government being created is an aspect of the free market, especially within the context of a democratic framework.
How so? How is the government? Oh, wait. How is the government?
Yeah,
a
that is
function
something that is
of the free
naturally
market?
going to occur in terms of our power dynamics within the context of a market-based economy. Naturally, we are going to tend towards producing a governmental structure. That's
Explain.
happened in it's happened in almost every society. Listen.
What?
It's happened in basically. We naturally tend towards creating governmental structures. It's happened in basically every country that exists.
What did you just say?
We naturally tend to create governmental entities.
So how is that a function of the free market? Hey guys, the state which violates your property rights is a function of your property rights. Great analysis.
James, listen to what I'm saying, because you're like having an emotional response and you can't listen. Okay, you really need to listen for a second. Okay, because you think you're doing something here, but you have no clue what you're talking about.
Sorry, go ahead, Parker. Sorry for interrupting.
So what were you disputing?
I'm disputing the fact that somehow deregulation leads to monopoly, and as you stated, I believe you said it leads to less competition. So that's what I dispute.
I'm saying
I feel like this is going to just keep going.
Scenarios. I'm saying in certain scenarios it can lead to this.
Okay,
and that's totally true.
Okay, Parker. I know you used to be a socialist, like way back in the day. I know you're probably not anymore, but we are just going to differ on empiricism versus deduction. I don't. We can get off that. Let's just talk about
believe you
price
can
controls
deduce
more
things, but this
specifically.
is not something I think you could deduce.
That's fine. I mean, we're just going
And
to.
secondly, I used to be a socialist, but I also have a degree now in economics.
That's awesome, bro. I'm actually studying econ as well, so respect, man. It's awesome. I'm glad for you. And you're doing great on the app too. So much respect for mine. It's not. I don't mean any hate, obviously, but
yeah. But you're going to learn in your econ classes that having a completely and totally free market leads to specific problems.
Yeah, from a Keynesian, that's going to be awesome. I'm so pumped from that. I've studied econ since I was like 14, just because we had it in my high school. Luckily, I went to a nice high school. I mean, I'm from Michigan, so I went to a pretty nice high school, and now I go to an in-state university. I won't say where because I don't want to dox myself, but I got to learn about it when I was younger. So I know much about the Keynesians. I know your argument for why monopolies exist. I'm probably just going to disagree with it. That's fine. We can agree to disagree there. Generally, why do you like price controls and like her idea of like anti-gouging, especially in the food and ag industry, which has razor thin margins?
Yeah, so the gouging would be predicated off of like what typical market margins are. If there's gouging, they would step in. Now, is this going to happen a lot? Probably not, right? Because of the thin margins that exist. But the point I'm making is that will be able to be applied, especially in the future, in certain scenarios where it can get bad. And then secondly, as it relates to like the price caps, I don't have an issue with price caps as it relates to pharmaceutical drugs because I think it leads to like more efficient outcomes for consumer surplus.
So would you be pro deregulation in either of those industries? The food and ag industry isn't like super regulated, and there's a ton of competition in it.
Depends on what the regulation you're referencing. Like I want to make sure that the products people are buying, they don't have to like do research into it, and it's going to be healthy. I think everything that is in grocery stores should be healthy. You should not even have to do research. All you should have to do is go in and buy it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I think it should be set up. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you so much.
That's fair. Okay, I generally just disagree on the idea of price caps. I think that it's necessarily true that people who would consume the product for more can no longer consume it, and the same thing with like price floors, obviously, just with the supply side.
Sure.
What do you think about the 3 million jobs thing, or 3 million homes thing, rather?
Oh, yeah, that's a good thing to fight for. I mean, that's the only way you can bring down costs is to build houses.
And I'm curious, how do you think she's going to build these houses?
Incentives? I don't know. I'd have to see. Like, there's going to be some sort of incentive.
What would the incentive likely be?
I don't know. I have to wait to see what they say. I don't know what the incentive they would use. Because we have to think about it this way. The incentive that they use isn't necessarily going to be the most economically viable. Like, I would expect more of, like, what's politically viable. Because they're trying to get it passed in Congress.
Sure. So something like a subsidy?
Maybe.
Subsidized housing?
Maybe they do that. I don't know.
Are you for or against the $25,000 like tax?
$25,000 incentive to build? That's good. I think we need to build. I think we need something. I think it's better than nothing, for sure.
So why do you think they're not building the homes right now if there is the demand?
Well, this leads to a greater demand. There's a few things. One, there's interest rates are high. So that once that changes, people are going to be building more, and people are going to be building even more as it relates to the subsidy as well for new homeowners, as it relates to new houses. So
Why
it
are
brings
interest
a lot
rate-
more people?
Why are interest rates high?
Because of inflation. There was inflation, so the Fed wants
And how
to
did the
influence
inflation
increase in
occur?
interest rates to mitigate inflationary pressure.
How did the
Globally.
inflation occur?
It's happening globally. It's probably a byproduct of COVID.
A byproduct of COVID, not stimulus across the globe via central banks.
Well, do you think that there was stimulus in every single economy? I don't
Say
think
it one
there
more
was.
time,
There was inflation around the entire world. Okay?
There was global.
There was
global
not.
stimulus. Yes,
I don't think there was stimulus in every single country, but
there was global stimulus, Parker. So like if you take global GDP, it's not like the U.S. is just some like reclusive country that only applies to itself, right? There's ripple
So
effects from it.
almost every country in Africa, every country in Asia, almost every country in Europe, almost every country in South America, you're saying use stimulus.
Well, stimulus via either their central banks or ours. It doesn't matter. So would you attribute any of it to putting
I don't
interest
think
rates at
I don't
zero?
think there was stimulus in every single one of those countries, yet we still saw the inflation.
Sure. So, well, some of it we can attribute to supply side. Absolutely, I agree. Would you say all of it's supply side, or some of it might have
No,
been
there are
the
some of them.
byproduct
So, like-
of $4 trillion being put into the
Well,
economy?
Well, I do think that there can be some of that. I think that's obviously some influence. Now, do I think it's most of it? No, because we saw this trend globally. So I think when a lot of people they hyperfixate, it's like, oh, there's so much an impact to this. I think people are taking that a little far because I mean, otherwise, I don't know how you explain how there was so much inflation worldwide. Sen, thank
Well,
you
I
so
think
much for the
supply chain is
$15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sen. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sen.
I think the supply chain, I definitely agree with, right? This is absolutely a factor. And I mean, shout out to the government for, closing the economy down. That was pretty awesome. But kind of besides the point, to the fact that some of it is definitely attributed to them artificially pumping money into the economy, no?
Say that one more time.
Of course, some of it is going to be the supply chain. Like, that's without a doubt, obviously, a factor. But how much of it would you attribute to the government pumping in a ton of money, or like artificially lowering interest rates, something like this?
Relatively low, but I don't know for sure.
Relatively low. So inflation in previous cycles, right? When we saw interest rates go to low rates, take 1970s, for example, right? Anytime that we've had low interest rates and there's been inflation that's followed, would that also be from supply chain, or generally that's just a random
there's
thing
been
that
low
happened to
inflation.
occur?
Wait, there's low interest rates in countries around the world, right? Trump was even advocating for the lower interest rates. So if you're saying that he was advocating for lower interest rates, you're saying he's advocating for more inflation along with the
No,
tariffs.
this is not necessarily true. So inflation would work, or inflation would occur if we have some exorbitant amount of spending, right? We're not just like it's not necessarily a bad thing to just have low interest rates. Like 2%, like Trump had it at like around 2%. This isn't a bad thing because he kept inflation relatively in check by not overspending like the Harris administration has done. I know you're going to pull out the old, well, Trump actually spent more. I'm talking about outside of COVID. So when
non-COVID related, Trump had more debt related spending. I mean,
no,
I
he
think
didn't.
the $10.
It
Thank
was
you so much.
700 billion versus about 2.5 trillion.
That's hilarious. There was 4.8 trillion non-COVID debt-related spending under Trump's administration, comparative to the 2.2 trillion under the context of the Biden-Harris administration. No, it's overall.
Whoa.
That's,
So when
that's
you, no,
specifically
it's,
from the
it's
Committee
not,
for Responsible Federal Budget. Look up specifically Trump and Biden national debt. Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Yeah, so I'm talking specifically about the deficit spending here, and so.
I'm referencing debt spending. Yes, the deficit spending contributes. Deficit spending is the yearly contribution to. If you're talking in annual sense to the debt.
Yeah, no, it's part of it. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying first off, the classification for those numbers I would love to see, because I'm sure that
I just told you the title. The Trump and Biden, the national debt. It's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Yeah, I need to look into it. I'm not familiar with the data, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But even then, I am against. By the way, the one reason I don't want to vote for Trump is he does spend way too much, and the idea of tax cuts without cutting spending is hilarious, and he's a fucking idiot effing idiot for that. But
yeah, so you would cut spending.
Absolutely, I would destroy spending. I mean, look at
He
Look at
destroyed Social Security. He destroyed Medicare, and you're going to lose on that. So try running on that, please.
I'm not. Whoa! The debate's
Please
not
run on that. Please run on that because it would make it so easy.
Yeah, I know. Saying, "Hey guys, free stuff" is of course going to win you it, right? I mean, this happened in middle school.
No,
If
saying, "Hey guys, I want to take elderly people off of their Social Security and Medicare," is definitely not something that's going to
not what
win.
I said, right? I mean, that's
That-
not.
no,
at all
that's
what I said,
exactly
but
what
it's
you're
nice to
saying.
misconstrue it. No, it's not. But it's cool to
It
just
is.
say
It
that.
is absolutely
So when did
what
I-
you're saying.
When did I say Social Security? And when did I say these other things? I
Oh,
didn't,
so you're
but
not
it's okay.
cutting this? You're not cutting this?
No, I would absolutely cut some of Medicare. I would absolutely cut some of Social Security to say that. What are you screaming about, dude?
Dude, because you just said that. You just said that you do.
Because
exactly
you
what I said you
presuppose it's a
did.
bad thing. Because you presuppose it's a bad thing. Yeah, Parker. When the kid in 6th grade says, "Hey, I'm going to make the vending machine free," he tends to win, right? This is the same thing with politics. We have very, very, very,
elderly people
very
who
high
need
time
help,
preference,
need a
okay?
social safety net. Yeah, of course. I want to provide
Okay,
people that.
so-
yeah,
so
basic
wait,
amenities that
I have a
people
question.
need. Absolutely.
Wait. I have a question. So you said subsidizing housing would bring more housing,
Yeah,
more homeowners, rather.
obviously it would bring more homeowners and it would bring more housing because there would be a higher price, which would incentivize
Okay.
more
Would the
houses
same
to be
thing
built.
Would the same thing apply to welfare?
Like, would a higher amount you're getting for welfare incentivize you
Yeah.
to get welfare?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So would you be for lowering unemployment?
Would I be for lowering unemployment?
Mhm.
Yeah, like federal jobs.
Okay. Perfect. So we can
federal
cut some
jobs
there.
guarantee.
That's good. Okay, we'll cut some there.
What
Would
do
you
mean
be
cut some
for? Would you be okay cutting some there or no?
cutting somewhere?
Cutting some of the budget that goes towards so unemployment is paid by employers through taxes. Would you be okay with them cutting it and
Oh,
reallocating
I'm not
resources
okay with
towards?
cutting unemployment insurance. No, I
Oh,
was.
okay.
I thought you were saying want to reduce
Gotcha.
unemployment. Yes, in the economy, I want to reduce unemployment.
Of course.
I want
So-
a federal jobs guarantee.
Oh, federal jobs. So who's going to fund that? If you don't mind me asking.
We would as the government.
So, as a government,
And
the government's
and
going
the
to fund it.
productive yes, and the productive services. The
The
productive
private
services.
sector's not going to fund it, right?
It was, obviously, taxpayers would.
Okay, so it's the private sector funding the public sector, which is
Yes.
then going to give you these jobs.
It's going to create jobs, which we're going to.
Through the private sector. So instead of letting market mechanisms do
sector.
it, we're going to have the government
Yes,
just set
absolutely.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So we're going to, okay, that makes sense. So that makes complete sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
yeah.
man.
The federal jobs. So
Right.
we ensure that
Yep,
people
genius.
have access to jobs so that they can, make sure that they can pay their food, pay their family, pay for family or food for their family. Sorry, my bad. And basic amenities like housing. Like I think that absolutely should be there as it relates to that. I don't think that's an issue. That creates productive services that obviously then can be sold.
Productive services.
Yeah.
That's debatable. Okay. Well,
Wait,
whatever.
wait, you think
We'll-
you think
we'll
you
go
think
with that. I just
people
wanted- I just
working
wanted to ask a
doesn't
general
create
question.
productive
Okay.
services?
What's that, sorry?
Do you think people working doesn't create productive services?
The public sector, right? This is different than the private sector. Private
Yeah,
sector
yeah,
is
but
the
they're still
wealth
creating
creators because they fund the public sector, right?
They're still
big
creating
difference.
productive services.
Not necessarily, right? Maybe for the
They
government,
are.
but not for
They
the private
totally
sector, which is
are.
the wealth creators in the economy. Besides the point.
Okay, so if the government hires like a business to do something, did they like create a productive service?
Well, if they contracted the business you're talking about, depends
Yeah, they
depends the means
contracted.
they're employing to some end, right? Like if you're saying for them to
because
build a
the federal
road,
government's
obviously, right?
essentially
But-
because the federal government's essentially contracting people with a federal jobs guarantee.
Not necessarily, actually.
They
So if I say
by
no, no, no.
definition are.
No, whoa. That's a big distinction to draw from like, okay, these people are going to get privatized jobs, and then the government's just going to fund those jobs from like, hey, we need a federal jobs guarantee that are some are going to be public, some are going to be private.
No,
right?
no,
if you're saying that,
no, you're not listening. So like basically the government gives like a task for them to do and then contracts someone to do
so
it.
is this like the MMT? Is this like the Stephanie Kelton argument?
I'm not necessarily arguing MMT.
Well, no, I'm not saying. I'm saying the Stephanie
although I
Kelton
do
argument.
take although I do take some
okay.
things from MMT, like I do think that like to some degree that that there are like demand lags that like we can be influencing
Yeah, idle
demand a little
resource
bit more
argument.
to
Okay, I
meet
gotcha.
the supply. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that's fine.
that type of thing.
So-
like, I take from that type of theory, but like I don't take everything. I do disagree with them on some things.
Yeah, that's fine. I think everyone should. I mean, it's a very silly worldview to have. But my point is, your idea of like, okay, we should take these idle resources and enact them. Well, the market otherwise wouldn't, and the market is necessarily more efficient than the public sector. So reallocating those idle
You're
resources
saying the
towards some
market's
inefficient
necessarily
means.
more effective. You have no basis for that view.
I do,
That's a
actually.
philosophical view. That's
No,
not
no,
an
it's not.
empirical.
Parker,
that's
Parker.
not factually based. That is all your feelings.
Parker, go
you
back.
Just, like,
no,
feel,
Parker,
you
go
just
back to
feel
your
like
socialist days. Go back to your socialist
necessarily,
days, and
dude,
let me
get a
remind
grip.
you of the ECP. Do you remember the ECP?
Jesus
Parker?
Christ! I was a market socialist, genius.
I know. Oh yeah, the market.
The ECP does not apply to a market socialist. The
Yes, it
ECP, the
does.
economic calculation problem, relates
It's
to
about
the
factors
listen,
of production. What are you?
You're fucking no clue you're talking about. The ECP is specifically about the calculation in terms of pricing, right? For the economy, right? You're talking about that. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. It has nothing to do with like the method of production in terms of democratic ownership. It has everything to do with the setting of prices in an economy. Like what? That is such a ridiculous statement to me.
No. My bad. My mic got muted. I'm sorry. Sorry for talking. I should mute it when you're talking. My bad. But last point, and then I want to let someone else in here because I got to leave anyways. But the ECP is about market prices, right? So if you say like, yeah, what's funny? What's funny about that?
Nothing. You just said exactly what I said. But go.
No, you didn't, because in a socialist market, right? These prices are artificially set. I mean, you just said we should
No.
prices,
Not
cap
if you're a
these ones,
market.
right?
Not if you're a market socialist, genius.
No. This is still it's a.
I'm not a market socialist now, but you have no
I
clue
know,
what
I
you're
know.
talking about.
No, I do, because your idea of market socialism is just, hey, we should socialize these different markets, correct?
No. Market socialism. When I was a market socialist, I'm not now. I'm not a market socialist now. I'm not a socialist now. But like when I was, all it means is that there's cooperatives, right, instead of privately run businesses. So it's about the method of production. It's about democracy
okay.
being instilled in the workplace, but it's still with a market.
Okay, well, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about like socializing these programs. Then it's a
Market socialism. You don't know what market socialism is?
no. I've heard of it before, but when I've heard this before, it's been related to we need to socialize these different programs. Okay, yeah, okay. My idea, I think, still applies. But
Yeah, you can socialize specific programs within the context of a market socialist system, right?
and these are
It would
still
mostly
then
be market based.
Then these are still necessarily less efficient than the market.
You're saying it's necessarily less efficient, but you have no evidence of that.
Because
The reason why you're saying that the ECP is not applicable, right, in all scenarios as it relates to the setting of prices. Sometimes the setting
Yes,
of
it is.
prices are going to be better in a certain scenario by the government comparative
one.
to the market. And I think that's in the context of pharmaceutical drugs. The reason why I think it's in the context of pharmaceutical drugs is because there is inelastic demand, right, to a degree in which if there is a low amount of competition would entail that there is high prices for consumers. And the best way to ensure that there's not high prices for consumers is to cap the cost. It's
why
fine.
don't you just improve competition by deregulating the market?
I don't think deregulating the market is going to like fix the problems.
Why not?
And I think deregulating the market creates bigger issues.
Well, in this, specifically in the pharma industry, I got to leave in a minute, but I think that if you were to get rid of like these different like patents and copyrights that these companies have over certain drugs that last 40, 50 years, and you had more access
What
to the
creates
drugs
the
and there'd be
incentive
less.
to create the drug if you don't have a patent?
The fact that you can still
reduce
sell
how
it,
long
yes
the
or no?
patent is?
You can still sell it, right? It's just
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna
like
sell
you
it
have
at
less
lower
of an
margins.
incentive to create it because you're going to not be able to make as much money off of
you
it
still have a
comparative to other
profit
people.
incentive.
Because people can just sit and wait for an invention to happen. Once the invention happens, they can jump onto it.
No,
So to
because
some degree,
no.
you could say that you want to reduce the length of a patent, but that it reduces and minimizes the incentive to produce new inventions.
No, because you're still going to I mean, look at it with AI, right? Like, there's a reason that NVIDIA is incredibly efficient right now, but other companies are not able to copy them because their technology is just so advanced. The same thing would exist in pharma, right? If you can do it more efficiently and for cheaper, you'll make more money than other people. The same thing applies, right?
Yeah,
So
but
just be
there's
like,
less of an
well, there's-
incentive to be the inventor, and there's more of an incentive to wait for these things to come out and then to market your own.
No, there isn't though, because if someone else does it before you, then you'll be out competed.
No, you won't, because it is the case that they will be able to market it once you market it. Once you put it on the market, they can copy it.
Yeah, no,
It just, gets copied and deleted.
No, they can't. They can't
or copied
copy
and
it, though.
pasted.
No, it can't just get copy and pasted because
They do copy paste it.
Because if say Parker that I have some ability to make drug like X and drug X cost me whatever amount of money to make an R&D.
Under your worldview, what limits someone from copy pasting every idea that they see?
Well, they could copy and paste it and do it for cheaper, but if they can't do it more efficiently, then it's useless, right?
Okay, so they just copy paste. There you go.
Well, wait. You can still do that in modern day America, though. You know this, right? I mean, obviously, some of the
No, there are certain laws on that with patenting.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like you can still copy and paste like a drug. Should you outlaw that? I would argue absolutely not.
And not if there's a patent for it.
Well, of course. No. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying like if you say you have.
So do you want to maintain the incentive, or you don't want to? Because like it sounds like what
There's
you're
no incentive.
arguing
You're
is
arguing
that,
that there's, like-
that capitalism creates innovation. Innovation
It
leads
does.
to a greater society. But now you're arguing for a policy that leads to a lower level of innovation. Now that doesn't sound like you're really pro innovation.
No, it does, because you're arguing that there would be no incentive to innovate, but of course there
I'm
still is,
arguing
right?
there's a
If I
low
can-
incentive. There's a low incentive to innovate if you get
Regardless,
rid
you're
of
still
the
going
patent
to.
system. Now, again, do I think the patent system should be reworked? Absolutely, but do I think that that getting rid of the patent system is a good idea? Nah, it doesn't really sound like a good idea.
It would still. I think the idea that like it wouldn't breed innovation is just wrong, because we can still see this in previous or like in American history, even when
It would breed less
still
innovation.
was.
That's what I'm saying.
I actually don't think that that's true, because if you can come out with the
So
latest and greatest,
let's do this deductively. Like less incentive, less likely for innovation. Correct?
it's not less incentive though.
It
You're,
is
you're
less
just presupposing
incentive.
it's less incentive. No,
How
because there
much
still is a profit incentive to create better drugs. Like to be better at something is an incentive.
There's less of a profit incentive because it is okay. So listen, if there's a
It doesn't matter if there's less of one. There's still one.
Listen, I'll explain it to you. Wait,
Okay,
that
okay.
means that there's less of an incentive though. So you're not understanding. So if there's a patent in place and you're the producer of a particular good and you have a patent for it, your likely profits long term are going to be way greater than if it is the case that there's a broader level of competition and it is the case that you don't have a patent over it.
Oh,
so
I
again,
agree.
you have listen, you have you have less of an incentive to produce a particular good in terms of innovation if you have less likelihood of profit.
Okay,
That's just how profit works.
No, I
Which is
agree.
what
So
he's so much
I'm
doing.
against. No, I think you've misrepresented my point here. I'm against the monopolization of these big pharma companies.
I
So
don't like the
would-
monopolization as well. I understand
okay,
you,
good.
but the point I'm making is that you literally, if you get rid of the patent system, you basically create no incentive to innovate. Which innovation is
No,
so
not no
necessary
incentive. There still would
to
absolutely
lower
be
and
an
mitigate
incentive.
prices.
So wait, if I say like, okay, I wish that there was a drug that could do thing X, right? Like lose Ozempic's a new one, lose fat. Say, I want there to be another fat loss drug on the market that is more competitive and maybe works faster, whatever. People will still work to. There still is an incentive to create this drug, right? And just because
I'm not saying there's no incentive. What I'm
just
saying
because
is that
the
there's less
long-term
of an
incentive isn't. No, okay, so there still would be one though, right? And these drugs would still get created.
Absolutely,
So-
there would still be an incentive, and drugs would still get created, but at a lesser rate because the incentive is less. Now,
Yeah, because-
do you
because
want to
your monopolization
incentivize?
power
Now, here's the
has been
question: as it
diminished.
relates to these different types
Correct.
of pharmaceutical drugs and types of technology, do you want to incentivize the creation of technology that benefits humanity, or do you want to incentivize it less?
Whoa. That's a complete false dichotomy. So to just assume that there would be no like technological advancement under capitalism is
I never said that. I literally
no. You
just
just said
clarified.
that they would be. You said that it would be lesser. So let me actually flip the
Less
question.
is not no. That you know that's not what I just said.
Okay.
Less is
okay,
not no.
Sure, that's fine. So you just said that there would be basically no. So that's what I'm assuming.
I said there's basically no incentive comparative to this.
Exactly. So that's. Can you understand why I misconstrued that? Sorry, I don't mean
I
to be a jerk there.
apologize.
No, it's not your fault. That's on me. But that's why I misconstrued it. Anyways, there still would be an incentive, and removing the monopolistic structure. If you're saying that would create less incentive, then I'm all for it, man. I'm anti-monopoly all day. So, yeah, man.
Okay.
Anyways,
All right, well,
I'll leave. I'll let you
appreciate
get some
your
other
time,
guys in here, man.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
I love how people said in the comments that like you were getting cooked. Like I was just listening and like just absorbing all the information.
Yeah, no, it was a good conversation. Like those are probably going to be what more of the conversations are once they drop this whole MAGA shit. You know what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, are you there?
Hey, are you there?
38.
Are you voting Trump?
Damn, I didn't have
Yeah,
time.
38. Yeah, can you hear me?
MAGA mobile. Parker needs to wait for his frontal lobe to develop.
Someone told me to stop talking. Nah.
At least mine will. Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
I wonder what's that.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What? I don't know what to do.
Hello? Are you voting Trump, Joey? Okay, they left.
Well,
chat. Oh gosh, I hate TikTok sometimes. Yo, Chris, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, W, Chris.
John's gone. Type in
Yo,
MAGA
by the
in
way,
the
we
chat.
got banned on my other account. By the way, everyone, we got banned for a week for sexual exploitation, gender-based violence. You know, somehow I got banned for that. You know that I must have been doing some crazy shit. I don't know what I was doing.
DJ Superfly, you there?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
DJ
Hello?
Superfly.
DJ, you there?
Hello. Everybody fell asleep.
Someone said proof Parker isn't paid by the DNC. He wasn't invited to the convention. So-
Yeah, that's the best proof.
Yo, Elaine, thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Yeah,
Oh,
thank you
W.
so much for the $100. Can we get some W's for Elaine in the comments section right now? Yeah, thank you so much for the $100. That is crazy. Thank you so much. W Elaine in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate W Elaine. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Got a MAGA mic.
MAGA mic.
MAGA mic. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I'm kind of sad I didn't get to go to the DNC. That would have been so fun, you know?
Yeah, that would be. I was close to going to the DNC as a
I would have been able to meet up with Parker Short and be like, yo, my name is Parker. You got to change your name right now.
I was close to going to the DNC in 2012 as a delegate, but
I would have run up to Charlie Kirk, dude. Because
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk
I know
was
you know
there.
that.
He follows me, but he won't respond to my DM, dude. I really want to talk to him, like, really bad, dude. All right, let's get this next individual up here. They should have given me a speech, bro.
yeah, prime time speaking slot right before Bill Clinton.
Yeah, yo, what's up? How old are you? No, they should let me introduce Kamala, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Thursday night, Parker,
future president of the United States. You know what I mean? Like,
Parker, you think your shyness won't get you there? I don't know.
Dude, I'd be fine, bro. It's like I would think it like TikTok. I'd be like, holy shit.
Yeah, take 4.5 and times that by about like 100,000.
Yeah, no, I know, right? I know, right? Hey, at least I don't have to see most people, so it's fine.
Yeah, just a
Now, if I was in front of like
stadium.
200,000 people, I would be like, holy shit.
Well, you would be full of a fucking stadium. So
Yo,
I
what's
mean,
up? How old are you? We'd have to like write a script before. Me and Matt would be cooking it up.
Yep.
Yes, chat. I do know that someone is impersonating me. There's nothing I can do about it. I can just tell people it's not me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That's weird.
Okay. MAGA Mobile. All right. Yo, JVD, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think this account has like 30% following. That's about the percentage I would guess. When I end this live, I know it's going to be at 30%. I know it for a fact.
Check out.
I'm like so good at predicting the likelihood of it. It's unbelievable.
Man, it is difficult getting somebody in here.
It really is. It's
Michael,
because of the following glitch.
Oh.
These Parker clones are getting out of hand. They really are. Literally, look at Harry at the DNC. Bro, that's so rough, bro. I wish I could have gone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Parker, why is it so impossible for someone to get in this live?
I don't know. There's a lot of people now. I don't know. There's nothing I can really do about that, to be honest. There's a lot of people.
All right, go ahead.
But yeah, so why are you voting Trump?
Say because he's the better option of, well, I guess you could say RFK is an option, which isn't really considered on your profile, but Trump's just definitely the better option of the two.
Okay, why so?
And just not in terms of policy, just rhetoric.
Cameron, thank you for the $1. Policy and rhetoric. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
I was saying not in terms of policy.
Oh, not in terms of. So what is it in terms of? Just in terms of rhetoric?
Yeah, just in terms of rhetoric.
So you like his rhetoric?
No, I just think that in your head, if you can accept Kamal's rhetoric to be fake enough as a politician and lie straight through her teeth, then you can justify the fact that Trump's bad rhetoric and his bad, terrible moments are a good reason not to vote for him.
So Trump is a liar. That's a larger liar. Can you tell me like what lies Kamala Harris is engaged in?
Kamala Harris engaging in lies? How about her switching all her policy stances in the last 2-3 months?
She didn't switch policy stances. She's in the last 2-3 months. She did over the past few years. Now, is that the same thing for JD Vance, who said that Trump is America's Hitler?
No, that's the thing. Like, why would you believe Kamala Harris policy changes in the last couple of years?
What about Trump's policy changes? What about Trump's policy changes?
Years ago.
What did Trump prior say? No tax on tips. Did Trump prior say?
Just because it's a new idea doesn't mean that he's changing.
Oh, just because it's a new idea doesn't mean he's changing. She's changing it.
Kamala Harris legitimately changes her fucking.
Can you give me one example?
Let's see. How
do I know one, but Zane, you don't?
Ryan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
You kind of get put on the spot. You know, you get.
Yeah, but I thought of one almost immediately.
All right, go ahead then.
No, I'm not going to give you your answer for you.
Right. Why are you budging in the conversation then?
Why are you mad?
Because I was just.
Are you? Do you need some baby bottles, Zane? You need some baby bottles in the comment section. Do you need some baby bottles, Zane?
Are you going to use more insults to win a regular political conversation?
I don't think that's an insult. I'm just asking if you need a baby bottle because you're mad.
Yeah, you're not getting me with the trigger shit like you and fucking Dean Poll, dude.
You're already triggered. I don't need to trigger you. I asked you that question because you're already triggered.
And it's already going to you're triggered and some baby bullshit. So come on.
Yep, you are triggered.
Still not talking more. Still not talking.
All it took was me speaking.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I mean, you could say that fucking lowering taxes in the middle class, but you're just going to have all these iterations of why trickle-down economics doesn't work, why this and that.
Can you name me one policy what Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
One, so it has to be an economic policy then?
Yeah, just give me one.
I'm not big on economics like you were with the last guy, and I guess now I figured out that's one of your strong suits, but I'm not gonna fucking debate you on economics at all.
Well, I did get a degree.
Yeah, and that's great for you, but just like you said, you can have a degree just like the last guy, still have a different opinion on how markets work, and influence your political decision by that.
He doesn't have his degree yet, but yeah, you can have a different position given that you've got a degree. I do agree.
Leslie, thank you for the heart, Leslie. Thank you so much.
Ryan said, debate Charlie Kirk, he will destroy you. I sent him a message. I DM'd him. He follows me, but he hasn't responded.
That was one thing before he accepted me in. Don't you think like a person with your views trying to talk to somebody like Charlie Kirk would be similar to talking to like Ben Shapiro, where if you analyze your ideas fast enough and use enough predispositions, you basically destroy your opponent on whoever's your side watching that debate. Like that's what Charlie Kirk does, regardless of whether I agree with what he's talking about.
I don't know what you're trying to say there.
Like I'm saying, do you think you could actually sit down and have in terms of your position, do you think you could be successful against Charlie Kirk with the way he argues? Not just...
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I think I would absolutely dunk on him.
Just in terms of...
Firstly, Tom Sugg, thank you so much. First question I would ask him, because this is what he asked to to Parker Short. I would ask him, what is a man? And I would love for him to define to me what a man is. He asked Parker Short what a woman is, so I'd love for him to respond to me with what a man is.
Like one of his more popular things? And his,
yeah, I'd love to hear him define what a man is to me.
Give you his chromosome count and tell you that he has.
No, because that's not going to apply to his God, right? He considers his God a father, a man, but like he's going to say all of those biological characteristics, and none of those are going to be able to indicate that his God's a man. So, and God's a father. So it's like, I would love to hear what a man is under his view.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good way to think about an argument bringing against the male gender, but God the Father argument can't be used on the women's side. So,
oh, okay, wait, no. So what you're not understanding though is that like if he defines gender for men based upon something other than biology, well then why can't he do that for trans?
That's what I was saying.
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Biology.
What's up?
I said his first argument is biology. So what's your...
Yeah, so if his argument is biology, well then his God's not a father.
So why did you just go to the biological straight to philosophical?
What do you mean? I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying he's using biology as the first point in the argument, and you're trying to bring the biology to God in the Bible?
Yeah, because he's Christian.
Like you're going from science to religion.
Yeah, because he's religious.
So why not have the conversation of science with him instead of using a religion argument?
Because he has certain ideological commitments because he's Christian.
See, that's like assuming everyone that votes for Donald Trump believes in the same thing. And so you can use these.
No, it's not. Christians have doctrine. They believe in things typically. Like they typically believe God is a father. Okay,
Yeah,
that is. I was a Christian. I grew up as a Christian. I know the doctrines. Right,
Well,
they believe God's a father.
Yeah, well, actually, Parker, I don't know of any Christian denomination that doesn't believe that God is a father or a
Yeah,
he.
seriously, I've never heard that before.
So because God's not a father, that defeats his biological.
No, because God is a father, that means that they're not defining gender based upon biological norms.
Yeah. Because Charlie Kirk's main point is that it's biological. Parker's bringing out something that's not biological, but yet he still refers to him with he pronouns as a man, as a father.
Yeah, and like if he can't define to me what a man is, well then his question to Parker Short is fundamentally useless. Appreciate Little Crown, thank you so much. Because if he can't define it to me, well then that makes him look just as bad as it would Parker Short, who couldn't answer it. Sen, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And I've never heard a response to this from a Christian. Never once.
But I've also never thought about it that way, because you're referring to...
Yeah, to God. And Charlie Kirk would say, well, God is not biological, but then we would just say, well, then why can you apply that same logic to
So if an atheist biologist is trying to have an argument about gender with you, then what's your rebuttal if it's not Charlie Kirk?
No, I would just say we define these terms differently.
Okay. All right.
Like I can define trans people's identities to be valid, and they can define it only using the biological sex, and I think that their language is less inclusive. And that's really all we can say, because this language is subjective.
Hold on now.
It's predicated off of how we're using terms.
Are scientists supposed to have more inclusive language in their work? Like it's basically to find absolute truths through math and science.
I'm not disputing biology. Like I'm not disputing science at all.
But you just said they use less inclusive language.
And if someone is defining trans people's identities not to be valid, then they would be. But you understand that there are biologists that understand trans people have valid identities?
Sen, and thank you for the $5, Sen. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
That's where the identity argument comes in. They're arguing biology, and you're arguing identity.
I'm not disputing the biology. What I'm saying is I refer to this in a different context.
Yeah. And you were saying you guys would define them differently. I got you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing the science. I'm just using a word differently than they are.
Yeah, I'm not.
Totally consistent. Yeah, I'd love to hear his response to that. And he follows me. I sent him a DM. He still hasn't responded to me.
So that was the thing. I guess I only.
And he
asked
only
you to
follows 15
respond to
people,
me
so
to
I know that he
question.
sees my DM.
But again, like, don't you think it would be hard to debate a person like Ben Shapiro on anything just because of his debate style?
No.
Like, he can talk faster than everybody in the room, regardless. of
Dude,
his
I don't
view.
care, bro. If we want to, I'll talk faster. Okay. Don't even get me started, bro. I will absolutely dunk on them, bro. I'm serious.
All right,
It's because they have so
hope
many
you-
commitments,
I actually-
ideologically speaking,
hope you
that
respond to
hold
me.
baggage that I can easily critique that I just don't hold to. Like, I don't hold to Christianity. I don't hold to any religion, right? So their religious commitments really screw them over, politically speaking.
Fair enough. You could say that, but you also still have Republicans who aren't religious.
Okay, but like those people you just referenced are both religious.
Yeah, but I also was talking about their debate style.
I'm actually, it is absolutely harder to talk to a secular Republican than it is to talk to a Christian Republican, because the Christian ideological commitments tend to go towards progressive ideology. What?
I wasn't talking about ideology at all. I was just talking in terms of debate style, but never mind.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good day, man. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. I wish we could go to the DNC, man. Fuck, dude. That would have been fun. You know, it's a power to you? Parker used to be cool. Now he's not. I gotta invite them. I gotta hear their response. Parker used to be cool, but now he's not.
Lame.
Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much.
Who said that?
That person who's about to join.
Oh, okay.
Is your name Parker James?
No.
Well, I've saw you on TikTok, on YouTube, and there's a guy that's part of Dino Club named Parker James. He looks exactly like you. It's either you have a twin or
You're trolling, right?
no.
On YouTube? You're trolling, right?
Parker James.
I don't know who Parker James is. Parker James. I don't see anything on YouTube. What kind of stuff do they make? I look. What?
How old are they? Are we in a daycare?
Is this person? This person's absolutely trolling. Okay.
Yeah, they're in a daycare.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
52.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I like the policies of. I don't like the policy of the Democratic. I was a Democrat before. Now I'm a Republican. I like the Republican Party. And I want to make sure that we have a voice out here with our guns.
Okay. So, okay, then I have a question. Are you pro law and order?
Yes.
Then why are you voting for a candidate that wants to pardon the people that were convicted of violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
I just don't want them to come to my front door and take my guns.
Oh, so it's just
And the
taking
Republicans
guns?
won't. The Democrats will come and take my assault rifle. They will come and take my guns. They will come and take you for any reason. The guns, they ain't looking at the guns. They're looking at a black woman that is going for president. Well, let's go back and I was watching DNC. I'm open. I'm open on this. I'm watching both. My boys vote for Kamala. I'm on Trump. So I'm saying, okay, son, when they come to our front doors and take your guns, well, they can have my guns one bullet at a time.
Okay. So what guns are you scared about losing?
I don't want to tell you what kind of guns I have. A lot of live.
Okay.
Well, that's not concerning at all.
Definitely not concerning. Did you have any bump stocks?
No, but I have hunting ones. I hunt. I have my hunting license. I like hunting.
No one's
I like-
going to take
I
away
like-
your hunting stuff. They want to get
Okay.
rid of assault weapons, and they want to do
No, they
universal
just want-
background
they-
checks and red flag laws. That's it.
Okay, I'm sorry for cutting you off. So I'm going to say if they're not only going to take your guns, they will take all of your guns.
No, they're not. No, that's not what they're saying. They're only going to do assault, like an assault weapons ban. They're going to do red flag laws, and they're going to do universal background checks. That's it. That's all they've said they're going to do. Actually,
half
Tim
of my
Walz,
guns. That's-
Tim Walz
that's half of my guns.
is a hunter and a proud gun owner.
Okay, so if he's willing to come in and take my guns, any of them, through the Democratic Party, because I checked into that and they said back in the 60s that if you had any kind of, so they're going to the rights now, the civil rights, okay, back there when the blacks and so on and women,
black people,
black people on the civil rights. That's what they're saying all in the DNC. You said you wish you could have watched it. I was just watching it, and they're on there. Oh, my forefathers back in the civil rights. We now have the civil rights in our hands. Well, I think it's a 50-50 chance on who's going to win, but I think they've already chosen who there's going to win.
What do you mean? Who's they?
The Vandenbergs of the world, the money people. Yeah. Oh, there goes your eyes. Now you're thinking.
What evidence do you have?
I'm not going to give you nothing to go to. I'm just going to tell you. They've already
trust me,
picked
bro.
who they're gonna do.
Trust
already
me,
picked-
please trust me.
It didn't take long for it to get kind of crazy there, did it?
Yeah, I know, right?
No. They've
You
already
want to
chosen.
say the family names? Like you want to just go down that rabbit hole?
Wait, Rana, I have a question. So, like, if it is the case that there's like this small group that controls everything, thank you for the confetti, thank you so much. Why would they control everything on social media too?
Oh, they will. They're kicking TikTok off. They'll
Oh, okay.
kick you guys out.
Oh, okay. So then they would control people like me, right?
Exactly. They already do.
Oh, so I'm controlled?
Knew it.
You don't have a voice. You won't have no freedoms. If you
Then
vote
why
for
didn't I,
Kamala.
why didn't I get invited to the DNC? Why am I on like my third account right now? Why am I banned?
I don't know. I know you got banned for a couple things, so I don't know. I've been on TikTok for about 4.5 years there, Parker, and I like you. I've talked to you before, but I don't want to tell you anything that you don't already know.
What do you mean? Anything I don't already know?
You already know that they're just grabbing for straws on who's going to be the president. They're just grabbing. They're grabbing for straws. Trump
I don't
and
know
Kamala
that.
are just grabbing for
I
straws.
think this is ridiculous. Honestly,
Yeah, there's
I
no
think that-
backroom deal of like
mustache,
like
thank
a
you.
big cabal of like elites deciding this or anything.
Yeah, like this is just like whipped out of the ass.
because
Every election, there are
you
these
want to
conspiracy
say
theorists.
a name or like a set of names that is controlling this, but you probably know where we're going to go after that. So because you already mentioned like Vandenberg, and I think I know what you're trying to reference.
Yep.
You probably mean of
But see, I don't wanna
Vanderbilt or
mention names
something.
because I don't want to mention names. Oh, it's telling me my. Are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
Someone's flagging me. Okay, well, you have a great day.
I never saw the
that
flag.
Sucks.
You were
That
flagged?
sucks.
We didn't get a no. You wait. Hold on. We didn't get a warning.
I never got a flag for him.
Okay.
He just faked having a flag.
Yeah, he played having a flag. Okay.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Bella, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Hello?
Oh, well. Yo, what's up?
I
How
love
old are you?
Parker. I love Parker. I love Parker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we all do.
All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live. Let's get up the next person real quick.
Holy shit,
What?
Nicholas! Thank you for the $150. What the? Hold on. He sent a message. Hold on.
What's up?
Yo, W. Nicholas. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Are you driving?
I am. I'm 29.
You got to come on when you're not
Oh,
driving.
okay,
Yo, W. Nicholas.
He misspelled it, but you get half of that. So I'll send you half of it when we get off.
W. Nicholas. Can we
Yeah,
get some
but,
W's for
W.
Nicholas?
Nicholas, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Nicholas.
Does
Thank
that
you so
make
much.
the
I appreciate
subscription?
it. Yeah, so a W. Nicholas, like
W.
100
Nicholas
Ws.
with the $75. Yeah, thank you
Yeah,
so
W.
much. Can we get
Nicholas.
some W. Nicholases in the chat
Yeah,
right
W.
now?
Nicholas.
Yo, what's up, Mario? How old are you? Hello? Oh my God. Okay, Matt. Matt, I got $150 too. Can we get some W's for Nicholas in the chat?
Whoa,
For
okay,
split with
wait.
Matt. Oh my God,
Wait, so,
yo.
well, that's in the 150 then, so we just keep it.
Yeah,
That's
thank you so
150
much. I
point.
just saw that. It didn't even show up on my thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we just keep. Well, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you so much.
Nicholas, just yo, dude.
Thank you so
that
much,
was,
Nicholas.
That was 20 minutes ago, and it didn't even come up on my on my cash
thank
app.
you, Nicholas.
Hey,
Yeah,
thank you for the
so
subscription.
much.
Thank you so much. Holy fuck! Let's get
Yeah.
some W's for Nicholas in the chat
Yeah.
right now. Thank you so much,
people
Nicholas.
spam W. Nicholas for the next
Holy
2 minutes.
shit! Yeah,
W.
like
Nicholas.
let's go. That's so sick. Yo,
Yeah,
powerful. Thank you for
W.
the
Nicholas.
$10 as well. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
And thank you,
Okay.
everybody who donated to me.
Yo, Devon, thank you for the late,
Thank
the
you.
$3.33 from the late, the great Hannibal Lecter. Thank you so much.
The late, the great Hannibal Lecter.
Hannibal Lecter, so late, so great.
Wouldn't it be no, Parker? Wouldn't it be the cherry on top if Anthony Hopkins, who played Hannibal Lecter, was at the DNC and came out and like roasted like Donald Trump?
That would be funny.
I would love that.
I would if they should have given me the ability to speak. I would have roasted him.
Yeah.
They told me to vote red. They told me to vote blue, and I'm voting against orange.
Yeah, I know. Voting against orange. That's a face I would not wear.
Voting against the orange. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That was a mistake. You
You're
got
good.
me.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, chat. I'm also going to be getting PayPal. Yeah, I will be. I just have to incorporate. I've been really lazy, chat. Really lazy.
Parker Sisson.
Very lazy Parker.
Back.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I am not. I just want to say your live is great, and I love.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Princess. Thank
Debbie
you so much.
Princess,
I am
Debbie.
just looking for people who are debating, but I really do appreciate you a lot. I really do.
Yeah, Debbie.
Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Because do you want me to ramble off reasons why?
Yeah, give me a reason why you want to vote for Trump.
Well, basing off his first presidency, I think if he didn't go through the whole pandemic thing, that people was singing a whole different story. All you're going to say is he was a mean tweeter.
Nope. I won't reference a single one of his tweets, and I'll tell you why he's a bad person. Caddy, thank you for the $4.20 for sorry you're not in the DNC. Thank you.
So you don't think his accomplishments, like within his first month of presidency, adding 235,000 plus new jobs in his first month of presidency, you don't think that's an accomplishment?
So if you just say because it happened under his administration, that means it's caused by him. Well, net his
So
administration.
are you saying that accomplishments that Joe
Appreciate the
Biden
$2.
went
Thank you
through
so
aren't
much.
because of Trump?
Can you listen? Can you listen?
Yeah.
So if you're saying just because it happened under the administration of Donald Trump, it's caused by Donald Trump. Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Well, then what you'd also say is that because there was a net loss in jobs under Trump's administration and a net increase in unemployment, that's going to be caused by Trump as well, right?
Repeat that?
Yeah, because there was a net loss in jobs and a net gain in unemployment. Thank you. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. In Trump's administration, would you blame that on Trump?
Because if there was a net loss in jobs and a net gain in unemployment, I don't understand.
So you mentioned the first couple months of administration, but Parker's saying is net.
His first month.
Yeah, but what Parker's saying is net. So over the course of all of his 4 years, he had a negative a job creation negative. So
Actually,
so
no,
yeah,
it wasn't. He actually had more jobs available than people available to fill them. And from the Atlanta Fed, they put out a thing. It was a 4.8 growth on
Luna,
the
I think
economy.
$2.
4% 8 growth on the economy.
You're saying overall?
And then a generational low for unemployment.
Wait,
and
where'd you get that
all-time low
number in
for
terms of
African-American
GDP?
unemployment.
Wait, actually, no, it was not an all-time low. So actually, there was lower unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration. Not only was there lower unemployment under the Biden-Harris
Because it was already
administration.
jobs set that Trump put that were recreated after the pandemic.
No. So
Yes.
actually, listen to this. So under Trump's administration, we went from around 19,398 in terms of GDP to around, what is this? Around 20,000. Around 20,900. We've gone up around the same under our administration now as we did under Trump's administration. So why are you attributing it only to Trump and not to the Biden-Harris administration if we've gone up
We've gone
the
through a
same
whole
degree?
You went through a whole Biden administration.
We actually went up more under the under the Biden-Harris
I'm saying
administration in
under
terms of
Trump's
GDP.
administration. How long were we going through that whole pandemic thing?
Luna,
You know what I mean?
$50. So the pandemic also affected Biden's administration.
Okay, towards the end, which he could have, after Trump created another thing within the pandemic, Trump created Operation Warp Speed.
I agree with Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah, and then so that was a big thing that that hasn't been done. World record timing for that. There's so many things that were positive under Trump. The thing that I don't like is that if there's something good or bad in any presidency, like I get saying what's bad, but even if it's good, you guys will twist it around and make it seem like he's a monster. Like I was watching, I wasn't watching it, but it was on.
Can I
There was a
ask you a
show, The
question?
View. What?
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I wouldn't, but I don't believe that he actually did that.
Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Because
if
that's
you wouldn't
Donald Trump.
If
So you don't
wouldn't-
think the
if you
time
wouldn't-
frame of that?
If you wouldn't vote for someone who's been held civilly liable
okay,
of sexually assaulting
listen,
a woman,
I see-
but you
I
would
see
vote
you
for
guys-
Donald Trump, then that's a contradiction.
I know, but I see you guys. You do this thing. Would you vote for somebody that more likely than not rape somebody or something like that? You do this as a way. You don't think at all. The dude went what? How old is he? 70s, 78 or 78 years with no type of felonies. All of a sudden, he gets all these felonies during a time of an election, and you don't think it's a little bit of election interference, a little bit?
No.
You don't. So you think? Have you seen that?
I have a question.
lady?
So if we're talking about the essay,
Have you
was
seen Melania and you seen the lady?
Listen,
You think?
Listen. In terms of E. Jean Carroll, so the therapist notes from the 90s, you're saying she created those with a political motive?
I'm not saying that they never hooked
Did
up.
she create those hooked up? He said that they never met each other. Sydney, think of it, $10. Thank you so much.
Well,
She
I
was
didn't-
raped. She was forcefully penetrated against her will. And you're gonna
In
say
a
that they just
fucking-
hooked up? What the
In
fuck
a
is that gross
clothing
shit?
store? In a clothing
She got
store,
raped,
bro?
yes.
So where was everybody? Where was everybody?
You understand there are multiple floors on these types of stores in New York.
Have you seen his girlfriends and the chicks that he dated? You think he's gonna mess with that?
Ew.
girl?
Wait,
way.
he literally mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife, by the way. So he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her.
girlfriends that he had while
said
he
that he
was
wouldn't have
married.
sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type. You're perpetuating the same fucking misogynistic bullshit. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife.
So where was all this Trump is a rapist, this and that before he became a president? For the longest time, he was on Oprah, The View,
has
this,
been,
that.
he's been accused of sexual misconduct for decades. Think of the paper crane.
And they all
listen.
wanted him
Listen.
to
I
run.
want you to listen. Okay. So the
Well,
therapist.
I feel like I
notes-
can't really talk. I feel like you just
Good. The
Okay,
medical
cool.
records and the therapist notes, right? Were they politically motivated?
I don't believe. Listen, we can agree to disagree on that part. I do
No,
not.
I want you to
think
answer my
that-
question.
When was that from? The 90s?
Yes.
And what did they say?
So they specifically described the events that occurred, right? Eugene Carroll described the events to her therapist, and it was written down in the medical records. So that specifically indicates, right, that this was something that was within her state of mind decades ago. So if it was a political reference, if it was specifically for politics, how would she have known at that time that he was going to be president?
Repeat it again.
How would she have known that he was going to be president in the 90s? How would she have done that?
What did she say in the thing? She said like, "Oh, he did this to me," and that.
She said that she was forcefully penetrated in her vagina against her will.
Okay, but to be honest, bro, I don't think that happened.
So you have no good reason to dispute it.
But you have no good reason besides her saying that it actually did happen.
So the therapist notes are something that we can indicate.
Okay, but I can go to a therapist right now and say that I can say that Bill Cosby raped me before, but that never happened. Especially if Trump said he never met her, like it doesn't mean it's real.
They have pictures of them.
There's a lot of crazy people out there.
They have pictures of them together.
Didn't she name her cat Vagina?
Dude, you act like that fucking disputes anything. You're a disgusting human being.
I mean,
what the fuck?
why
is
am
wrong
I
with you?
disgusting?
Listen to what I'm saying, because you're gonna say that somehow would dispute whether or not someone got assaulted.
I didn't say. I'm just saying. Couldn't she be a little bit crazy?
No, she's not fucking crazy. You know who's crazy? Donald Trump. That's who's
Why?
crazy. He's tried to overthrow the government. He's been held legally responsible
How did he
for
try
sexual
to
abuse,
overthrow the
defamation,
government?
fraud. He has 34
Off
felonies.
the sexual abuse thing, because to me, I don't think that happened. Like I don't believe that.
So
at
yeah,
all,
you don't
especially-
believe it. Well, can you tell me the
especially
victim's
the time
name?
that it came. Well, you're asking me why I'm voting for it.
What's the victim's name?
You want me to go through more policies that I like that he did?
Can you
more
tell me what the
accomplishments?
victim's name is?
Eugene Carroll? Is that who you're talking about?
Eugene Carroll. So you say Eugene Carroll is fucking crazy.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
Not only
Eugene
is that
Carroll.
crazy, but it shows me that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. So if you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, how do you have good enough reason to
I
dispute
had no
the
clue
case?
because I
Tell me what
ignored
piece
the
of
stupid
evidence
thing.
in the case that you dispute.
I do not believe any of these people that come out against celebrities and people like that
Oh,
say that
so you
they've
don't
been-
believe anyone that comes out against a celebrity?
The only one I probably believe is probably that P. Diddy and the R. Kelly thing.
So you don't believe anything else?
I believe the P. Diddy and R. Kelly thing, but I think the girl coming out against Kobe Bryant saying this and that. I think there's a lot of people that go out for the money grab.
Oh, so you think that basically everyone that gets called out? Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein was that false?
Are we gonna keep talking about
Jeffrey Epstein? Was
this?
that false?
Are we actually gonna have an actual
was it false?
conversation
Was it
about
false? Was it false with Jeffrey Epstein?
Did he get in trouble for this sexual assault thing?
He was held civilly liable.
He was held civilly liable. Was he found guilty on it?
That civilly liable is a unanimous decision by a jury in a civil court.
And what state was that?
New York. That's where he committed the crime.
I rest my case.
Do you see how dumb that is? Like you
I
literally
don't-
assume because
bro,
it's in New
I
York
think-
that it's wrong.
Especially the time that it came out and everything. If it was all the way in the 90s, why did she wait till an election time to come out? And
If it was election, if it was election
seems a little
based,
bit like a
if it was election based, how did she know he was going to run in literally the 90s? How did she know that? Does she have like a fucking magic
he was
ball?
talking about it because he was talking about it since the 90s. He was on 60 Minutes talking about policies and
Oh,
how
so
China
she
rips
knew.
us off.
So she knew in 1996 that he was going to be president of the
Yeah,
United States. Yeah,
he was on Oprah-
definitely.
he was on
fucking
Oprah in the
weirdo.
90s.
You're a
Okay,
weirdo.
can I answer that? Can I answer this question? He was on Oprah in the 90s.
You're reaching
and Oprah
so
was like,
hard.
this
Does your
sounds like
arm
a
hurt?
political-
I didn't know you
sounds
could
like
reach
political.
that far, bro.
Okay, I like how you interrupt people that when they start to talk, and then you know what I mean. Like I thought you were bringing up people to have an intellectual conversation.
There's not an intellectual conversation to be had with you.
Really, because you keep interrupting me and just saying, "Oh, sexual assault, this, that," and when I spill out, accomplishments that he does, that's where you try to grab for stuff.
No, I'm arguing against you, and you just get mad.
I'm not mad at all. You're the one who keeps interrupting me. I'm just trying to talk about how I think that it seemed like from the 90s that a lot of people thought he was going to run.
No, a
Like,
lot of people
even
did not
Oprah.
think he
Do you
was
know
going to
even
run.
back in the day when he was going to run as a Democrat and everybody loved him? He went with the same policy and
Everyone
everything.
did not love him.
Yep.
And if it
Oprah
was
wanted to
wait,
be-
wait,
Oprah wanted to be his
if
running
she's
mate.
Democrat and has a political bias against Republicans, thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. Why in the '90s would she have created this campaign if she thought that he was going to run for president? If he was going to run as a Democrat?
Because maybe his policies or whatever, like she didn't like, or maybe she just didn't like him. Maybe she didn't like him, but a lot of people did.
So is she conservative or something?
Okay, but why do we keep talking about her? I thought we were talking about presidency.
Wait, so she's a conservative now? And then she turned into a
why are
liberal?
why are we talking about president? I mean, why are we talking about?
You're funny. You're really
her,
funny,
not-
dude. You're really funny.
But why aren't we talking about actual like accomplishments and stuff that?
Can you name me one
you know,
policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I think the tax break it was really good. And you could say, oh, the trickle down economics doesn't work, but no, I think it definitely would have. And I
Name
think
one piece of
that-
the
and I
tax
think-
policy that you like.
And I like the tariffs too on
You like the
other
increasing
countries.
of our consumer products? You like inflation?
And I like how he ordered the
like
Pentagon. What's inflation?
What's inflation? The rate of increase in pricing. The
no,
rate of
no,
increase in
no,
pricing
I'm
goes up
saying-
given that you
what do you-
specifically input tariffs.
Yeah, I know. No, I think those tariffs would have helped out. I don't think they would have caused inflation. You're just charging a different
So
country to
tariffs
pay
by
more.
definition cause inflation. And can you give me one time where trickle down economics worked?
Well, we haven't tried it enough to really. We only tried it once.
Okay,
like,
so how are you any different from a socialist who claims that like, oh, we should do socialism or communism right now, even though it's never worked?
how is that had to do anything with socialism? If
No, the
anything,
point I'm
you're
saying
just-
is that I said, how are you any different given that someone else could claim that?
How does that count? I mean, how does that even make sense?
The point I'm saying is that given that you don't have any good evidence that it works on any scale, how could you indicate that it'd be effective here?
Because I think from common economics that it would work for the fact that people who have more money are able to be a business owners and they can pay their.
But that's not what we see
employees
happen.
more.
We've adopted trickle down economics, Jennifer. Thank you for the train. And we've seen wages not increase
But
with
what other time have
productivity
we-
when prior they
what other
did.
time have we tried it?
The 80s. We
the
adopted
80s.
trickle down. We adopted trickle down economics under Reagan, and that specifically did not lead to more money going to the middle class. It actually led to wages stagnating according to productivity, while prior they increased with productivity.
I think our economy and everything was doing really good under Trump. I think even they were talking on CNN, like saying like there's not really like unless there's a pandemic that would cause. There's not really much we can say about this guy. Pretty much. Like
what?
I'm saying, if he didn't go through that pandemic, I don't think that. Like I think, like I said, you guys would be singing a whole different tune about him. You just say had mean tweets.
No, I would acknowledge that I disagreed with his tax policy still.
When he pulled out all the troops from Syria in a productive way, like not like the Afghanistan withdrawal that Biden did.
You mean in terms of Kurdistan, which led to the Turkish-Kurdish war?
And then did you see that they were just having a parade using all our like equipment and everything? Like how embarrassing.
Okay, you understand that after the leave for Afghanistan was set up specifically by Donald Trump?
Did you know that? Did you know that the U.S. economy added 304,000?
Did you know it was set up by Donald Trump? Listen, did you know it was set up by Donald Trump?
What was?
Did you know it was set up by Donald Trump?
What was set up under Donald Trump? The pandemic?
No.
What are you talking about?
The agreement to leave Afghanistan.
Yeah, but he was going to do it on a sanctions-based thing where it would be certain ways, and it would be a slow withdrawal. It wouldn't have been that crazy-ass fast withdrawal like that.
What? No. Actually, we would have left earlier because it was the case that the Biden-Harris administration extended it.
No, though Trump or no other president, I don't think would ever pull out that horribly under. Like, that was a horrible withdrawal, and even people on his team admit it, and you have to admit that was a bad withdrawal. Like, I can admit good and bad things about any president. Like I know you're really on like his like bird like that, then you have to like ride on everything he says. But Like you gotta be honest and say when he does something wrong, and you know he did wrong in that situation.
Yeah, Donald Trump did
Like
wrong.
the only time I would say Trump did wrong in his presidency was the tweets. I think he went a little crazy with.
Wrong. It's crazy.
No, I'm not only that. I think he did that, but I think that was like the only time he could really fully like express himself, because all the whole media, like all like Republicans have as the media base is Fox, and that's pretty much about it. Like Democrats, they have CNN, they have ABC, NBC. There's still more media outlets for Democrats to get their name, like their word out there. So I think he used Twitter as a way to get some form of the truth out there, and I think it was wrong. I think he didn't have a filter, because he doesn't have a politician's filter. And I think that's why a lot of people liked him as well. And I also didn't like how he handled the pandemic in a form of leaving it up to the states. And maybe you might like that, to shut down completely. That's why I liked how Florida handled it. And that's pretty much about it. Like when that happened, I'm from PA. Wolf handled that horribly, and I moved to Florida during the pandemic so I can work.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Do you want me to label more accomplishments that Trump did?
Something you like, sure. I mean, I just feel like you're not really saying much.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just put out a bunch of accomplishments, but did I tell you that the U.S. economy added 304,000 jobs after the shutdown?
None of this.
Under his administration?
I'm asking something that he did. Can you name like a policy he passed that you like?
No, I'm just labeling accomplishments.
So you can't name any policies?
I can't what?
Can you name me one policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Yeah, like I said, I told you. I said I like his tax plan, and I like how he was charging other countries with tariffs. Where you say that works, and where the Trickonomics doesn't, boil down economics doesn't work. I think it would have worked.
And the tax cuts.
There's no way that tariffs could be bad, bro. How could tariffs be
bad? Because they increase the cost of consumer products in the United States, and then they cause other countries to put tariffs on us, which specifically leads to like our goods being less valued on a global scale.
But they charge us anywhere. They charge America. Why not charge them back?
So again, because it specifically leads to higher consumer prices here in the United States. Grace, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
So if Biden decided to run on tariffs, you wouldn't be like, "Oh, it's amazing."
I would disagree with the tariffs, and I did.
So what about like
kept tariffs,
what about like when
he kept tariffs on China, which I disagree with.
So like, what about when Trump was like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna no tax on tips," and everybody's like, "Oh, that would be so bad for the economy." As soon as the Kamala goes,
I don't think
and says,
everyone said that.
Yeah, as soon as CBC, NBC, CNN, they were all pointing out, "Oh, she's such a woman of the people, running with this no tax on tips," when they were just bashing Trump for the same thing. Like I hate how like it's
Can you
so
name me one
one
person who
sided.
said that?
CNN, NBC, they put out like statements on how it was like so.
I've never heard CNN doing that.
The NBC, it was the last one I saw that did that. Like I think it's just hypocritical.
Yo, Leslie, thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Can we get some W's, Leslie, in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Holy fuck, thank you for the $100. Let's get some W's in the chat right now for Leslie. That is
What
fucking
percentage?
insane. Thank you so much.
What percentage do you guys, like you and Harry and everybody, get to do this? Because I know you're not paid by the DNC, but I'm sure you have some form of payment from like the DNC to do this because it's helping their campaign.
You think I get payment by the DNC to do this?
I think so. And I think the reason you say that why won't I be at the DNC to do this or whatever, I think because you're doing your job right now.
Okay, so why did they bring other creators? Why isn't Harry doing his job right now?
What, is Harry there?
Yes.
Well, they need some people to work. I mean, if I have a business, I'm not going to have everybody be off because we have an event. Somebody has to run the ship.
Are you trolling? That's
No, I'm you don't think, like, I'm thinking about it on a business aspect. I think that like they would have to have somebody doing this. Like you're bringing in probably a lot of people that don't do their own education and they use TikTok for news.
So why didn't they have Harry do it?
Because Harry has been all over Piers Morgan and stuff like that. So he's like not saying like one is better than the other. I think you
I'm
guys
so
are
important that they
as
couldn't
weird.
they couldn't have me sit. You know, I can't go to the sidelines. I've got to stay and work. Yeah, that's definitely it. So
Yeah.
like, no, I don't get any money from the DNC. But what makes you think that? Do you actually really believe that?
There was like a whole thing on like Harry of where he like the company he works for and how it's funded by DNC and stuff like that.
First of all, that it's not his company.
I forget what the company was called. I was just watching a thing on it.
Second of all, I literally have no affiliation with Palette Media or Palette Management.
Palette Media, that's it. But like, maybe if you heard Harry was to get money from the DNC with that Palette Media and everything like that, maybe like you're like trying to be buddied up with them so you can get in there.
That's funny. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I'm the one who told Harry to start doing lives here on TikTok. It wasn't the DNC. If he was working with the DNC, they would have told him to do that earlier on.
So you must hate Harry now, huh?
No. Why would I hate Harry?
Because he's like kind of like taking away some of your spotlight.
I don't care about getting spotlight. And again, I was the one who told Harry to start doing lives. I've helped Harry out.
Look at Harry now.
Live.
Look at Harry now.
Yeah.
You could have been at the DNC, but you had to tell him to start doing live. See what you did?
Bro, what? I don't care to go to the DNC like that. Also, like, bro, are you like trying to?
If
like,
you don't care
what are
to
you
go on the
trying- what
DNC
are you
like that,
trying to
then
do
why
here?
are you and Harry and everybody, no matter what? Like, look at what Donald Trump just said. Look at this. Look at that. Like, bro, like, and you
Sure,
guys
you think it's much-
never,
'cause we make
and you guys
political
never
content?
bash Kamala. Like, what
I
makes you
do.
think Kamala? What makes you think Kamala would be a good?
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay. I mean, it's a complicated name to say.
Not really.
Kamala. What makes you think Kamala would be a good president? Because she worked as a prosecutor at one point and was horrible at it?
Don, I appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much. So, not only would you not know anything she did as a prosecutor, to say that she was
I know that she
horrible at it-
withheld information from a guy that was on death row to the last minute.
Jesus Christ, dude. That guy specifically was found to be guilty. I hope you know that. Not only that specifically, but it is the case that Donald Trump
I thought the
bankrupted
information
6
would be
things.
elastic.
What happened at Trump University?
The Trump University? I don't really know much about that.
What happened at Trump Vodka?
Trump steaks.
Well, I think he was just a businessman that throwing his hand in anything that he could. Who cares?
He
wasn't
inherited
a
all of his
president.
businesses.
He inherited his businesses? No, he inherited a small amount of money, $1 million, and that he
No. He inherited hundreds of millions from his dad in today's dollars.
No, he didn't. He inherited exactly $1 million, and that was it.
That's a lie.
That's what he was given. No, he would. He
Total
probably
lie.
inherited. No, he probably he was given
No,
$1
his
million.
dad gave him a loan of $1 million.
Yeah, his dad gave him a loan of $1 million.
But when his dad
That he
died,
made
when Fred
A
Trump died,
small loan of $1 million.
when Fred Trump died, he got
That's not a lot of money,
hundreds
bro.
of millions of dollars.
Yeah, $1 million is not a lot of money, especially for what he did.
$1 million back then was not a lot of money.
1970 something.
No, because that was like the building era where everything
Imagine
was like,
saying $1 million is not a lot of money.
it was a lot.
Yeah,
$1 million is a lot of money right now.
Like 1970 money.
Not to
It's
do
like
what
it's
he
like
did,
$3 to
bro.
$4 million at least.
Yeah.
No, not to do what he did. Houses right now are close to $1 million that were like $200,000 back in like
He
right
inherited
before-
over 400 million,
Okay.
by the way.
Well, then, actually,
Appreciate Donna. Thank you,
let's-
Dana. Thank you
let's
so much
ask-
for the dollar. Dana,
let's
thank
ask
you.
Well,
you
that
a
has nothing to do with presidency. You're talking
no,
about.
hold on. You asked that housing prices are too high. You know, as that guy from New York said, the rent.
Yeah,
is
Shirley,
too damn
thank you for the
high.
fireworks. Thank you.
What is Donald Trump's plan?
2 versus 1.
What? I'm
What?
just asking a question. I've been.
What are we doing? What are we
I've
asking?
been quiet this entire time.
I know you're a good boy.
Yes, I was a good boy. Now, listen. What is Donald Trump's plan? His concrete plan with policy proposals to address the housing crisis.
Repeat what you said. I can't hear you.
What is Donald Trump's plan? His policy proposal to address the housing crisis.
I think the houses were cheap under Trump.
No, that's not what I said. I said look into the future. The future, not the past, the future. We have a housing crisis now. What is Donald Trump's plan?
What is Kamala's? What is Kamala's?
He wants to yes.
What is Kamala's? What is
He wants to propose a $25K subsidy to first-time home buyers to buy new houses to help spur the investment and the building of new homes to help.
There's already that.
Thank you, Dan, for the $1. Thank you so much. And
there's already a
hold on. Even if you disagree with that,
Obama.
Even if you disagree with that, she has a policy proposal. What is Donald Trump's policy proposal to help address the housing crisis?
I didn't look that up yet.
Guess what? He doesn't have one. He doesn't have one.
I'm sure he has a plan, though. Like I said,
no, he doesn't. You know what? And I think he sent for the $10. Thank you so much. His plan is to complain about Harris's proposal. That's all he's done. He has given speeches all this week.
I think the policies that Kamala, am I saying it right?
Yes.
I think the policies that she will put out are going to be pretty much socialism.
That's fine. You can believe that. I disagree, but this is your candidate.
I don't think Tampon Sam is any better.
Micah, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And also, bro, you would be angry that he wants to provide. You're angry that he wants to provide literally menstrual products for people who are menstruating. You're mad. Stay mad.
Oh, really?
Honestly, stay mad. He provided. By the way, that's not true. You did not have to fulfill that in order to be able to fulfill the order. The order was just that anyone who's menstruating would have access to menstrual products.
Yep. Did you know, Cha, that during away games, girls use the boys' changing room?
Okay.
Did you know that?
It wouldn't have been a big thing if there were.
He didn't want to respond.
It's not a big thing.
And
you know why?
No, because you muted me before I could say they were on that boys' bathroom. That's weird, bro. And you know
no, it's not. No, they did. Okay, there was a news story that came out about 2 weeks ago where they asked the top 20 biggest school districts in Minnesota if they put tampons and menstrual products in boys' bathrooms. All 20 said no. Why? Because that's not what the bill says. That's not what it says. Most schools nowadays also have gender neutral bathrooms. That's also where the those products go.
And that's the type of America that I'm looking to get away from, and that's why I'm voting for
they're working.
a Republican or somebody that doesn't want a gender neutral bathroom. I think that's weird, especially if I want to have kids one day. I think that's awkward. Like, hey,
you know what you should be worried about? How about you worry about the fact that, like, when I had to change when I was in school,
honey,
I had to see the ass cheeks of another person. Why don't we fucking have individualized changing rooms for everything as it relates to these scenarios?
You want to have so if you have a kid, you would.
Why don't you worry about something like that? Why don't you think that's weird?
Huh?
Why do you think it's weird the fact that you'd have to change in front of people like that? That we don't have changing rooms. Why don't you think it's? Why don't you think it's? I appreciate the hitter. Thank you so much. Why don't you think it's weird?
A men's locker room.
Why don't you think it's weird that Donald Trump likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, wait. Do you want to hear him say it?
Of teenage girls, I walk in there because I own the place.
Because it was Miss Teen USA. Because people came out and specifically said at these events they would come up and see him. Try to like look at Pico. I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. And he also said it himself.
I think a lot of things are like clickbaited in a way where it's like, you know, they don't show the whole thing, and then you guys just like, oh, he said this, but you watch the whole entire like audio of it.
Yeah, go watch the whole audio. It makes you look worse.
Does it?
Yep. You want to hear it?
No, I don't think so, bro. But. I don't think, like I said, I don't think Kamala is going to do it.
You're fucking voting for weirdos. JD Vance and Donald Trump, you're voting for weirdos.
Okay, so explain why they are. Why would JD Vance be a weirdo? because his mom was addicted to drugs, and he came from a low class.
No. Hold up. No, that's
Like,
not
you
why
don't
he's
think his
weird.
story's pretty
You want to
good,
know
bro?
why he's weird? He's weird. He's weird because he says that the entire party, the world or the U.S. is controlled by childless cat ladies. That's why he's weird, right?
That doesn't sound like it's something weird.
That is really fucking weird.
Also,
Appreciate Boxing,
have
thank
you
so much.
seen and who we're talking about are
in a
the-
little boy's bathroom.
No. Wait, hold on. Is it weird? Is it weird also when MAGA supporters are at rallies carrying around fake
bandages,
fake CUM of JD Vance?
Yes!
Because they're making
weird.
No, Parker. It's actually worse because
I
they're
know.
making fun of the fact that Tim Walz and his wife had trouble conceiving their daughter, and so they're making fun of the fact that apparently he has like bad swimmers or something, which is not true. Just that they had trouble, and so they're carrying around fake a CUM of a JD Vance, and it says a JD Vance
So
family
weird.
kit on it. That's not weird.
Okay, I've never seen that, but I think that there's weird people on both sides. To just say you're weird, like a little 9-year-old like kid. Like I think that's
come on! Trump has said way worse.
That's a new Democrat word of the day.
Is the king
It's
of
weird
this
and
shit. Don't give me
convicted
that
felon.
bullshit.
You know, also JD Vance said, "Are you racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
I think JD Vance is way more of an American dream than.
Are you racist? Do you hate
Mexican?
Mexicans?" That was a literal ad that he started out with.
Yeah, and I don't think he's
You think
racist
Tim
because
Walz
he has
is
an
not the
Indian
American
wife.
dream either? A boy who was born into
His
a low
wife is
middle class
Indian.
family in Nebraska, who joined the military at 17 without anybody telling him that he had to, who gave 24 years to his country when no one asked to, who then went to service in Congress and then became governor. JD Vance also has served honorably. He's done a good thing and he's risen up the ranks. I'm calling him weird because his ideas and his beliefs are weird, not because the way he grew up is weird. Okay, so it's his policies
talking about-
and his beliefs that are weird.
You don't think it's weird that Tampon Tim lied
No,
about his
because
ranking?
we just debunked your fucking tampon Tim thing. We just debunked it, and you can't
No, you didn't,
clap
bro.
back
You-
on
that's-
it. You can
He's
go
so mad. He's so mad. Look at this little kid. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for Shaw. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for him. Alyssa, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Nah, I honestly,
You're fucking
I think-
weird.
Oh, that's
You need
nice.
some baby bottles.
We already debunked this thing
I'm weird.
like 10 months ago.
I was never insulting you guys. I don't think that's nice
haven't
to
insulted
say.
you.
I'm
Okay, I
weird.
appreciate the description.
you.
He just said I'm weird.
Yeah, you just did some weird shit. Maureen, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That wasn't me. That wasn't my conversation with Charlie Kirk, but that was Parker Short. I'm not even at the DNC. They didn't even invite
Different
me.
Parker, different Parker.
Different
also,
Parker.
I'm not a sexist
many
at all.
Parkers.
But listen, I'm not a sexist. But people from other countries are, and they would never take Kamala Harris serious as a woman president.
What
Oh, okay. So,
talking about?
yeah, what countries are you referencing?
Like maybe Iran, China.
And we care about their
Russia.
opinions. Why?
Huh?
And we care about their opinions. Why?
Because when you need to make trade agreements or like some type of deals, or even like trying to talk about like pulling out of the Russia or Ukraine, like, you know what I mean, like trying to help with certain policies.
Wait, so I have a question. Do you think that if people are racist, there shouldn't be a black leader?
No, I think we had a black leader, and I
No,
think
but if what would you say that people being racist? Do you think people being racist?
I don't like about the Democrats.
Do you think people being racist is a good reason to not vote for someone who is black?
I didn't hear what you said.
Do you think people being racist is a good reason to not vote for someone who's black?
No, I think we already have a lot of black mayors, and I think
Emily,
we have
give
a
me
lot.
$2. But wouldn't
And I think
oh,
we had
okay. Oh, there are a lot of women leaders. There are a lot of women who are leaders around the world.
Who have done, by the way, great responses to the people who you mentioned. Some of them have been extremely strong on that front. Unlike Donald, when he went in front of
honest, bro, I would think that
in
Hillary-
Helsinki, was like,
as
well,
much- as much
Putin
as-
says it didn't happen, so it must not have happened.
Connor,
As
thank
much
you for
as
the
I don't-
$2 from the DNC.
As
Thank
much
you
as
so
I don't
much.
like Hillary Clinton, I think she would have done a better job as president than Kamala Harris would.
What?
I don't think Kamala Harris would be good as president. I think she was ranked the worst vice president in history before she.
What? By
decided.
who? By who?
By
Who?
By Donald
C-
Trump?
by CNN polls.
That's not
Who the
true.
fuck? What?
Look it up. Look it up.
No, there
You-
is no fucking way that Kamala Harris was.
She was ranked the worst vice president in history.
Worst vice president ever. That's bro.
That is the craziest thing to say.
Joe Biden told her, "Hey, I'm giving you a tough job. Your job is to look."
No,
over
no,
the
you
border."
literally heard that from Trump's mouth, and you're running with it. Trump says
No,
everyone
you-
is the worst. Trump said
Nope.
that Biden was the worst vice president ever. Trump said that Biden was the worst president ever. That Obama was the worst president
that
ever.
put out on
He
all-
he
like-
recycles the same arguments over and over. Think of the
Why don't you
handouts.
look it up? You like facts. Why don't you look it up?
We
It
are.
was a thing that CNN put out.
You're covering your mic, by the way. You're covering your mic, by the way.
Vice president in history.
You're covering your mic, by the way.
Yeah, I know the list that you're talking about, and Biden is not anywhere near the bottom of those lists. Like, not anywhere
said-
near.
Kamala Harris was the worst on the list.
No.
Yes, as the worst vice president in history.
No.
Look it up.
I promise you that's not true. Then
As
give you a little
voted
crown.
by who?
Okay. I
Give me a
can send it
source.
to
Give me
you.
a source. That's fucking disgusting.
How am I going to give you a source? What do you think I am? A Wikipedia thing? Oh, it's www. And how am I going to do that? I said you can look it up. Where it's there's a bunch of news medias, how they all repeat themselves, and they put out a thing where.
Wait, I have a question. Is she worse than Mike Pence?
I don't think Mike Pence was bad.
Oh, okay. So, but he's not supporting Trump now.
That's fine. I like Trump. I think he did a lot of good things, but I also like.
Can you name
I'm
me
not,
one
like-
good thing Mike
I'm not-
Pence did?
Like I said, like I'm saying, I'm not like where you are.
Can you name
where
me one
can't-
good thing
you
Mike
can't
Pence
even say
did?
the Afghanistan withdrawal was bad.
Can you name me one good thing Mike Pence did?
I don't really know what his job entitlement was as vice president.
So I went to Google and I typed in Harris versus VP CNN poll. What?
I don't know. He was like rolling his eyes, and I said, I don't really know what his
No,
job.
you don't know
entitlement
anything
was.
that he did. So don't even get me started on what
Hold on.
vice president.
I want to
did.
find this.
What did he
this,
do?
Mysterious poll that
He
cited.
certified the election results.
Yeah, W.
That's the only thing I really know about him.
Bruh.
Yeah, no, I just know him as his running mate. That's all I really know.
And yet you still think that he was better than Kamala Harris, and yet you have no clue.
Because I know that Kamala Harris was ordered, gave instructions to look after the border, and she didn't do a great job at that.
What was her authority over the border?
I don't know the exact quote that Biden told to her. You could look it up where he's like, I'm giving you a tough job. You think you can handle it? And like that was her thing, to look over the border, to be the border czar pretty much. And the border's not looking too good.
So what authority?
What authority?
Yeah.
Biden told her to look after the border.
No. The question is, what constitutional or statutory authority does she have to look over the border?
Like a rank or something like that? What do you? I don't understand what you're trying to say. I just told you.
What constitutional or statutory authority does the vice president have to look over the border, to monitor, to fix whatever word you want to use over the border? Because I know what the statute says, and I know who actually looks over the border. So I'm asking you, what statute, what provision of the Constitution did Joe Biden rely on that made Vice President Harris this like border czar?
She was told to look over the border with all the illegal
That's not what I
immigration.
asked you. You're
Yeah, I don't understand what you're asking me. So I'm just telling you what I heard.
Yeah, and you heard wrong because there is no constitutional or a statutory authority. It doesn't exist. Joe Biden.
Then why
put her
would
in charge.
then why did Biden give it to her?
Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Put her in charge of going to Central America, to 3 countries that were sending the most at the time, to try to get private investments to build up those countries so that those migrants will not want to come to the United States. And by the way, she succeeded. She got $4.2 billion worth of investments to go to those 3 countries. That was her job. That was
Yo, Margaret, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Margaret in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. It's always good to see you, Margaret. Can we get some W's for Margaret in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just noticed she was the border czar and she didn't do a good job at that. I think it's horrible.
I just told you why she wasn't the border czar. That's something.
Yeah, bro, like literally just like programmed bot response.
Biden gave her that responsibility when he became
Look at this programmed bot response. Look at him.
Yeah, no, he gave her that responsibility, and you can look that up too, where Biden says, "Hey, I'm giving you the."
Yes, I have looked it up. I have seen the White House guidance, the letter, whatever you want to call it, and it says nothing about border czar. It doesn't use that word, by the way.
He doesn't give that word exactly, but he said, "I'm
specifically
you're going to be looking after the border." Or something like that. I don't know the exact word, but he said it's a tough job. You think you can handle it?
No, it says
and she did her little hyena laugh that she does. You imagine hearing that for 4 years, like the Joker.
Oh, you're so mad. You're so mad.
Once they can't win a college, they're gonna go.
No, dude, I just don't want to go.
You said I don't insult people, but then you just insulted her. You're a joker, bro.
Once they can't answer the question on policy, then they have to go to the sexism and the misogyny and things like that because, I don't like her laugh. Oh, give me a fucking break. When's the last time you saw Donald Trump laugh or smile? The guy has no soul, even though soul don't exist. But.
Yeah, when's the last time you saw Melania around Trump happy? I haven't. I still have yet to see it. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
Melania didn't even go to Melania.
I haven't. Has anyone seen that?
I haven't seen her either. She's like fucking gone.
She doesn't like him.
No, and I can't blame her.
Remember when she dodged a kiss from? I appreciate the You're Amazing. Thank you so much, Bree. Dodged a kiss from Trump at the RNC.
My favorite one is when he's walking on the tarmac with her, and he goes to hold her hand, and she swipes it away really quickly. it's the funniest shit. She just does this quick swipe away.
Dude, it's because he's deplorable.
Yeah, she knows it. And Char, you're muted, so you can unmute.
Dude, that might be one of my favorite videos. Honestly.
Yeah, it is. He's walking, and it just and you can just see on his face his
Melania is so real for that.
Why was I even muted?
I muted you because you were talking over me.
What was I saying?
What was I saying?
Because you were talking over me.
Oh.
What?
It's kind of weird, to silence me if I'm.
You're so mad, dude. Can we get some baby bottles?
Silence you when you talk over me. Yes.
Let's get some baby bottles in the chat. This guy, bro.
Yeah, but like I said, you don't think that if Trump didn't go through the pandemic, you would sing a whole different tune about him?
No, I didn't like Trump back in 2010.
Well, everybody liked Trump back in 2010.
No one.
Matt just told you that he didn't. Why?
I didn't, and many people didn't.
He's lying. Everybody did. He was the American dream.
No,
Obama, your hero, Obama said the American dream is to be Donald Trump.
I dislike Donald Trump the moment that he started that racist claim about Obama.
Stop with the whole racist thing, dude. He's not racist at all.
He is racist.
100% not racist. Nobody thought that. He was best friends with Oprah. She was going to be his running mate when they were talking about running.
That somehow makes him not racist.
He's done so much for the black community.
Like what?
More.
He didn't rent to them. He did so much.
Mm-hmm. And all time, the prison reform. I think that's good for the black community.
What prison reform?
His prison reform policy.
What was that?
You could ask him who got Trump to actually put it into policy. But there's one person who he listened to. Do you know who that person was?
More people were off
people who
social
were in
security. More people were off food stamps and Social Security under his administration too. That's another.
Yeah, it's because they were taken off.
No, they weren't taken off. That's a lie. Don't spread false information. That's not true.
Really? So you don't think anyone was taken off under Republicans?
No, you're not allowed to do that. That's not a real thing. You can't. Nobody.
You're not
did
allowed
that.
to cut spending. That's what Republicans have been advocating for and doing.
Yeah, but you can't do that. It was the same thing. It was more people off that because there was more jobs created.
So you can do it. You just lied.
They didn't do that.
Really?
What is your proof that says that he did?
I got you. Give me 1 second.
So there's accomplishment, and you have to say that there was a reason behind his accomplishment.
No accomplishment. No. So
$10 saying, "I hated Trump since the Looney Tune days."
Yeah, so based. I got you. Yeah. So right here, I have an article. The Trump administration moves to restrict food access the Farm Bill protected. That's the New York Times article. Trump administration moves to restrict food stamp access, the Farm Bill protected. That's from 2018.
What were the reasoning behind it? What are the what were the qualifications? Was there certain qualifications for it or something like that they were moving?
They changed the qualifications, which restricts people's access.
Okay, but maybe some of those qualifications were good. The qualifications I think that should be put in place is that I think people should receive drug tests in order.
So he minimizes access, and he's like, "Oh, less people were on it." Literally cuts. Dude, this is Republicans. Hold up, I just gotta do this real quick. This is Republicans. They're like, under our administration, 1 million less people were on food stamps. Why did that happen, sir? Because we took them off it. Jesus Christ, bro.
I think there was qualifications for it, and there should be qualifications for it. And I think those qualifications are still put in effect. And Biden didn't remove any of those, and more people are back on those things. So it's the same policies there.
And that Biden giving food to people.
Wait, what'd you say, Matt? Go for it again.
Huh?
What'd you say, Matt?
I just said, damn that Biden giving food to people.
Yeah, no, it was the same policies.
Let's look at Tim Walz. What did Tim Walz do? I'm thinking of a bill right now. I'm thinking of a bill right now of some policy that Tim Walz did that fed people. I wonder what that is.
So evil.
So evil. That's socialism. They're really feeding the kids. We should not allow for that socialism. It's so bad. They're so liberal. The radical liberals. They're trying to feed children. They want to give them free school lunch. Free.
Have you seen a picture of
who's going to pay for that?
All the kids that are happy and everything,
and then Republicans that did that stuff
too. Sanders and the two kids next door that look like they're from the fucking Children of the Corn. It's such a good photo to show the two policy.
Maybe we should restrict those kids from having a hot meal. I don't think they should. Elena, I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. Maybe that's too communist for me. I'm not looking for communism.
I think anybody that's in a political party done things like that. I don't think that's that impressive.
And breakfast. Oh my God. How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to do it? I can't do it. They're so liberal. I can't do it. They're dangerously liberal.
No, I don't think so. I think besides, I think Bill Clinton would have been a good liberal president, a Democrat president, if he didn't put the NAFTA in effect. But other than that, I think he would have had a good presidency. Can
you tell me one piece of NAFTA that you disagree with?
The foreign trade thing. I think that's not good for economics.
What part of the trade? You don't think foreign trade is good?
not the way it was done, like the way he had it out. Even
Yeah, so
Hillary
like,
Clinton,
can you name one
even his
aspect
wife-
of the trade
even
policy
his
that you
wife
disagree with?
admitted that it was a failed thing.
Can you name me one policy, or name one part of the trade policy you disagree with?
Do you agree with it? Do you think it was a good?
Do I think what was okay?
Do you think the NAFTA trade deal was a good thing?
No, the point I'm asking you specifically is like, what part do you disagree with it? Because I'm not sure you even know what part you disagree with.
I think it was like the percentage or anything. I read it a long time ago, so but I remember reading it and like, yeah, that's a horrible thing. I read it a while ago, so I don't really remember all that it entails, but I just remember it not being great. And the only reason I really heard about NAFTA was during the whole debates back in the day with Hillary, and even like
It's
when
bad
she was
because
just
Donald
like,
Trump said it was bad.
no, even Hillary Clinton said it was bad. His own wife.
But you don't know what part of it's bad.
I looked it up a while ago, like 2016 is when I looked it up. So I don't really remember exactly what all it entails, but I remember like it being like not good. And even Hillary Clinton.
It's bad. It's just not good.
I don't remember, dude. It was 2016. So explain what you think is good about it.
Well, I'm not claiming NAFTA is good, but you were claiming it's bad, and you have no reason to believe it's bad.
Because I don't remember exactly, but I know NAFTA wasn't a good thing under thing. But like I even said, I think he would have been had a good presidency, like if it wasn't for that.
Okay, I have a question.
So I can admit that, like you don't ever, like I don't know if it's like a Democrat thing, like if there was a good or a bad person like under the office, whether it's red or blue, I would admit, like, you know, when it wasn't the right fit. Like I don't think Kamala Harris would be good. I don't know who you guys could have, like if it wasn't her. But that's about it. Like I think the Democrat Party is just really weak right now. I think they need to get some new blood in there.
Okay.
We have a deep bench of. Oh, sorry, Parker. I didn't mean
No,
to
go
interrupt.
for it. You're good. No, I was free. I was like that position. We need to get some new blood. We just got a new candidate. Like
We
what?
have tons of new blood. Like when people were talking about who would replace.
Like I know you guys are. I know you're really on like Kamala Harris. Like
why are you interrupting me? Thank you. When people were talking about who would replace Joe Biden, they brought up numerous names of people, young people, who could potentially do it if Harris was not chosen. And they had like 5 to 10 people that have like a bright future in Democratic politics. We have a deep bench, so like this is not like anything. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody that looks appealing.
Yeah, because you don't like probably read the news.
Like Obama, I'll admit he was very charismatic and like he was a good talker. I think that he was a little bit of a warmonger, a little bit, but he was definitely a good cheerleader for the country for sure.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Trump, 90 million votes. Jesus Christ. You actually think Trump's going to get 90 million votes?
No, get or did. He probably thinks that Trump like should have gotten it or something.
They're not joining.
Yeah, typical.
Typical MAGA. MAGA Mobile not joining in. By the way, everyone, we're going to be here for like the next week because I got banned for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence on my other account. Yo, Sharp, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it, Sharp. Thank you.
Yeah, you Galaxy.
All right. Let's try another person. All right. We'll X these people out. No one's loading because they've all got MAGA Mobile. Yo, it's how old are you? Thank you for the superpower. Thank you. How old are you? Hello? Nice. This is real fun. Like when it takes a really long time for people to join in. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up.
I'm watching the DNC right now, and I'm trying to see if I spot anybody that I know. I'm trying to see if I see Harry or anything.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Jesus.
Where?
Bro, I said where. It's crazy. He's rising.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Jesus Christ. There's no... Everyone's, like, not loading in. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yeah, how old are you?
40.
You voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Look what's going on in the country the last 3.5 years.
Okay, what specifically?
You're not driving, are you?
In half a mile, use the left lane to take the I-20 east.
That was the greatest thing ever.
Charles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Hello?
Jesus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
I am, but I do want to say something. The guy, like 2 people ago, like I will say, like a flaw in what he said was like, I do think the Dems do have Josh Shapiro as a good bench candidate. I do think he's like relatively moderate compared to most. Like I think he's a good orator. So like I will not say that they have like a weak bench. And like I do think he was horrible debater. So I want to establish that. I watch you a lot, by the way. So you're a good debater. I will give you that. But primarily why I vote for Trump is like I will admit a lot of like stuff policy wise, like you have exposed to me, like people don't really look at their own candidate's policy. They spend a lot more time bashing the other side. But like my big thing is like when I look at Kamala's policy, I'm a finance guy and I just see a lot of the stuff. I'm like, you know, we're operating at a $1.2 trillion deficit roughly when it comes to the what we spend federally versus what our tax revenues bring in. So my general concern is that with some of these policies we talk about with like housing credits, stuff like that, we're not going to really be able to afford to do it. So it's just going to like cause more inflation than when we're currently at. But I will admit, sorry, I talk a lot. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
That's good. I got a few things to say that. I think that Trump's policy is inflationary. I'll get into that. But Trump also added more to the debt. 8.4 trillion under his administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so like if we do look at like the history that they have, less under the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
And also, by the way, I just want to say, Harris did propose today a mechanism to help pay for what she talked about. Trump has not done that. Trump has proposed tariffs like across the board, and we know that the taxes that will come into that will be substantially less, and he has not told us how he would make up for that lost revenue. He just says it and then just expects people to like not question it, whereas Harris actually just today came out with a proposal to begin the process of at least paying for what she's talking about.
Right. No, and I mean, like, you know, if you go and like read like through their campaign platforms, like, you know, there's obviously a lot of like low level stuff that's just put out there that's like, you know, for on a surface level for people to read. But like when you look at it like at a high level, right, like I think the general assumption with like the tariff policy is that if you look at like what he's kind of ran on before, it's, oh, let's bring more jobs home, let's boost GDP, whatever, right? So I think the assumption is...
No, he wants an overall tariff.
What? Sorry, what?
He wants a 10% overall tariff on every country coming in the country.
Yeah,
on
like
every good.
all imported goods, right? Essentially.
Yeah. And then 60 to 100% on China.
Yeah, and like
now that would cause inflation.
Yeah, well, objectively, right? Like that's not going to be like a really, really, really good policy at all, and I don't even think that'll get through. I do think, from the standpoint of like what I'm saying is like, obviously, if you increase tariffs on like imported goods, that will imply like U.S. companies that are importing goods from other countries. Like, if you follow what I'm saying.
Say that one more time. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying.
Like, so like if you're a U.S. company, like let's say you're Nike, right, and you have a quota of like 50,000 of a certain product in a factory in China, and then they want to import those goods, like that is considered an imported good from another country, even though it's an American company. So I think the general assumption is you want to bring more American jobs home because it won't be profitable or smart for those companies to be doing it out of country or like internationally, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, so the point that you're saying is that it's going to bring more people home, sure, but it's going to cause a massive increase in prices.
Yeah, like
Sure, lucky,
especially, yeah, especially on like I totally, and like here's the thing is like, while I may like disagree with like, you know, Kamala's policies and stuff like that, I don't at all think like, you know, we're talking about, like I said, we have in 2023 at least, we had a $1.2 trillion deficit, like not the obvious total like deficit. I'm talking about like our deficit between like revenue versus expenses in the federal government, but like any policy that we make, unfortunately, like if you look, it's either going to be increased taxes to make up for that, or we're going to have to drive up like GDP, to drive up jobs, to drive up wages, which then that percentage of tax will actually take out more of the income. You get what I mean, right? Like you don't up the tax, but like your income goes from 100,000 to 200,000. Obviously that's a way inflated number, but like if the government was taking out 35%, it's going to go from 35,000 to 70,000 in revenue. But the bigger problem for me, like with it, is just like, it's either that or you have to be the bad guy that comes in and says, oh, we're going to cut expenses, or we're just never going to solve our deficit issue. And I don't see, when I look at Kamala's policies from the past, like she is a very big advocate for spending money on a lot of like super big deals, which you could argue long-term they're great ideas. But in my opinion, I think it's going to cause more damage to the economy than, I guess, more harm than good.
So again, you're saying like, how are we going to balance the budget? We're going to have a worse, like, sort of scenario with Trump in office. Trump has given no plan to pay for anything. Kamala Harris has.
Yeah, well, so like, and I mean, this is the thing too, right? Is like we could go in roundabout circles on like if cutting down certain things is a good thing. And I'm not even talking about Trump's platform, because like I'll even admit, like you have exposed to me through like listening to you and other people debate on here. Like people don't look enough at their own candidates' policies. They instead of look at what they hate about the opposing candidates' policies. I guess like to me, like I see the platform that the Republicans have been kind of running on. And by the way, I would consider myself a conservative, not a Republican. Like I think attaching yourself to a party is stupid. But the thing I see is like a lot of like, okay, we like the whole drain the swamp thing, so to speak, which like obviously I'm not saying that that's a great idea, but I'm talking about like cutting down government agencies and institutions, like trying to like reduce their influence. Obviously that's going to reduce our expenses to those departments, which I think is part of the issue. And I also, sorry I speak a lot, but I do think that we have a problem too with over-regulation at the moment, where like we've regulated things to a certain point where now these people are looking for more things to regulate because it's their job, but it's kind of becoming more harmful than it is helpful.
Okay. I'm not really seeing why you're voting Trump.
Oh, I mean, like I said, like, I'm definitely not coming to you with like all the policies of his that I love. And like I said, like that's a total issue with what people do. I'm talking about just purely on like, I don't like what I see currently from the Democratic side when they talk about things like Green New Deal, when they talk about things like.
Say that. What do you like from the Republican side?
I do like, and like I said, if you ask me the policy that they have in place to do it or whatever, I'm going to tell you, like, I don't have my facts researched on it, but from what I've heard speaking wise, when it comes to like the platform of wanting to reduce like some of these government institutions and stuff like that, like cutting down on IRS agents, potentially reducing the influence of the Department of Education, like stuff like that. Like, I do think that that is probably more helpful than what the Democrats are pushing out. I mean, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
So you think tax cuts are more beneficial? So the tax cuts specifically, you said, wait, did you say less education?
No, not less education. I generally feel like, for example, like if you were like, did you watch like the Musk, Trump, like
Thank you so much. Not fully. Like what specifically were you saying?
Oh, so like I'm saying, like if you want to talk about like cutting down in
you want to cut the Department of Education?
Obviously not in its entirety. I think that that's a horrible idea, just to cut an entire department, which I know that's what he said, so don't get me there. I don't think they'll actually be able to obliterate a whole department. But like, do you get what I'm saying with like I guess like overwrite? Like let's say
well, part of it then. So
like, okay, I'll give a better example. So like, have you ever seen the I'm assuming you know Vivek and Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
Okay. You've seen them speak before? Okay, so like they had a conversation the other day, right? And they were kind of going back and forth on DEI at a high level. And like when they were talking about like specific policies that have to do with like diversity, equity, and inclusion that have been put in by the government, they had this like whole concept where they kind of went back and forth on, you know, like once you reach a certain point with something, does it become more helpful than it is harmful? Like, you know, because in the past, like if you had discrimination in a place, you would want to go and like potentially help people break into the workforce because we had a racism issue, especially like in the 1960s with the civil rights movement, all that. But now you get to a point where it's like 2020. I'm not saying racism is solved. I mean, it's obviously there's a lot of racist people out there still, but I'm saying I think that at this point now with like DEI policies, you're actually hurting the workforce more than you're helping it. And my
Policy
argument
specifically.
So when they come through with like these so it obviously trickles down from like government institution to like investment bank to wherever. But when you come in with these like, they're not quotas, they're more like target goals of like certain like hiring measures.
Which one specifically?
In terms of what hiring measures?
Yeah.
Like when a company feels the influence to want to say like, oh, okay, we want to reach
I'm talking from the federal government scope.
Well, because from the federal government, it comes from a funding standpoint, right? Like if you come from like CalPERS, like California Pension Fund, going to funds like having, you know, 50% of their money invested into an investment bank, and then that investment bank comes down and says, hey, we have this agreement, they have this agreement, and then they like push it on to like companies that they're invested in, such as like Apple or whatever.
I'm sorry, I didn't really follow you at all there.
All right, no worries. I guess I'm trying to think of a better way to explain it. Do you know CalPERS or no?
No.
Okay, CalPERS is essentially like the California like pension fund. So what you like, and that's a government institution. It does have federal backing and state backing, but CalPERS will basically come down and they'll say something like, okay, we're going to invest 50% of our government granted money into like an investment bank, such as like a BlackRock or like whatever. They will go and have these meetings and stuff and say, hey, if you don't perform these certain measures, we're not going to invest in you. And the reason why they do that with them is because then they can trickle it down onto other companies.
I'm confused how the relevance of this.
So my point is that I think that we have an issue institutionally right now with like higher government like agencies essentially coming down with their influence because they've kind of overregulated.
They've you haven't. Where the hell did we get to here from? I'm so confused, dude. I feel like I'm asking you questions, and I feel like we're like moving on to like things that are not relevant to the questions I'm asking.
I think he's just saying. I mean, Brandon,
I'm really
just saying that you just don't like DEI. Is that what you're just saying?
Like I'm not hearing anything specific in relation to my questions. Like I asked you for like a specific policy that you disagreed with, and I still haven't heard one.
From Trump or from Kamala?
You said DEI policy that you disagree with.
Oh, I'm talking like just like target quotas.
Target? Okay, which target quota?
Well, they're different. They vary from company. Like there's not like a specific target quota. I mean,
so what federal policy? What federal policy supports any type of quota that you're referencing that you disagree with?
From a federal policy standpoint?
Yeah, from a federal policy standpoint.
There's not necessarily an exact federal policy.
Okay. Tressa, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tressa. Is there anything that you, like, any reason why you want to vote for Trump over Harris?
Probably messaging from party to party.
Messaging.
What is that? Because I do, I do generally think that, like, and do you agree or disagree with this? Like, when you vote for a candidate, to some degree, you're voting for the party.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So like obviously like, you know, like Kamala or Trump or who, you know, you could insert whatever candidate you want. The party will have a platform itself. And then because of, you know, I mean, we understand that. So my point being is I have recently in my life like come to find that like when I see like a lot of the Democrat policy, it seems like it's almost kind of hopeless sometimes. Like it's like it comes from like a point of like people feeling very like almost like trapped, if that makes sense. Like almost like they feel like there's no hope in the world, or like everyone has kind of come out to like get them, and like if they
don't know what policy or what proposal you're looking at, what I see is a party, and I'm not a fan of Democrats but the Democratic Party has always been a party of the future. They always see they see problems because they believe fundamentally, like I do. We believe that the country can aspire to be great, but it's not there yet. That there's always something that needs to be fixed, and so therefore the best way to do that is to utilize the power of the government along with the private sector to be able to marshal the greatness of the American people to be able to fix those problems. The Republicans are mainly kind of laissez-faire. They don't really want to do anything. They're kind of like, I don't really care. Democrats are always looking forward. I see joy. I see hope. I see a plan for the future. I don't know what you're like looking at.
So like, yeah, so from my perspective, what I see a lot of is like, it's almost like this messaging of like telling people like they feel like they're incapable. Like that's how I kind of see it. Like, and it's not that I always see it that way. Like I totally like agree with you. Like there have been a lot of great Democrat and great Republican presidents in history. And like, I would be willing to name plenty of them off. But the issue for me is like currently when I look at the platform, it's like, you know, it's almost like, oh, like, so like, for example, like too, like we have like a total crises in like jobs and stuff like that, like, or not jobs, but like where people are feeling like a lack of purpose in work, or like they can't afford a home and all that stuff. And it seems like the solution is always throw more money into it from like a government aid standpoint instead of like invigorating people and like boosting the economy in a way that like encourages people to feel like they can go get to it themselves.
So just like tell people, oh, you can do it.
No, I mean, obviously it's not that simple, but like, I think
So
it's about
like
kind of
what are you, I don't know what you're referencing.
So I'm saying from a messaging standpoint, like if I constantly tell you like, oh, like, you know, you're broke, you need the government to like give you money, like we've screwed, like, you know, you've been getting screwed, like let's give more money, but then we're operating at a deficit.
Well, yeah, because Democrats believe in the idea that you can pick yourself up by your bootstraps, but it's hard to do that when you have no boots. So we are telling people who don't have their boots that we're going to provide them the boots so that they can then pick up themselves and be able to lift. That's the basic idea.
Yeah, I understand. No, I like I said, like the reason you guys are able to have a channel like that, or I should say this is Parker's channel, right? But like
no, it's my channel actually. No.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay. I apologize.
No, that's a joke. That's a joke. It's a joke.
Okay. No. So
Parker's going to excommunicate me.
It's because like these issues aren't simple, but like that's why is like the country's in a very divisive state because people see it from these two different perspectives, and then it's like you basically end up in this position where like people are just screaming at each other instead of like looking at like what's going on. And like I do think people have reason to feel kind of hopeless and like they need help, but I feel like the messaging continuously probably. And I don't want to say it's all since the 1900s, but probably like post 2000 has been a lot of like, oh, we're going to spend more, we're going to give you more money, we're going to give you more money to encourage people to feel like, oh, the Democrats got my back. And then it's like when you really look like, I don't ever feel like anything has really been helped. And I mean, like as far as like investment portfolios and stuff have gone, like my investment portfolio has completely been stagnant underneath the Biden administration. Like that's not helping my future. Like my 401k has not gone up very much at all.
I mean, the market's been going up, so I don't know what the point is there. But
You're
I'll ask you like a specific question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexual assaulting
I've heard
a woman?
you do this, and I've heard you ask this before. Look, I have not looked at that case. I'm going to go and look at it after this. I've never seen it on the news. I'm surprised I've never seen it on the news.
It's been on the news.
Kenny, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Kenny.
I watched the news.
Is this the one? Could you refer? Like I said, you guys know your policy way better. You guys do this all the time. Was this the one that happened in Georgia? Is this the court case in Georgia, or which one is this?
No, New York.
This is a New York case?
Yes.
Okay, and who is this under?
This is E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, I've never heard the case, so I'll go look at it. And you said it's a civil case, or it's a federal? It's a civil case.
Yeah, so like before knowing anything about it, like Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury for sexually assaulting a woman?
If he is held civilly liable, and when I look at that case myself and I'm like, yep, that's complete civil liability, I would totally be like, okay, yeah, that's not a good thing to vote for.
So you wouldn't vote for them?
Because here's the thing, if I go look at that case and I say, okay, yeah, he totally did it, then yeah, I wouldn't vote.
No, but like just knowing that he's been held civilly liable.
No, because I don't have a lot of faith in the court system right at this moment. But
So like, for example, like if someone was held civilly liable of sexual assault, would you like befriend them?
No.
Okay.
That's not really the type of company I prefer to hang out with.
If you wouldn't befriend them, why would you want them running the country?
Well, all right. So, like I said, the guy you had on like 2 people ago, like his points were completely incoherent. So, like, I'm not going to even like pretend that he had a good argument for any of that. But like, my thing with it is like, I think that and this is another problem with the country right now, is you have this very divided state where people aren't fully trusting in the court system, fully trusting in the media. And I do see it kind of go in both directions. Like I've seen recently a lot of things that like Republicans have been screaming for years. Oh, did I get muted up? Oh, no, sorry. A lot of them have been screaming for years. Now Democrats are kind of screaming back because it's like there's this total lack of trust in the like system because they feel like it's rigged against their candidate. My personal opinion is I haven't looked at the case. If there's, because I think you said like, right, there's like documentation from like a psychologist in like the 90s or something, psychiatrist.
Yeah, there's
and
medical
two of her
records.
friends and a dress that had male DNA on it, and Trump was like, no, I don't want to get my DNA. He waited 2 years and said no, and then at the last minute, like, okay, yes, I will, but the judge is like, no, you want to do this because you want to stall, so I'm not going to allow it in because it's just a stalling tactic. I mean, I think what you have to ask yourself, right, is look at the case, but pretend that the defendant's name is not Donald Trump. Okay, pretend that it's John Smith from, down the street, right? And apply those same facts to that person. And if you would be convinced of those facts for John Smith, then you should be convinced of those facts for Donald Trump.
Correct. No, I completely understand what you're saying.
Have there been falsely accused people of acts of?
We're not disputing that there's been false accusals, right? But the point we're
Low
making
rate.
is that
Yeah,
it is
so-
a very low likelihood. The likelihood of a false report is 2 to 10%. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's 90 to 98% likely that you're accurate if you assume that it's true.
So there's
Just off of
there
a
is a chance,
report.
right? There is a chance.
What?
There is a chance.
There
that
is a
there
percent
false-
likelihood that it's wrong, but it's a very low percent.
Okay, so in the case of E. Jean versus Trump, she was sexually assaulted in the 1990s, correct?
Yes.
96 or 7, something
Okay.
like that.
And then she stated that she told her therapist during that time of the events that went on. So the only record of what went on is based on this therapist's writing.
And 2 friends who wrote about it in a diary.
And 2 friends that wrote about it in a diary. So, so obviously they said in the investigation that they looked at the therapist notes and they said there could have been enough evidence to say that he did it. But there was no that it seems like there was just enough to say he did it, correct?
Well, it depends on what you mean by just enough. Do you mean like
It was a jury case, right? Correct or no?
Yeah, unanimous decision from a jury of 9 people. 2 of them were likely Republican.
Oh, I mean, I would imagine if it was 9 people, there's got to be 1 in there, right? Like,
Yeah. So the point is that if it's unanimous, that the likelihood of it being biased is very low. Especially when the decision didn't have to be unanimous.
So, and also this court this case is in appeals as well. Obviously, through a bunch of high-profile cases, it goes to appeals. So what happens, right? This goes to appeals, and then after everything's all said and done, it goes away. He wins the appeal.
Wait, so what is he going to appeal on?
That it's like not like it was.
he's going to appeal probably that there wasn't enough evidence, I would imagine, or that it could have been fabricated. And it's going to become, I mean, the simplest of things, which is is there enough to actually prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yeah. So what's the reasonable doubt in the case?
Well, I mean,
the appeal process is due to
there's
the legal challenges and the outcome of the initial verdict.
What is it?
It's an appeals primarily due to the legal challenges and the outcomes related to the initial verdict.
Yeah, but what is the basis for appeal?
I mean, you can appeal, like if you were to get tried civilly, you can just appeal the case.
Yeah, but what's the legitimate basis for appeal?
The initial verdict, the Trump's appeal, Harold's ongoing case, and the appeals process.
There is no legitimate basis for appeal there. I'm saying the like what is there that's going to make it so that it's going to be fully appealed?
I mean, like you want to know, like what, like if I think it's going to win the appeal process?
No, like what is specifically there that is going to let them fully be able to go through with the appeal? Like what is the sufficient reason to limit this?
I mean, you could look it up, but then like it says as my research is showing me in front of me, that she had originally claimed that Trump, you can't say the R word here on TikTok, right? So he initially raped her, but like that they did not find that in the case.
Yes. But
so the claim was Trump did one thing and they switched it to something else.
Well, no, there's different delineations of SA, great being the highest.
Yes.
They did not find that under the New York law at the time that she met the burden of the definition of great. Okay, so but they did find that she met the a burden for SA. However, the judge made clear that under a colloquial sense, it's clear that by the definition that it is great. Because I consider, and I think anybody considers, that when you insert any digit, no matter what it is, into a female, then or into anybody, that's great.
Now, I'm not challenging that. Like,
also,
I'm
it's
not
important
here
to acknowledge. It's also important to acknowledge that they don't actually like judge what happened in the case, whether or not it's true. The jury determination is not what they overview in terms of the appeals court. So they wouldn't appeal on the basis of an incorrect jury determination.
Can I ask you guys a question? Sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
All right. So, like, do you guys feel, or like, would you agree or disagree with the statement that like both sides of the aisle are using like some degree of like lawfare on each other?
I don't think that this is like political lawfare.
No, I mean, I'm not specifically talking about this case. I'm just talking about like in general.
I don't think there's much now.
Okay, I was just curious. So the reason like I like, and like obviously, because like I said, like anytime obviously I would feel like if someone got, I guess you can't say the word on here, but that were to happen, like I would instantly be like, oh, that's like a horrible person. Like, I mean, that's just, I feel like that's kind of a common sense. If you don't have that view, it's bad. But like, my concern is, and this isn't even the hush money case. I can't remember if this is, no, this isn't part of that. But the case where like Trump was, for example, like, it was like about his property valuation. If you're familiar with that one.
The fraud case?
Yeah, like the property fraud case. I believe that was also in New York, even though, or was that in New York?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like with that case, like my concern with something like that would be is like, and this is like I said, I'm a finance guy. So like I actively see stuff like this in valuation. Like it's not the person who's valuating a property's job to properly evaluate their property. Like I can come to you and say my house is
No,
worth,
he said it was like 30,000 square feet when it's like 11,000. Like, is that anywhere near each other? Is that like, do you think that he made just, an incorrect, so he's just completely delusional? He thinks that 11,000 square feet's 30,000? Really? He's that delusional?
what? You're talking about the property size?
Yeah.
Well, okay, well, here's my point. Wait, because like, here's the thing. Anybody knows, like in finance, like if someone were to, like, because if you're going to a bank,
Anyone knows in finance that if you put it 3 times above how large it is that you're literally purposefully doing that.
So if I told you that my property was 20,000 square feet, and
it was like 7,000.
No, I understand. I understand completely what you're saying. So
I'd be like, wow, they were fucking lying.
If I told you my property was 20,000 square feet or like whatever, and it was only 10, and you're a bank, you're going to take me at my word for that. If I tell you all this thing, you're just going to come and get it. Like, you're not going to do your independent I could tell you whatever I want. I mean, I can tell you that Abe Lincoln was here, and if it never happened, it never happened. Because that's the thing with his property valuation, too, is it takes into account that he's a celebrity that lived on the property, obviously. It has a historic valuation to it. That
No,
can't
it's
be
in terms of how
quantified.
large it was. Yeah,
No,
Shelly,
that's
thank
the
you for the
court case.
$20 for the Parker Rolex fund. Thank you so much. I don't know if I'd ever do that, but thank you so much, Shelly, for the $20. Thank you.
No, I mean, I know that's the court case. And what I'm saying is, though, is like, I could tell you whatever I want about my property, but like as a bank and like anyone in finance, like has advocated for this before on both sides of the aisle, like they do this all the time. Like people overinflate numbers in their property all the time, and then they just come through. So why now?
Yeah,
is
but
it-
it's still fraud.
Well, okay. So if we want to agree on
fraud all
that,
the time.
no, and if we want to agree on that, that's fine. But then, like, why is he being prosecuted for it, and not any of the other politicians that have certainly done the same thing? And yes, I
Well,
know.
give me one.
You name one. Yes, I know. I can't name any. I know what
That's what I meant. You
No,
should
I
probably
know.
be able to name one, though.
Hey, believe
Dude,
it or
you
not,
thought of the
still what I
question. You
see a
still
lot.
didn't know how to answer. Come on.
No, because I've seen this quite a bit. Trust me. So like, I totally wasn't prepared to even talk about that. To be clear, I knew you were going to completely kill me on question line. Like I still came on. I don't care.
Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad, before I go on to the next person?
I mean, no, you can go on to the next person, but these comments are funny.
Appreciate you, man.
Brandon, I have one question.
Yeah.
Hayden, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah. What's up?
If in the future it was a generic Republican, let's say Ron DeSantis or JD Vance or something, right, running against Josh Shapiro or someone like Josh Shapiro, who would you vote for?
A generic Republican.
Yeah, so let's say like obviously they're going to have like a.
Because I feel like those aren't generic Republicans either. Like,
okay, well let's say like but the people who are going to be like within the party in
put
the
it
future.
this way. I'll put it this way: if it was Mitt Romney running against a Shapiro Tulsi Gabbard ticket, I would consider Shapiro.
Okay, all right, that's good enough for me. Okay, thanks.
All right, let's have a good one.
All right. Let's get this next person up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. I got like another 30, 40 minutes left. So just letting y'all know. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right. Yeah, I'm seeing all the DNC stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing crazy is happening, apparently.
Right now, Steve Kerr is giving a speech. So
Steve Kerr?
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, he's a.
They should have let me have a speech. Yo, fuck them. I would have loved that. That would have been so great. Yo, it's a how old are you?
Get a job. TikTok influencer.
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, myself? I'm 40.
Are you voting Trump?
To be honest, I'm still debating. Not really sure who to vote.
Are you driving?
No.
Okay. So then, here would be my question: would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Probably not. To be honest, I
Okay,
might vote. I might vote for the Democratic Party, but at this time, I do have a question for you though. Can you say 5 things good about Trump and 5 good about Harris?
If we do, will you vote for Harris?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to do it, Matt, or I'll do it if you want?
No, you can do it. Go ahead.
Okay. So 5 things good about Donald Trump: Operation Warp Speed, the First Step Act, getting rid of the barriers between states for transparency for pricing, the executive order for the $35 cap on insulin, and the stimulus checks during COVID.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, and then for Kamala Harris, most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. Right? Supported the infrastructure bill, supported the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
$4.2 billion investment in 3 Central American countries to help stop a migration crisis.
Yep.
Perfect, man. I appreciate that. To be honest, I'm Hispanic, so obviously I do have a lot of friends that obviously their family came in illegally here, and then they got their papers, their residence, and everything. So I mean, obviously I have to work both Democratic for Trump. I never voted for Trump before, but obviously I just wanted to kind of put it out there. But I definitely will vote for Harris. The only thing is, also I'm Christian. You know how it's a little bit hard for me as Christian to pass certain bills that kind of goes against what I believe, but at the same time, I have to have an open mind for what they want to do, and everybody's gonna choose whatever they want to follow. But I will say, you know what? I'll vote for Harris. Let's go for Harris.
Ace, I
Okay.
appreciate you.
All right, guys. You guys.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right. Yo, Bao, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Everyone's watching the DNC right now. Just Steve Kirk giving like a
he's giving a speech. Harris came out a little while ago just to kind of surprise everybody, and that's what happened a little bit ago. And then I think here soon, Hillary Clinton's going to speak, and then Jill Biden, and then Joe Biden is at 10 or 10:30ish, I think, my time.
All right. Let me get this next individual. There's probably gonna be like no one live tonight, y'all. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, people are
what's
like,
up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
In this particular case, with most of his policies, I agree with, minus a few. I work for the federal. One, I'm 52 years old. I'm more of a libertarian, but in this case, I'm leaning more towards Republicans and what they have to
Like what
say.
does specifically?
I believe in Second Amendments. I don't believe in abortion. I believe in shrinking the government.
Okay, so do you think abortion should be left up to the states?
Yes, I believe.
Or do you think abortion is murder?
I'm a Christian. I believe first it should be left up to the individuals, actually.
So you're pro-choice?
I believe the individual should choose. I
So
don't
so you disagree with Trump trying to restrict people's access to abortion?
I do disagree with that. I believe that is an individual choice, even though I am a
Trump put
Christian.
multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, I believe that's an individual person's right. Even though I'm against abortions, I believe that an individual has the choice and should choose. Personally, I wouldn't want people to get an abortion, but I do believe that is an individual right. So there are some.
Okay, so why do you want to vote for Trump, who's actively trying to undermine that right?
Because the more of his policies I agree with than I do, especially Kamala Harris. I see what
policies
she
do you disagree about in terms of Kamala Harris's policies?
Well, I see what she did in California. You can look at California as a state and look at it and see. She says she's a lawyer, but she's put more minorities in prison than most people, and so is Joe Biden. Actually, he's the one who
most
passed.
people. Okay, so can you give me any source of how many people?
Yes, I don't know exact numbers and percentages, but the three strikes law was done by Joe Biden. He's the one who said, "Hey, this quarter ounce of crack is."
Oh, I have to kick you now. You can't say that on the live,
bruh.
All right, let's get this next person up here, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Same for me.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 19.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
I think that the country was better back then.
Why so?
Not as much as the policies he's done, because I see you like kind of, I'm not gonna lie, own some people on the policy part, but just like the sense of knowledge. Like obviously Trump's smarter, has more brain cells than Harris.
Really? So what tells you that?
Harris is an alcoholic, dude.
Being an alcoholic doesn't mean you're dumb.
And also,
do you have any evidence she's an alcoholic?
It doesn't help.
Can you give me any evidence she's an alcoholic?
Can you give me any evidence Trump's a rapist?
Oh yeah, he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll in
It
1996.
happens too much. That happens too much. Fake claims. Too much. It happens all the time.
What fake claim? What do you mean it happens too much?
Wait, what's the proof? What's the proof that she
Yeah,
has?
So
Against
did she make up therapist notes from the 90s?
Maybe.
Maybe. What makes you assume that? What's the victim's name?
Jean Carroll? You just told me that.
Okay. So can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
I didn't follow the case. No, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean,
Well, I did just
don't-
tell you one too. Therapist notes.
I'm not gonna lie.
Medical
I'm
records.
a pretty smart guy.
You said you're a smart guy?
Yeah.
Or are you talking about me or yourself?
No, I am. Well, you are too, but I am too.
Pride cometh before the fall. You ever hear that?
What are you looking at your screen like that, Parker?
Okay. I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So you're saying you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a
No,
woman?
that's not what I'm saying. No.
You wouldn't? So then Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, so you won't vote for him, right?
Okay, so I'm 19. This is gonna be my first ever.
So you won't vote for him, right?
I'm gonna vote for him, but I don't think he did it. I'm not gonna lie. He has been held civilly liable, but
So
I am gonna vote for him.
what
I don't
reason
think
do you
he did it.
dispute the case?
Well, he's a very famous man. A lot of people hate him. There's a lot of reasons that people would want to get him in trouble.
So you wouldn't believe anyone who's famous did anything wrong like that?
Not without proof.
Well, the proof was in the
I
context
believe,
of the civil case.
I believe EDP 445 did what he did because there's proof.
Yeah, there's also proof that Trump did what he did. He was held civilly liable.
All right. And
I have
just
a
don't like
question.
this
If
stuff.
someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you let them take care of your kids?
Would I let Trump take care of my kids? Hell no.
No? Oh, why not?
I don't have kids. I don't have any.
Okay, so let's say like your future children were going to go on to a bus, right? And the bus driver today was Kamala Harris. Would you let them go on that bus?
Probably not, because she'd probably be drunk.
Bruh.
I mean, I've been reading multiple news
Can you
sources.
give me a source? One source.
I'm pretty sure CNN posted something on this.
Yeah, give me the title right now.
Dude, I'd have to leave the live for that.
No, you don't. I just wouldn't be able to hear you while you're off the live.
Wait, so CNN posted something about Kamala Harris being a drunk?
No, I'm pretty sure that I know for sure I read it. I don't know if it was for sure CNN, but yeah, I know I read a whole bunch of articles on it, for sure. And you know what? I think it's pretty hypocritical. Like some Democrats don't stand for nothing, saying Trump's too old when they would have voted for Biden. He would have not dropped out because Kamala has a way better chance of winning than Biden did.
Okay, so you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman who has said he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because
Okay,
he quote, unquote, owns
let's
the
get this
place.
straight. He says
Who
a lot of
denies
stupid
climate
stuff.
change, who called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, who says he grabs women by the vagina, he doesn't have to ask, who said he'd be dating his daughter if it wasn't his daughter, called his daughter voluptuous, said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. All of those things. You're still voting for him? He said you'd date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
I'm not voting for the man he is. I'm voting from the president, and I don't think he did anything. He
And
said
can you
this
name me
stuff.
any
I know
policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
that I like.
Yeah.
I like the stuff that I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about the stuff he's gonna implement. That he's been
hold on.
claiming he's
Hold
gonna.
on. Actually, you came on the live saying that his 4 years was great. You would have been like what, like 11, 12 during that time?
You go look at his TikTok. Kamal Harris just openly said that bread and all the food was way higher when Trump was in office. She just speaks out of her ass sometimes. So does Trump. But
You're just yapping. Like,
Jesus
what?
Christ, just because prices are higher does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
was
Prices
caused
are
by-
higher globally. Did you know that there was inflation in Africa and Asia and Europe and South America and Central America, everywhere around the U.S.? Or around the world?
I didn't know that. There's a reason. I did know that. Yeah, I did know that. There was also inflation when Trump was in office for those countries too.
Okay, but it was on a trend globally. So I don't see why you're only blaming the Biden-Harris administration.
I'm not.
You were. You literally
I'm
were.
just saying the inflation was higher when they're in office and Trump. It's not all their fault. It's not all their fault.
So what is their fault?
I don't know, dude. I've been watching Joe Biden trip downstairs left and right, talks like, dude, he called the president of Ukraine Putin. Are we serious right now?
Yeah, and
How do you call
Trump.
the president of Ukraine president
Yeah,
Putin?
and
Are
how
you
do you
serious?
mistake your ex-wife with someone you sexually abused?
I mean, that's bad, but it's not as bad.
That is worse. It's your ex-wife. It's your ex-wife.
What are you talking about?
It is worse. It is worse to mistake your ex-wife with someone you sexually abused than it is to say that fucking Zelensky was Putin on accident.
Dude,
like what?
Is that any different? By the way, is that any different than Trump?
Ladies and gentlemen, the president of
Right, hold on.
Ukraine.
Hello. Hey, is that any different than Trump mistaking the leaders of Hungary and Turkey for each other?
Can I get a source for that?
Yes. Do you want a source?
That's I sure do, but that even
The
if that is
Hill
not as bad.
It's at Hill.com, October 24th, 2023. Trump.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I believe you. 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 Okay. That's different. That's not as bad.
the arms of an angel.
Dude, Trump talks out of his ass. What the hell? Am I hearing a dying turkey?
Yeah.
All right. So Trump talks out of his ass. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. I know that. Not voting for him for a person. I'm voting for him as a president.
You want a president who talks out of their ass?
What?
You just said Trump talks out of his ass. So you want a president who talks out of their ass?
I mean, yeah, more than Kamala.
Talking out your ass is a good thing?
It's not like he's always doing it. He does it sometimes.
And more often than not.
Dude, he took a bullet for democracy, man.
Dude. The internal cringe. Oh my God.
Hold on. Ladybug, why didn't he take a bullet during Vietnam when he had
Because
bones?
he wasn't in the war. That's probably why.
Yeah, why? Why?
Why wasn't Biden in the war?
He took a bullet for democracy. Like what, dude? Not only did he try to overthrow our government, but he literally
Overthrow our
dodged the
government.
fucking draft
Overthrow
multiple
our government.
times.
Dude, all the rich people did that.
And that's a good thing?
No, it's not a good thing. No, it's not a good thing.
Then
He would have died. He would have never become president. Being president's more important than one soldier.
Oh, no, that would.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because if Trump would have died in that war, he would never have became president. Being president's a bigger job than
imagine that glorious world where Trump would never have been president.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. When Biden was in the race, It looked like he was going to win.
Paige, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, Paige. What's up?
When it was Biden versus Trump, it looked like Trump was going to win there by a landslide.
Well, now it doesn't look like that. Looks like Harris is going to win by a landslide.
Nah, because we need a feminine on and on.
Yeah, we do need a feminine phenomenon.
Cringy shit. That's cringier than me saying take a bullet for democracy. That's more cringe.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
How much people are voting for Kamala Harris for a simple reason? She's African American and she's a female.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So I've never heard one person say that.
How many people
okay, so
are
you're,
voting for
no,
Trump?
hold up. Why is this kid in the live, dude? Nobody knows who this is. All right, Parker.
People know.
So,
We don't know who the fuck you are. People know who I am.
Lady, who the fuck are you, bro?
Yeah, who the fuck are you?
Wait, people actually know who Matt is. No one knows
I'm not
who you
a
are.
kid, by the way. I'm much more successful than you are. You don't even know who
Matt's
the fuck I
older.
am.
Matt is older than me.
don't tell my mom, man. Stop. Calm down.
Don't tell your mom. You still live with your parents?
No, I don't.
Oh. Good for you going to college.
No, yeah, I am. I'm playing football in college right now.
What's your major?
I'm currently just playing football.
Appreciate the.
I'm taking a break from college right now, but I'm gonna go back.
You still have a major though, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Which is what? What subject? Oh, he left. I'm asking for your major.
Leave, buddy. I did not leave. What?
What's your major? Hey, I think it Brianna for $10. Thank you so much, Brianna.
Fucking dude, it's such a hard word. No, I sound stupid right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm being a pilot. I'm becoming a commercial pilot.
Dude, what is your?
I'm actually.
Matt, gonna tell us your major. Impossible challenge.
I'm actually
tell us your
questioning.
major. Impossible challenge.
It starts with an A. It's to be a pilot, bro. How am I not thinking of this?
Aviation?
Aviation. That's what I'm talking about.
That's
Aviation.
not
Yes,
difficult.
aviation.
You don't know. Wait, hold on. Wait. You're becoming a pilot and you don't know what your subject is called.
Yeah, I'm becoming a pilot, bro.
Jesus
Gonna be making bank.
Christ.
Please, okay.
Melanie, thank you for the $2.
Oh
Dude,
shit!
making bank,
Now I'm
making
afraid.
bank, I'm making bank, I'm
Now I'm
making bank.
afraid.
Hey, would you let me fly a plane for you?
No, I
No, dude, no.
Oh man, hurts my feelings.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. I just sounded stupid.
You have to at least
Anyway,
know what
back
the
to
subject
the
is called.
presidential election and not my major in my college.
It's a very simple question. Just saying.
What? Yeah, I know, dude. I talk about it all the time. That's all I do, bro. Football in college. So I did kind of sound stupid. I was thinking about the presidents, so that's why I was tripping.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Anyway, how about how you can't really argue too much against Kamala because you've never seen her as a president, but the Biden Harris administration has done some bad stuff that I haven't agreed with, as Biden saying he's going to get rid of all student debt. Don't know about that one.
Have you, Biden?
What's the issue?
Biden, okay, another one. He pulls everybody out of Afghanistan.
That was set up by Trump.
And leaves all the stuff there. Dude, you know how much equipment he left there?
We left equipment also in Vietnam.
Also, by the way, the equipment we left
Biden wasn't-
was stuff that
Biden
we
wasn't-
gifted to the Afghan military. Everything else we destroyed.
What?
That's what the military indicated.
Am I wrong here, or is Afghanistan just a corrupt country taken over by terrorists?
So, again, the point that we're making is that Trump negotiated with them for a deal for them to leave.
Okay, but he wasn't president. I get what you're saying, but couldn't Biden have done something different where he could have?
He should have come back on the deal.
Yeah,
I see. Guess how old are you, by the way?
I'm 19.
When's your birthday?
2003, September 30th.
2003. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Do I sound like I'm younger than 19?
No, we have to just verify because people in the
Are you
chat.
pro Law and Order?
Am I pro Law and Order?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
Wait,
Are you-
hold on, no, 2003, you'd be 21.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
Yeah, the fuck? I'm so fucking tired. I'm like, I couldn't math. Yeah.
Jesus
Bruh.
Christ. I didn't even think. I literally.
Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't even like process. Thank you, chat. W chat.
AOC's talking right now.
Yeah, I know.
We might need to do a listen in. Should
Here.
we do that? Should we do a listen in, chat? Oh yeah.
Can you hear it? Okay.
Imagine.
Mhm.
Imagine having
Wait, actually, oh shit, we can't do this. Oh fuck, we can't do this. Sorry, we can't do it.
leaders like
Hold up, Matt. It's copyright. It's copyright. It's
No,
copyright.
it's not. Why is it copyright?
That's at least what I saw from RTP.
The
Our
DNC
plays-
is copyrighted?
Yeah, our RTP's not playing it because it's copyright.
Not even the audio?
I don't know.
Wait, the Democrat convention is being broadcast on every network, including C-SPAN and PBS.
Are
and
you
everything.
sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, like I can probably go to C-SPAN and I'll probably find it because it's being broadcast like. I don't know why it would be copyrighted. That doesn't make sense to me.
RT plays playing audio. Okay. I guess I will.
Yeah,
It's fine.
that's what I thought. Yeah, because they have coverage right here. Yeah, they have coverage.
We have as many viewers as the HQ count. Hey.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, here we go. Back
And
to
we're
it.
on the following glitch. Let's go.
you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Is AOC religious?
I think she's I think she's a Christian. Yeah.
Dude, I feel like everyone is like forced to be Christian in American politics.
Hold on, during a commercial. So hold on. AOC. Yeah. She's Catholic.
She's Catholic?
Yeah.
Dude, I feel like almost everyone in politics is Christian.
from.
Okay, they're on.
Like it's hard to find someone who's not.
Wait, who's talking now?
We're going to hear from former Secretary of State, former First Lady, also Hillary Clinton, who some excerpts of her speech have already come out. She's going to sort of set this sort of.
Okay, they're just talking about it, so we won't play that because that's CNN stuff.
There's no point.
And
All
it's
right.
so.
Yeah.
I'll let you know whenever they come back.
Add more stuff, yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker,
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
It doesn't matter who I'm voting for. You need to pay attention to what's going on, son. You have no idea what you're thinking about.
Okay, well, what do I not know about?
You're sitting here watching this DNC right here. I'm watching it too. These people are telling you full of lies. They're trying to shut down major businesses. They're not trying to help them. All them people at the union, they weren't protesting for Kamala. They were protesting because they're going to lose their freaking jobs.
Is that why Trump said that a union striker should be fired and everything? Right?
Pretty much, yes. Pretty much, yes.
Oh, they
If
should
you
be
go
fired.
on
So
strike
union
because you are
people-
protesting work from a.
Okay, calm down, Boomer. Damn.
I'll deal with them. I got you.
Okay, because people who are striking for better pay, for better wages, for better living, they should be fired. And that's what you're saying. So who's exactly arguing for better businesses and better worker type conditions? Which party?
You don't think that the union workers are making more money than you are and I am and Parker is? Maybe not Parker because he's getting paid by the Democratic Party right now.
Then why didn't they invite me to the DNC?
Well, because you want to sit here and do lives and you don't know nothing. You have no history.
Wait, so the only
You
reason
have
I
no
didn't go to the
intellect.
DNC is because I
You
didn't
have
feel
no
like it?
intellect. You have no intellect on what politics are.
No intellect
How
on what
old are you,
politics
Parker?
are.
How old are you? What, 20?
I'm 22. And
How much-
yeah, I
how-
do. I'm 22.
What about me?
Okay.
Kyle, how many branches of government are there?
How many branches? There's 3.
And what are they?
Judiciary, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna tell you this: we are not a democracy. We are a republic. Do you know when you go to school every morning
What's
and
the
you put your hand
contradiction
on your
between a
heart?
constitutional republic and a representative democracy?
Dude, you can say all this stupid stuff, bro. You believe in democracy. You don't believe in a republic. You
What's
need to do your research,
What's
son.
the contradiction between the two?
Oh my God, dude. Like I said, you're gonna ask all these things that you don't know about. So I guess you liked when Horseface spoke, talking about being a bartender, talking about she was broke and her daddy died.
Go fuck yourself.
What? Did you just refer to AOC that way?
Yes,
What is
she's a beautiful woman. What the fuck
is wrong with you?
AOC had money growing up as a kid.
So?
Just like you do, Parker.
So?
She never struggled. She never
So?
struggled. Have you ever struggled? Have you ever
No,
struggled
I have
in
never
life?
struggled.
Okay, well, see.
I have. Talk
you
to
got
me
a little-
about it.
Well,
I don't think anyone in this country should have to struggle. I don't think we need to struggle.
well, I have in life, all right? This is back before freaking all these lunatics want to take over this world. Dude, you don't understand what's going on.
Let's talk about someone because since you and I apparently are the only ones here that have struggled, quote unquote. Which party, which group of politicians who was it that kept my family afloat, that kept me fed, that kept me warm in the winter, right? It was the Democratic Party. It was not the Republican Party. They wanted to take that away from me. When my dad, who was a construction worker who worked on heavy machinery, was laid off every single winter, right? He got unemployment benefits. That was mandated through his union. Thanks to his union, he had to get benefits, right? It was the Illinois Republicans who wanted to gut that system because they don't like unions. It was fucking Bruce Rauner and his cronies who wanted to take that away from us, right? So, no, if people like J.B. Pritzker that actually protected unions, that actually want to make sure that people like my father, before he retired, got the benefits that he worked so hard for, and so that in the winter, out in his country home, he would not freeze to death. So don't give me any bullshit about which party.
See, now you're being all cussing and hostile. Let me tell you something.
I'm being hostile.
Okay,
No,
let me explain this to you.
I'm talking. I'm being hostile because this directly impacts people's lives. People would die because of this. My dad, when he was
W Matt's in the comment section. Let's get some Watts in the comment section.
would have died because there were politicians who wanted to take away his benefits. That's the point I'm making. That's why it upsets me. It's because people die when these politicians want to advocate for these draconian type of policies. That's why the Democratic Party, for all of their faults, for all of their craziness sometimes, they are the only ones that want to protect the benefits and the rights that people have worked for decades to build. That's the point. And now you can unmute.
I'll invite him.
All right, so let me explain this to you. Whenever it's freezing cold in places where y'all live, every state shuts down. You can't work. It's impossible when it's
Matt, you got
negative
flagged.
40.
Matt, come up on your other account.
See, he don't want to hear what I have to
No,
say.
he got flagged. I had to remove him because he got flagged. So
I'm
say what
telling
you said
you.
again.
States like that, when it gets so cold, when it's negative 40s and stuff, You cannot work. So that's why the union keeps paying the workers. People don't want that to happen.
That was Republicans. Did you hear him?
Dude, it's every politic.
Wait,
it's
Kyle, can I
Democrat,
ask you a question?
Republicans.
Kyle, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
Let's see. The black historical black colleges was about to be bankrupt, and he funded them millions of dollars for 10 years.
So no, he did 255.
Yes, he did,
listen,
bro.
Listen, appreciate that.
Oh my God, dude.
He did 250.
No, dude, you're lying. That is a lie.
Listen.
You are lying, Parker.
Hey, Kyle.
Look it
Kyle,
up. Look it
Kyle,
up right now.
Kyle, I
Go
want
to
you to
your
listen.
Google.
I
Look
want
it
you
up.
to listen. I want you to listen. Kyle, chill.
Dude, I don't have to. I'm telling
Kyle,
you.
I'm explaining it to you right now. Be quiet.
Jesus
Okay?
freaking Christ.
He gave $255 million a year, which the Biden-Harris administration gave $16 billion overall, which means they gave $4 billion a year.
Nope. Historical black colleges was about to go bankrupt before Donald Trump came along.
Not true.
All
They got $500
Oh
million a
my
year
God,
under
dude,
Obama.
you are lying.
No, you're lying.
You are lying.
You're lying.
dude.
You're lying. So
Bruh,
they
please,
got
don't look it
$500
up on
billion.
your little Google sheet.
I did. They got $500 billion dollars.
Okay.
They got $500
Okay,
million
that is a
dollars a
freaking
year.
lie.
Listen, they got $500 million dollars a year under the Obama administration. They got $255 million
we
under
was
Trump,
almost in
and
a
now they've gotten
recession
$4
when
billion
Barack
under
Obama
Biden
was
Harris.
president.
Listen,
You're
Kyle.
not even old enough to know who Barack Obama is.
I do know who Barack Obama is.
Oh my God.
You're 22 years old. He was the president in
Kyle,
2006.
Kyle, and you've
was-
had
No,
too
he
much.
wasn't.
And Kyle, wait,
Oh,
when did Obama become president?
Let's see. That was 2016, and before that was Barack Obama, so that'd be 2008. Before that would be 2002.
No, what?
Jesus Christ, 2009, by the way,
Dude,
2009.
Yeah, he was elected 2008, came president 2009. Who was the president before Obama?
Freaking some dumbass named George Bush.
Yeah, 2004 and 2000. Okay, you gotta get your years right.
You know what I was talking about, obviously. So you want to be so correct
You want to be so wrong.
I don't know what.
because you guys know I'm right.
No, you're not right.
Oh my God.
Kyle.
So
Kyle.
were we not? So let me. Hey. So, since you was how old was you when Barack Obama first come for president? 2006. Parker.
2008.
He was 2009. He was president 2009, by the way. So I was 7 years old.
It's every 4 years. That's not an odd number. It's every 4 years.
I was 7 years old.
Okay, so you know nothing about politics.
I was 16 and 17.
Kyle, that doesn't mean I know nothing about politics.
I remember
Kyle,
those
you
days
literally
very well.
couldn't even mention to me a single policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefits the middle class more than to benefit rich people. You can't give me one.
I'm not worried about policy. I'm worried about facts.
Well, what facts? You have
You
nothing.
guys are telling lies.
Wait, do you think the election was stolen in 2020?
I don't believe in an insurrection.
Do you think it was stolen in 2020?
Why haven't they ever? What happened to Ray Epps? Why?
Lois,
is he
thank you
never
for the
been president?
$5. Thank you so much, Lois. Do you think it was stolen in 2020?
I'm going to say it wasn't fair.
So it was stolen. So what evidence do you
I
have that it
didn't
was
say
stolen?
that. See, you're putting words in my mouth. I said it wasn't fair.
So
Don't put
Trump
words in my mouth,
Trump
Parker.
rightfully lost.
I didn't say that.
Do you think Trump rightfully lost?
I'm not going to say that. I said it wasn't fair.
Okay,
why did they
you believe the
push
election wasn't
Dimension
fair. So
Joe out?
what evidence do you have that says that the election wasn't fair?
I mean, first off, the Hunter Biden laptop that never got talked about during the election. That got covered up by all major media, The View, the NBCs, all that. All that.
That literally doesn't incriminate Joe Biden at all.
Yes, it does. They just
No, it
found out
doesn't.
today he got his hand caught in the cookie jar getting $27 million back in 2017. Why don't you talk about that?
From who? From who?
From all the Hunter Biden corruption?
No.
Crackhead
you
Hunter
can't
Biden?
say that on the live.
Bye,
That's
Kyle.
Actually, wait, because I'm about to get off. I'll keep them up. So, like, again, you literally have no reason to believe that at all as it relates to Joe Biden. So, what evidence do you have?
I guess you're watching Hillary Clinton on TV right now, aren't you?
Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I'm watching Hillary Clinton on my live right now.
I said Hillary Clinton.
Okay, so why do you want to vote for Donald Trump?
Donald Trump, Mr.
Donald
Trump.
Dump. Connell Dump. Sorry, my bad. Connell
Please?
Dump.
Hey,
Connell
please.
Dump.
Hey, Parker, I want you to do this. I want you to keep an open mind, and I want you to do research on what Donald Trump has done for you.
Why are you voting for Connell Trump? Connell Dump. Sorry, my bad. Connell Dump.
See how you.
He conned you. He conned you. He conned everyone. He bankrupted his business. He bankrupted the country.
Do your research. Well, dude, we went through COVID, and they made him shut the country down.
No, he bankrupted the country. $8.4 trillion of debt under his administration. 4.8 trillion non-COVID related.
You're getting off soon, right, Parker?
That is a lie, bro.
What is it?
You're getting off soon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
That is a lie. He had the booming.
What was the lie?
Booming economic.
How is the economics booming?
Before COVID, we were booming.
How is it booming?
Black Americans had jobs. Everybody had jobs.
There was a lower unemployment rate for Black Americans under the Biden-Harris administration.
Bro. You guys are telling lies. I don't understand.
No,
why
we're not.
Keep
No, we're not. Look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics unemployment, genius.
Oh my God!
Look
That's
at Kyle,
what you
bro.
believe?
Kyle's a genius.
Hey,
Kyle's smartest Trump supporter. Smartest Trump supporter right here.
Dude, you guys believe in lies.
And then
You
mustache.
need to
Thank you
watch
so much.
other news channels.
You probably believe I'm paid by the DNC. You think I'm paid by the Democrats? What evidence do you have I'm paid by the Democrats? Richard the
You
Goose.
keep doing lies.
So you're lying. So does that mean you're paid by the Republicans?
I didn't say you're doing lies. I said you're doing lives. You're doing live videos.
Oh, okay. So just because I'm
Nobody
doing lives
else
does not.
in the world will do this.
Appreciate the
unless they are
galaxy. Thank you so much,
completely
Emma.
getting paid.
I did this before I made any money. Like what?
Yeah.
I love what I do. I really love what I do.
I guess you and Harry get together every once in a while, huh?
I've never met Harry in person.
Well, that's probably a good thing because Pierce Morgan destroyed him.
Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. That had no relevance to what I just said. So why do you think I'm paid by the Democrats?
Because you wouldn't do this if you did research and looked up the actual man that you discussed.
I do.
No, you haven't. You have not
I literally
looked up real history.
I have.
Dude, he's 4 times older than you. Do history, please.
Kyle, you want to ask? I'll ask you a question on history. When did Pearl Harbor happen? Like, what was the date?
1943.
Nope, 41. 1941. December 7th, 1941.
I'm still there.
Next
still
question.
know.
Next question, because you're so good at history. Okay. Are you ready? When did the Civil War end?
The Union and the Southern 1945. 44. Whatever.
The Civil War ended in
You said the Civil War ended in 1945.
Bruh.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't know Abe Lincoln lived that long. Goddamn.
Dude. Oh my God, bro. No way.
Yeah, and we don't know what we're talking about.
Jesus Christ. I need
Y'all
to know
talking
history.
About wars. You're not.
You
talking
need to know
about,
history.
You're not talking about politics. You're talking about wars.
Oh
You're talking
my
about
gosh.
wars. You're not talking about politics.
Okay, do you want me to ask you questions about politics?
How far are you going to go back? 2002?
Yeah, when was January 6th?
January fucking 6th.
Okay, I wanted to see.
When was 9/11?
Oh my God.
Kyla, thank you for the
9/11?
$10. Thank you so much. Wait, what year was 9/11?
9/11?
No, what year was it?
Oh God.
What year was? Hey, all right. You want to ask questions? What year was the Oklahoma City bombing?
What year was it? Tell me.
Oh yeah. What year?
What year was 9/11?
What year was the Oklahoma City bombing?
Dude, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
You obviously don't know that.
This
answer.
guy, dude, this guy doesn't know.
No, Kyle,
You don't know that answer. Tell me that answer.
Kyle, I'll answer your question when you answer ours.
Answer it.
1999.
Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Save us.
9/11. Parker, I didn't know.
Jesus.
I was sorry. It's 9/11, 1999.
2000.
And by the way, the
2001.
answer to your question in 1995, but
Jesus Christ, dude.
It was 93.
Also,
No,
by the way, I
95.
wasn't even alive then. By the way,
It was
Tria, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much,
93.
dude. You literally didn't know what year 9/11 was. I can't even fucking believe it, bro.
Parker, go on your
Maybe
laptop.
I'm too young. I'm too young, but this guy doesn't know what fucking year 9/11
Parker,
occurred.
go on your
Are you
PC and
trolling?
type in Oklahoma City bombing and see when it happened. I'm saying 95. He says 93.
$1995.
Yeah, Kyle, you're wrong, bruh.
Jeez, and he thinks I'm paid by the Democrats. You've been lying this
You
whole time.
are,
You're
dude.
paid in order for you to come on here. You got to get paid by the Democrats.
Kyle, 1995.
You're paid by the Democrats.
1995. You're wrong, Kyle. You're wrong. You ever seen South Park? Like all I have in my head is like Cartman yelling at Kyle, like
Nah,
this.
because
Shut your goddamn mouth!
that's made for people like y'all. I'm above that.
Jesus Christ, that's perfect, bro.
I know, isn't it? That's my. Oh,
Hey,
sorry.
y'all crack up all y'all want to. I'm here for the fun. It doesn't matter. I'm just letting y'all know. Y'all need to do real research.
I
Real
don't know what we're
research.
talking about.
Not
Yeah, the real research indicates
is
you're
the
fucking wrong,
Democrats
buddy.
show.
How do you feel about it? The real research indicates you're fucking wrong.
Oh, shouldn't you be canceled from your show since you're busting the F
Where's that
words?
mustache? Thank you so much.
Oh, no.
No.
I just wanted to play South
Fuck
Park.
no.
You know?
Shut up! Shut
So
your
now
goddamn
we
mouth!
can't cuss? So we couldn't cuss earlier, but now we can cuss?
I never said
Yeah,
you
can
couldn't
as much
cuss.
as you want. I don't give a shit.
Oh, my God. You guys are so...
When did I say you couldn't swear?
You said your boy got kicked because he was cursing.
No. I got harassment and
Oh
bullying.
my God.
Probably because I was schooling you on like what it means to suffer and everything, and TikTok just didn't like it. I got flagged. You know what that means?
So what do you think about Tim Walz? You guys like Tim Walz?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
guy wants to put tampons in boys' bathrooms?
Oh my God, we already covered this.
He would
So-
get mad
so
at that.
y'all
Like,
think-
it's
y'all
that
think
bosses
sex-
in the boys' bathroom. Thank you. I
So
appreciate
you
that
think
mustache.
sex
Thank you so much.
changes without parental...
Okay.
The greatest
that
threat-
doesn't happen. One.
the greatest
Two.
threat-
Also, but bro's scared of tampons. But like
Yeah.
the tampons, there was no mandate for them to be in boys' bathrooms. It was specifically just that anyone who's menstruating would have access to menstrual products. And you're like against that for some reason because what? You're a fucking misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's why you're against that because you're a misogynist.
The greatest
Men
threat
cannot
to
menstruate.
freedom is tampons in boys'
How
bathrooms.
many genders are there?
Jesus Christ. So again, gender is going to be predicated off of
You
the
just said
culture that you
Jesus
exist in.
Christ.
In our current culture,
Yeah,
there's typically two.
Our current culture. No, in real life. In real factual life.
Yeah, in our
Not
culture,
mentioned.
in real factual life, in our culture, there's two.
Okay, that still exists. There's no 73, 74, or however many. it
I don't
is now.
believe there's
Wait,
74.
there are other depictions of gender, right, that exist in other cultures.
No, there's not. There's only
there
two
is.
genders, male and
There-
female.
there-
You have
yeah.
a dick or a pussy. That is it.
Oh
Jesus
my
Christ.
God.
By the way, there are intersex
What do you
people, so
have?
that you
What do
just
you
didn't
have
acknowledge
between your
intersex
legs?
people.
What do you have between your legs?
You know when we say that
Kyle,
some
you don't have
supporters-
much between your
Yeah.
legs. So I don't
You
know why
when
you're
we
talking
say-
about what's between people's legs.
Yeah, you know when we say that some Trump supporters are weird, this is what we mean.
This is what we mean, dude.
Yeah, this is what I mean. You're asking a 22-year-old man what he has between his legs. I'm sorry, but that's weird.
No, it's
Weird,
not
Kyle.
weird. When you go
Yes,
to the
it is
doctor,
weird.
when
I
you
have-
go to the doctor and you get a physical, does he grab
That's a
your balls?
doctor. You're not a doctor, Kyle. You're a doctor of
It doesn't matter,
idiocy,
bro.
maybe, but that's about it.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys are something else.
What state are you in, Kyle?
Oh, so since you want to talk about people's private parts, so technically, Trump, Toad.
Trump what?
Bro's got a mushroom head. Did you know that?
Oh, yikes, bro, dude. Toad.
Who cares what
Toad,
he got?
did you select Toad on accident?
I feel sorry for the women.
So y'all was looking at Trump's dick?
No, we heard it from the women that he slept with.
Oh, you heard
Yeah,
it
the corn
from
star that he had intercourse
yeah.
with while she
So
was
y'all
while his
talked
wife
to
was
all-
pregnant.
So y'all talked to them, huh? Personally?
No, it was in the court case, genius.
Oh, so y'all didn't talk to them.
I talked
That's
to Stormy
just-
Daniels.
it's
She seems like a cool
hearsay.
person. I talked to her.
Oh, it's hearsay. It's a bunch of hearsay. I mean, you guys, honestly, come on.
I bet you're used to saying that. Did you have to say that yourself? It sounds like
No.
it sounds like you got a bit of history with saying that.
That's hearsay. That's hearsay.
That's hearsay. I promise you, it's not that small.
Oh my God! Now y'all just being weird.
Oh yeah, we're the ones that started the conversation by asking about genitalia. Yeah, Kyle, come on, bro. You're the one that brought it up.
Well, now y'all just got it all twisted.
No, you asked Parker literally what is between his legs. Like, I'm sorry, but
I
that's
asked both of y'all. Y'all
And I'm
sound
not-
like a bunch of females. That's why I was just wondering.
As if that's
Y'all
a bad
got
thing.
Y'all got a tampon in down there?
the misogyny. I tell you, it's just flowing from you, Kyle.
I can feel the misogyny through
Can
this.
you explain what that is?
Yeah.
You don't know what misogyny is? Oh, Jesus Christ.
I didn't say I didn't know. Do y'all know? Silence. Silence. They don't know.
No,
They're looking it up.
I'm
Yeah, look it
responding
up.
to people. No, no.
Hey,
Kyle, Parker and I are responding to people. Oh, he got dropped probably for flags or
Yeah,
something.
hate speech, hateful behaviors.
We were talking to people that actually matter to us in our lives, so that's why we were not talking to you. So bye, Cal. Bye, Cal. Marcus, you there, bro? Marcus. Okay, Marcus is bye bye.
I have to leave. Let me see what time. Within about 10, 20 minutes.
Okay.
I got about 10, 20 minutes, everyone. Yeah, because it's going to take me 25 minutes to get there.
Tristan, how old are you, bro?
Haven't
Tristan.
started yet.
Okay. Oh.
Sorry, everyone. I'm texting my girlfriend. Apologize, everyone.
How dare you?
Let me get. I know, right? Let me get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. I'm going to be here for like next week. Everyone, I got banned for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence on my third account, so we're over here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
You voting Trump?
No, I just have a quick question though.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I literally don't. I don't have like any time. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. I want to get someone up for the debates. Yeah. So I don't know what sexual exploitation. I don't know what that was. And I'll get it back in a week. But, yeah. What's up? How old are you?
Wait, is that a toilet?
Hello?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Oh, 100%.
What's up with the Trump 90 million votes thing?
I said 100%. I'm all in.
I know that, but what's up with your name?
Oh, I always say I think he's, I'm pretty sure he's getting 90 plus million, but very, very likely 110 million.
110 million, huh?
Are you serious?
The bottom 90 million, the top 110 million plus.
I hope you know that's the most delusional statement I think I've ever heard. First Naughty Chicken, thank you so much. That is like everyone's laughing at you. Like literally everyone here is laughing at you.
He got pretty close to it last time. Each time he's growing, right?
Well, it didn't happen very much according to Stormy. So it didn't happen very much according to Stormy Daniels, but I don't see how that means he's going to get 90 million.
I think that he's that much bigger this time around. I think that, like, let's say if he got 78 last time, I don't see why it's so unlikely. I mean, you're a person of logic. His popularity almost only grew since last time, so I would think that he gets more.
Okay, so how many votes do you think he got last time? He's gonna bigly lose.
What they're saying is 78 million. Obviously, that's a large number to know offhand.
No, that's not what they say.
Maybe 81 or 78.
74.
78, I'm pretty sure.
74.
78.
74, I
74
promise
to
you.
81, yeah. 9 million. He lost by 9 million.
You said 71.
He lost by 7 million.
What did you say? Your number is 74 to 82?
74, yes, to 80. It's almost 82, yeah.
Okay, so
It was
what's
like
so
81.9.
What's so unlikely for him to get another 16 million this time around?
Yeah, I'm not gonna think he's gonna get 16 million. Yeah, that's insane. Since then he tried to overthrow the government. Since then he was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. Since then he's gained 34 felonies. Since then he's become even more incoherent. Since then women's rights have been restricted. Since then, all of this crazy shit happened.
Yeah, but if you follow the trend, each and every single, I think you'll agree with this, every single one of these things that you've just mentioned in your last sentence, he grew each thing. You saw the fundraising that happened after each and every one of those. He was shooting through that next day. His polls and his fundraising was skyrocketing.
You know who got more money? He said, we've gotten the biggest amount of funding no one ever thought we could.
Yeah.
You know who did? Kamala Harris got more money. Way more money.
Yeah.
She won bigly. She won bigly.
That's not my point. That's not my point if Kamala got how much she got and how much Trump. I'm saying the fact that Trump, after each and every single one of these items that you just mentioned, an insane amount of support came out for him, I would think it didn't affect him. So I would think, to top it off, it means it's a wash. Nothing came out of that, and he only grew more popular among his supporters.
His supporters have a floor, but they don't have a ceiling. So he hasn't reached a ceiling, whereas Harris has been growing and growing and growing each week. And each week she goes up and up and up and up, while Trump either stays stagnant or actually drops a little bit. Because he has the same message, the same stuff. He just repeats it over and over and over again, and it gets tiring and boring, and nobody really cares.
There's no real indicator or no way to really show that if he went up or down. If he's going up or down right now, like how do you? Nobody questioned me.
Polls.
Nobody.
I've gotten a phone call. I've gotten 2 phone calls, but they're for state races, because I'm in a state that has a tight or has a kind of competitive Senate primary or a Senate race. So I've gotten calls for the Senate race.
Stacy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Stacy.
I would go, tell me if this makes sense. I mean, I would go more with the momentum, like what you're seeing on the street, not necessarily in the media, because the media obviously could flip it either side. I would say the energy that you're getting. And I mean, I'm out in a real blue state, and I'm seeing crazy, and I'm not really instigating anybody. The energy I'm seeing really phenomenal right now.
I'm saying the opposite. I'm hearing from people who even support Trump saying that their typical red districts are like kind of mute now. I mean, I'm seeing actually more support for Harris all over the place. I don't know what you're talking about. Like places are like lighting up. You want to talk about like things like rally size, right? She's having way bigger rally size than she is. She's actually gaining in the fundraising. She's doing everything that Trump wishes he could do. He wants to have what she has now.
I don't know about that.
This is why he's attacking her personally and not going after policy. He can't help himself. Like he just can't live with himself the fact that a woman is doing better than he is. Like it just
no, makes sense.
It's like hurts his soul.
Makes sense what you're saying, 100%. Now, did you guys see? You know what's interesting? I was watching the DNC a little bit. I tapped in for like 20, 30 minutes earlier. Then I stuck around for another few more minutes. They didn't mention one thing about Kamala. Like there was no mention of her. All they were
came
talking
out.
About,
she literally gave
Again. Let me finish. Let me finish in context. It doesn't help. I said nobody discussed her. No, none of the other speakers discussed her.
AOC.
Watch all the speeches tonight. You'll see they don't mention her.
AOC mentioned her.
AOC mentioned in I didn't see that part.
AOC mentioned her like a multiple times.
The 40 or 50 minutes I watched, I did not see her name come out once among the 4 speakers or 6 speakers that were there during my 50 minutes.
Hillary mentioned her. So did AOC.
Again, you're going to say all these examples. I'm saying majority. Yeah, maybe one or two that made a mention of her. I'm saying that they did not.
Those are like
speak
the
about
two
it.
most notable ones.
Wait, out
They
of
did not
5 or
mention.
6, wait, out of 5 or 6 hours, you watched about 40 minutes. That's what you're saying, and from 40 minutes, you have generalized.
It could be a pretty good indicator if you watch for 50 minutes and between 5 speakers and all 5 of them did not make one mention of her. That's
you
a
know
pretty
how
decent indicator.
programming works. They always leave the big names and the mentions of the candidate later because people watch the program later. No one's watching at 6 p.m. because people are making dinner, they're picking their kids up, they're doing things. Whereas at 9 p.m., right, people are home, they're sitting down, they're watching the news. That's when you start mentioning the candidate. That's when you have the big players come out, people like Hillary Clinton, people like Bill Clinton, people like Obama, and people like AOC. And that's exactly what they're doing, is they're putting on a program where they're going to mention her later in the program.
Yeah, what did AOC and Hillary, what accomplishments did they mention about her?
They talked about all the things that we have mentioned, how she has advocated for the policies that went into the bills that Biden passed or Biden signed into law, how she has fought for the rights of women, how she has fought for LGBTQ rights, how Donald Trump has gone absolutely berserk at like the fact that she is a woman and that she's better than him, and how he's complaining that like, you know, things are AI. I mean, so they're doing exactly.
Kayla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I don't have a list, everybody. I don't have a list. I promise you I don't have one. People think I do. I promise you I don't. It's the microphone. I have a stutter.
Kayla, I do want to see that. Yeah, no, people.
I'll tell you what it is.
Like,
you know,
saying dumb shit.
I'll tell you what it is. Like I tuned in and I'm like, you know, just pitch me, like elevator pitch. Let me hear 1, 2, 3 speakers. Just say a few, you know, good things about her accomplishments or what she's about. And all of a sudden I see 5 speakers that all they're doing is bashing Trump. I'm like that's not substance. Like you guys been doing that for 4 years. Give me something new.
So you had the same critique, correct? Whenever the RNC was on, and all they would do was bash Biden and Harris, right? You're like, wait, hold on. All they're doing is bashing Biden and Harris. Where are the policies? Where's the talk about Donald Trump? Right? You had the same critique, right?
I didn't need to be sold at that point. I'm all red.
So
I didn't need to be sold. I know what the Republican Party. I know what the Republican Party is about. I don't need to be pitched.
But not for me. I get you. Okay.
I don't need to be pitched. I mean, I don't watch the majority of the RNC, so I can't answer to exactly what went down over there. But I'm saying just I'm asking.
It was boring, right?
It
was so boring, right?
By the way, this is night 1. They have 4 nights. Okay, it's going to get increasingly more about Harris as the days go on, because today was an introduction, and I guarantee you tomorrow when Bill Clinton talks, it's going to be about her and Obama, and then when Michelle Obama talks, it's going to be about that, and then when Biden talks in here a little bit, it's going to be about Harris. Right? These things are going to progress up until Tim Walz speaks, and then finally Harris speaks on Thursday.
Okay, I'm looking forward. I definitely want to, I want to see what the other side.
Okay, and you'll be able to see all the highlights. Believe me, they'll be everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. AOC, because she gave a great one.
Wait, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
So I want to make one mention about that, Parker. When a lot of you guys on your rooms keep on bringing that up and keep on discussing this and mentioning about how the jury pool works. I'm not an attorney, but I have spoken to a few, attorneys out here in New York City, actually. The way it works is you always keep on mentioning that the defense also has a choice in the juries. We all know that's not really the case. The way it works is that the defense can nix up to a certain amount of juries. Meaning if, let's say, they have 100 juries show up to that pool that day, or whatever the amount of numbers they're looking for, the defense is allowed to say, hey, this one or that one, up to like maybe 6, I think they say, you're allowed to nix. They can't, if they were able to nix unlimited, it will never start the court trial, right? Any defense will say, hey, let's do this for 10 years. You're allowed to nix up to a certain amount of numbers. When you keep on selling this thing that they also had a say in it, they could pick the jury. When you're in one of the most deepest blue
Did they use up all of their They're
not.
tried.
I don't think so, but I don't think
Okay,
it
so then,
matters
like, then
because
they
I don't think
can't
it
claim
matters.
that.
That's not the point I'm making.
Then you can't
I'm trying to
claim
say is that when you sit there saying that that they had an equal, that they could do that, that's not real. That's false. That's not true.
No, they could do that.
No, they can't nix. They can nix up
Yes,
to
they
a certain
can.
amount. No,
But they
can
didn't
nix.
even reach the point in which there was a limit, so they could keep.
So why didn't you mention this earlier? Why didn't you mention this point that it's not unlimited? Why do you keep on
There's
pushing
no
that?
point
they,
to mention that if they didn't even use that.
Because there's no points for them. How would it help them? If they have 100 deep Democrat people staying there, they can nix 7. It doesn't make a damn difference at that point. They know that it's not going to affect anything. How would it help them to nix 6 out of the next 90 that are showing up? Well, what does it help them?
So
And it just brings
because
bad
it is
fever for them.
because it would allow for them to have a less biased jury.
No, it wouldn't. I'm explaining to you. Let's say 100 deep blue people in the bluest place in the world, probably, if I have to say, show up there. How would it help them if they nix 6 of them, if that's their only option to nix 6, if they feel that every single one is biased? How would it help them to nix 6 of them and just draw a bad favor in the judge's eyes and everybody? So there's no that thing about you keeping saying that they can pick the jury, that's BS, by the way.
No, so they do have the ability to pick jury, right? You're just
No,
like,
they don't.
I don't know why you keep
we're
saying
going
it's
in circles.
BS.
We
They
just said a
do.
second ago- we
No,
just said
because
a
again,
second
they
ago,
never.
only
I know where
nix.
I'm going to say the same thing again because you just restated the same thing. Like, of course. Like they have the ability to keep selecting, and they didn't use up all their selections. So it wasn't the selections that it was the issue. It was their choice. And also, they didn't have to be unanimous, and they were.
Who didn't have to be unanimous?
The jury. But I'm asking you a question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
It's all relevant. It's case by case of what the circumstances were. You can't give, it's not a black and white answer.
So you would in some scenarios?
It's not, in Trump's case, 100% I would vote for him.
Oh, okay. So if Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you vote for him still?
Again, I said, and I know you're about to jump out of your seat with your stupid giggles. Again, I said it's all relevant to the case and the circumstances. It's all
Okay, so if
relevant.
Trump was
It's
held
not-
civilly
it's
liable
not-
of sexually
if I-
assaulting
like I said to
100
you-
kids.
Like I say to you, if I think there's no motive against somebody, there's no bias or no motive and nothing, and then a random thing comes out that this guy did this to a child, a woman, 1,000,000,000% I wouldn't be near the person or
Let's see
vote
how
for the
far.
person.
Let's see how far we go. So, would you vote for
Like,
someone
you
who's
keep-
held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 kids? Can't hear him. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. We got only a few more
know
minutes before I
exactly
gotta
what the
go.
answer. You asked 1 million people the same stupid logic, and it's stupid. It's flawed. It's not relevant. 100% it's stupid because there's one basic answer, and then you try to stretch it. If somebody killed his 90 grandmothers 5,000 times, who cares? The point. It's all the logic.
Answer the question. Say yes or no.
Again, it's all relevant. It's all relevant.
So
There's no.
I want a yes or no.
There's no one to answer that. It's a stupid question. It's a stupid thing to answer yes or no to.
So it's not a yes or no question. So tell me why.
I'm not falling into your stupid trap. I'm explaining to you.
What's a yes or no question?
What's a yes? Is if I make a left turn right now, would there be a red light there or not a red light? That's yes or no. No, there's no red light there. Like, there's many questions that are yes and no, and then there's many questions that are great. There are context. There's an answer. It's not yes or no.
Yeah, so it is a yes or no because again, in this scenario, it's one or the other, right? It's either that you would vote for one or you wouldn't. You would in some contexts or you wouldn't in some contexts. So are you saying yes in some contexts? I would.
Like I said, it depends on the context overall. So yes,
you're saying yes.
But not yes across the board. Not yes.
So
yes,
no, I'm not saying yes
context
across the
of
board, but
story.
yes in some scenarios, right?
Again, yes, in a scenario, not that the person did the act, that he was however the way it played out here in New York City. Yes, in that case, I would vote 100%. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with voting for that person.
Okay, so again, so would you'd vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 kids? In some contexts.
it's all relevant to what happened over here. Is the guy person being framed? Is it what? It depends. You know, there's
about thousand?
civilly, which is just a preponderance of evidence. Yeah, I mean, it's all relative to what the circumstances is. If somebody
You
has
just
an
keep saying
event,
it's relative.
It's relative,
It's
'cause
just
if
so
it's somebody-
relative. It's
if
so
it's
relative
somebody-
that I don't know the answer. I
It's-
don't
if
want to
it's
answer,
somebody-
and I'm just going to say it's relative.
I'm
It's
telling
so
you, stick to your-
relative.
Parker, stick to your day job. Your thing of him is so. I appreciate good imitations of him, but you're so like bad and cringe. It's like it's stupid sounding. It's not even like it's not even like funny. It's like stupid and silly sounding.
I like making you feel weird.
Good,
because you are. It just
no,
makes you feel like what
again,
you are. You're
I
weird.
love
If I make you feel weird, just know that's how you are.
Who told you to start using the weird word? Your upper ups, like you're a bunch of sheep.
Yeah, the DNC told me. Yep.
You all like little sheep.
Yeah. The DNC told me. Yep.
Okay.
I get
good.
direct orders from the DNC. All the people who pay me, the Illuminati, all of it.
Now let me ask you something.
And they tell me to call you weird.
Good, I'm weird. I'm extremely weird.
Yeah, the DNC pays me so much money, but then they also did invite me to the DNC.
Listen, Parker, let me ask you something.
Makes sense.
Parker, yes or no? Do walls work?
Do
yes,
walls
work to keep out? Do walls protect? Do walls do anything? Yes or no? Very simple.
In
yes
some
or no.
contexts.
Oh no. You said I'm not good by doing that. So now let me.
Yes,
hear you.
in some contexts.
You see
Daniel,
what
thank
you're
you for the
doing?
$5. Thank you so
You
much
see,
for the
Parker,
DNC.
so
Thank you for
you
Kamala
see-
Harris
you
and the
do this-
DNC. Thank you so much, Daniel.
You do this all the time. You cannot. You call out somebody, but you a second later.
Yeah,
You're not
Tim
ready.
Walz. Tim Walz is a great guy. I can tell you that he works. He's very good.
Good. Do walls?
Yes, Walz does work.
Does work. It does work.
Yes, Walz does work.
Yes.
No,
Kayla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Works hard. Walls works hard.
Do you agree that a big, beautiful wall on the southern border works?
I don't know if I would say he's big and beautiful, but Walz would work.
If that border
even
is
if he
Tim
was there
Walz,
at the southern border, he would
if
work.
that border is Tim Walz, then yes.
Here's the biggest hypocrites. They're sitting and screaming that walls
If that border was Tim Walz, yes.
and walls and fences and all these things don't work, and you're watching on live television the DNC
He's like, oh my god, the DNC, they did it so
They're
good.
putting
They
up-
had
they're putting
such
up
good
a
walls,
massive-
very good walls.
They're putting up massive fences and walls, which didn't actually work. They knocked it down, a bunch of the protesters. But the point is, they're putting up a bunch of walls because they don't believe in walls, right? And millions of police.
Walls
You guys
does
are
work.
busy-
Walls does work.
And loads of police there because
They
you
worked
believe in
very
the
bigly.
police.
They worked bigly, so bigly.
They putting loads of police there. The same people that say defund the police. You understand what type of hypocrisy that is?
No, it's
You know
not.
what that
It's
means?
not hypocrisy. Defund the police means that they're just going to reallocate funds from the police budget into other things that would better suited to it to get rid of crime. It doesn't mean that they're going to have no police. Also, I like how you guys say that you guys are pro police, but then you're voting for someone who said he would pardon people who were convicted of violently assaulting police officers. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That doesn't sound hypocritical at all, does it? Man, I honestly, I think that they don't sound hypocritical at all. You know, that's very consistent.
Yup. But again, like I said,
Marlon, thank you
find
so
it-
much for the
Parker,
$5 for an awesome Trump impersonation.
Parker, you
Thank
don't
so much.
find it interesting that
Crimson,
they're so
thank you
busy?
for the $6.66. Thank you so much from the DNC. Thank you very much.
You don't find it interesting that they put out all this fencing there this week?
Yo, Hannah, thank you for the $10 from the big, beautiful walls. So big, so beautiful. Emily, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Beautiful walls.
Wait, what'd you say? What'd you say? Trump 90 million votes? What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said, you don't find it pretty interesting that there's that much wall going up there by this convention this week?
No, I don't find that
I find
interesting
it
at all.
so interesting. Like it.
You know, I'm really into walls. I'm really into walls.
I'm into walls. It's so. I'm wondering what brand they
They're
use.
so important to me. I really care about them so much.
What brand?
You know why? You know what? You know what it boils down to? What's good for me, but not good. You know what I mean? Like what's good for me, the leader, the elites, but the citizens.
Wait,
shouldn't
so
get that.
I have a question. Do you want to put a wall between California and Nevada?
Why would I
not?
wanna
We don't
put-
want that crime from Nevada. You know, it's so bad. That crime from Nevada, I really don't like it. Alexis, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And they
Yeah,
can
I'm
just
sure
walk
people-
right through. They can just go right through.
I'm sure that if there is enough crime there are
For the
people that
wolves.
I'm sure that if there's enough people there, people who got family members hurt or killed, I'm sure feel that way. But then again, there's a way that's constitutional. There's ways that these things are done. You can't just build a wall there. But if you could do it, then you should do it.
You should build a wall.
No, I said no. I said in a case legally, let's say if there was a dangerous situation where enough people getting killed or injured, I think there should, I don't know, but there should be protective measures taken to protect the citizens.
Yes,
whatever
yes,
area
everyone
might be.
build a very good big wall right between California and Nevada. Don't let them win. Don't let them Nevadans in. It's terrible. Nevadans, they're so scary. They're so very bad. They're illegally trying to come into California and steal our jobs.
Next great policy, the great California-Nevada border wall.
Yes, so good. Alexis, thank you for the $5 for the wolves.
To the wall. To the wall.
He got nothing. He's gonna run away. Look at him.
You guys are singing. What do you want me to I start singing with you? Like, what the hell do you want?
Yeah, start
Move on to the next topic.
Sing right now. Sing.
Okay, I'm going to sing one song, all right?
Go for it.
Donnie D.
Okay.
All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight. I do appreciate everyone coming up. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are very great. Tomorrow I should be on. I'll be back on this account. Follow me here if you haven't followed me already. We're going to win bigly on this account. Win bigly. Very big. Tremendously. All right. Have a great night, everyone.
All right.
I love y'all so much.
Bye, Parker. Have a good night.
Should we should we?
No one's on right now.
All right, bye, Matt.